The Fundamentals of Fiction, the No-Fluff Guide to Writing and Selling Great Stories. Read by Ramy Vance with Joe Ruffin, Barbara Hartzler, and Katarna El-Hadif. Chapter 1. So You Want to Be an Author. So you want to be an author, huh? I mean, why not? You get to tell stories for a living. It's a pretty damn good way to pass the time. If only you could get paid for that. Now that would be something. Well, let's start with the simple truth you already know. Writing is hard. I'm not even talking about polishing your story until it shines or marketing it so it sells. I'm talking about getting your story written. The one that's been budding in your mind since high school, college, or while working at that mundane job you kinda sorta like, you kinda sorta hate. I've coached over 500 writers, and a huge portion of them, as in 90% or more, fall into the same category. Statistically, I'm guessing you fit into that category too. You want to share your story with the world, and if the powers that be smile upon you, maybe, just maybe you can go full time, right? A portion of you are gifted writers. All your life you've been told how great you are with words. Maybe someone even jokes that you're the next Hemingway or Dickens, which is probably a lie because, let's be honest, most people these days don't read the classics. The few people you've shared your work with have said you really nailed it, or that is very well written. Understandably, you think, well, gosh darn it, I should be getting paid for this talent of mine. Full time in this, here I come. You want to tell these stories and live in these stories and be satisfied emotionally and financially because of these stories. You want to share them with the world because the world needs them. But ultimately, every single one of you is reading this because you're in love with story. Story has been meaningful to you. It helped you through the dark times. Story makes the wine taste sweeter and the tears less bitter. That's what you're here to do. You're here to share this with the world. And when I ask, do you want to be full-time? I almost always get the same answer. Yeah, full-time would be nice, but I really just want to write a story, and if my stories have a lasting impact on a reader's life somewhere out in the world, that would kind of be nice. And to all of you who give me that humble response, I respond with, stop kidding yourself. You all want to be full-time, so stop hiding it. Seriously, writing is hard, and we're all reaching for the stars. If not, we'd be content to work real jobs. All right, so we've established you want to be full-time. Every single one of us wants to be full-time. But somehow admitting it is like saying, I want to be rich by winning the lottery. You know how crazy that sounds, so you don't want to verbally admit it. The fear is that you're somehow insane or deficient, and as a result, you give that humble response. Being a full-time author would be nice, but really I just want to share my story and get it out to the world. Okay, so now that we've cleared the BS out of the way, and we know we want to be full-time, we have a problem. Your story that has been brewing in your soul for the last year or years. It might be brilliant, but is it something people want to read? Which is another way of saying, is it to market? By which I mean, aside from you, there might not actually be a market for it. I'm talking about readers. Let me remind you, just by virtue of reading this book, you're actively trying to write a book, the book, your book. The truth is, everyone has a story inside of them that they would write tomorrow if they could justify it or if they had faith in themselves. If you don't believe me, just go to any cocktail party. I've never actually been to a cocktail party, but it doesn't matter. Go to any party and publicly announce that you're writing a book. Then pause and count how many seconds it takes for someone else to tell you their idea for the story they would like to write someday, if only they had the time, right? The point is, everyone has a story they want to write, so what makes you special? Hopefully, it's this. Most people never even attempt it. And they never attempt it because they don't have faith in themselves. They exist on a level of practicality that means taking the leap, taking the chance isn't worth it to them. But you're not one of them. You're here because you're going to attempt it. Hell, more than attempt it, you're going to do it. The fact that you're reading this book means that you want it more than they do. And it gets worse. When you're trying to write that story, the one that has brewing in your soul for years, chances are you did not take into account the specific requirements of your genre, the popular tropes of your niche, or any reader market considerations at all. Chances are that your story is something that came out of left field. Chances are you have a great and unique idea, but you don't know how to write it. You're unpracticed, unschooled. As a result, it starts to fall apart because when you eventually write that story and publish it for the world, it doesn't really work. Why? Because the fundamental cornerstones necessary to telling a great story are missing. Now take a deep breath. Let it out. All right. So what are we going to do about it? Do we write to market or not to market? Because writing to market means researching the market, and it means studying the market. In later chapters, I'll discuss the specifics of how to do all that. We dig into how to really understand what the market is. But there are ways for each and every one of us to look at the market and go, man, I really want to write sci-fi. What's working in sci-fi? And after some research, you'll come away with a few seeds for story ideas that might work and fit what readers are actually looking for. The shocking thing about studying the market and figuring it out is that on average, if you dedicate 40 hours to it, you'll understand it. That is something I will cover later in the book. You will understand, and you will be a reasonable expert in whatever genre you're looking to write. But Ramy, it's 40 hours! Wincing. I hear you. And I'll ask you to take another deep breath so you can hear what I'm about to say next. It's important. When you think about it, 40 hours isn't an insurmountable task. The average person can easily dedicate 10 hours a week to market research. That's an hour and a half a day. Slice it any way you want. Get up a bit earlier, research on your lunch break, research instead of watching Netflix. Go to bed a bit later. Seriously, don't overthink it. Just do it and be consistent. In a month, you'll know your chosen genre like the back of your hand, and you'll recognize the type of stories that sell within your genre. But that's not what this first chapter is about. Knowing your genre inside out doesn't help you tell the story you want to tell right now. That story that's been burning a hole in your mind ever since it took root. So that's what I'm going to talk about. The story idea that won't leave you alone, that begs to be written. What do? You've got this story that probably isn't to market, and you want to be full-time. The answer? You write the darn story. You write it to the best of your ability. First, you spend a bit of time understanding the genre and its tropes, which are the genre expectations. Not 40 hours, but enough to get the basics. You do so you can give your story the best chance possible. And in doing so, you don't compromise on the story for your first book. You just make tiny tweaks along the way. Not convinced this is the way to go? Think of your first book as your high school sweetheart, the first love of your life. How many people are still with the first love of their life? I've asked this question countless times during my coaching calls, and I've gotten a lot of thumb downs and head shakes. I can tell you right now, as fun as she was when I was 19 years old, my girlfriend at the time would have broken me at 40. I'm grateful to her. I had to go through that experience to understand what I want and need in a relationship. I have the relationship I have today because that first love wasn't ultimately for me. But she taught me a lot about myself and about love. and she was essentially my first book. And just so you know, your first book is that pink-haired punk rocker chick or that leather-clad Harley Davidson dude. You know, the beer-guzzling bad boy that was a lot of fun, but thank the stars you're not with him anymore. Okay, that's what your first book is. Just get it out of you. Do you know why you need to write your first book as is and not worry about writing to market? Take another deep breath. Because writing is hard and having a career in fiction is harder. You need to fall in love with the art of storytelling if you want to have any chance of success. And it has to be real love, a genuine love that will carry you through the dark times. Because make no mistake, there will be a lot of dark. There will be a lot of crappy moments where you want to throw your computer out of the window, when you're mean to your spouse or puppy for no reason, when you scowl at the smiling postman just because. Why the hell is he smiling when your world is doomed and blue? This is the reality of it. You need to fall in love with what you're writing. Now, that doesn't mean just do it blindly. A brief tangent. I have 3 author friends, not just people I know, but people I call friends. 5 years ago, they were killing it, selling their books. At the time, I was jumping on calls with them. I was like, what are you doing? What am I not doing? Their sales and careers were heading through the roof, and now they're back to full-time jobs. I have no doubt that they'll be full-time authors again. I think they're just kind of bridging the gap. You're probably wondering what happened. What I believe is this. They built a large enough audience that they no longer paid attention to their genres. They grew complacent. Their stories stopped fulfilling their readers' expectations, and eventually they were forgotten and replaced by authors who actually did their research. Here's what I'm trying to say. Having a deep understanding of your genre is really important. For example, young writers often come to me saying they're writing a romance. Fantastic! Tell me about your romance, I say. So they give me this epic love story where boy meets girl and yada yada yada. In the end, one of them dies. What? The story isn't really a romance because the biggest genre expectation of romance is happily ever after. People reading romances are not looking for tragedies. Neither main character can die. So you have a choice. The 2 characters and the reader get their happily ever after, or you keep your original premise and market it as something else, but don't market it as a romance. And that's why telling the story you want to tell doesn't exempt you from understanding the fundamentals of fiction. It doesn't exempt you from understanding the foundation of what a romance reader and a sci-fi reader or a fantasy reader is looking for. So you get that first book or series out, you get it out as fast as possible. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Books written quickly are generally better than those written slowly because the real writing is in the editing. That first draft needs to be fast and dirty. Fast because you need to outrun any self-doubt you're inevitably feeling so that you don't self-censor because in the back of the mind, you're imagining what mom or your wife, husband, kids, co-workers, insert person who makes you feel insecure here will think. Dirty because worrying about grammar, sentence structure, plot holes, etc. only distracts you from what really matters, the story. All of those issues will be fixed when you edit, but you need something done to be edited. Here's the other secret. By bucking the established genre trends with your first book, you could be hitting a home run. Every book that's not the genre, that's just well written with a basic understanding of the fundamentals of fiction and genre, is something different. And sometimes that something different satisfies readers and becomes an unexpected home run. That's where we get Altered Carbon. That's where we get Arrival. That's where we get, dare I say, those stories that just seem to work. The Kite Runner, The English Patient. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But for every kite runner, there are 9,999 kite joggers that just don't make it. You have to accept that going in. You have to accept your fate and walk into your first book with eyes wide open and write it. Then, when it comes to your next series, you choose. Yes, it becomes a choice to look at the market more closely and consider writing to market, or just say screw it and keep writing what you want, but do it smarter with the foundations and fundamentals of fiction genre and tropes in your utility belt. So, as we get ready to dive into this, know that this book will be divided into 3 sections. Section 1, the fundamentals of fiction. You might be a great writer, but do you understand the brass tacks of it all? Doubtful. It's been my experience that good writers intuitively understand the fundamentals, accidentally stumbling upon them as they go. Great writers, on the other hand, consciously live the fundamentals. Section 2, the fundamentals of book marketing. This is where I'll go into the 40-hour research challenge. Please do not jump ahead. These concepts build upon each other. Section 3, the fundamentals of your author business. This section will hopefully pull it all together and give you the first steps necessary to getting started. So buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. Chapter 2, what it takes to be an author. Let's start here with the question you really want answered. No, that's not right. Let's start with the magic bullet you want me to hand you. What does it take to be a full-time author? I get this question all the time. First off, there is no magic bullet. There's no magic wand I can wave to grant you your wish for full-timedness. But what I can show you here are the 8 out of 10 author pathways most indie authors use to go full-time. One important caveat. Anyone who tells you there's only one way to make it is full of it. Run. There are countless ways to succeed. For everything I'm about to describe, I can point to numerous outliers who did it completely differently and still crushed. Also keep in mind the major difference between indie authors and those that go the traditional publishing route. Both are viable paths, although traditional usually takes years and pays less, and both attack the problem differently. Given that I'm an indie author, that's the route we're focusing on here. I'm going to lay out for you the tried and true path most people follow. But remember, there is no one way. It's up to you to bring your own nuances, your own style, your own flavor to the journey. So what do indie authors do to make it? Generally, there are 3 major things I see successful authors doing. 1. They write to genre. Most people's first piece of fiction is all over the place. A bit of adventure, a bit of mystery, a splash of thriller, and maybe a hint of horror. When it comes time to market the book, they're unsure how to classify it. Each genre has specific reader expectations and tropes. Successful indie authors usually pick a dominant genre and stick with it. That doesn't mean an epic fantasy novel can't have moments of horror or romance. They do. But at its core, it fulfills the expectations of epic fantasy readers. For example, in epic fantasy, there's usually a team of skilled warriors banding together to accomplish a common goal. We'll dig deeper into tropes later, but for now, just remember, writing to genre by following its established tropes is a huge part of indie success. Number 2, they write character-driven stories. Readers might remember the plot, but they stick around for the characters. Your main character or group of characters need to be special. They need to stand out. This is something we'll dive deeper into later, but think of the superhero genre. Each hero has a unique power that makes them unforgettable. Your characters are the heartbeat of your story, making readers care about them. Number 3, they write a series. Most full-time indie authors think in series instead of standalones. 5-book series are common, but they can be shorter or much longer. Here's the logic. When you're marketing, you really need to push the first book in the series. Book 1, $5. You earn roughly $4.40 after Amazon takes its cut. So if you sell 10 copies of book 1, you're making $34. Except you're not. This is because if you sell 10 copies of book 1, then, if it's well done and fits the genre, the hope is that at least 40 to 50% of those readers will go on to buy book 2. And if you're not getting that kind of sell-through, there's likely something wrong with your book. Of those who buy book 2, ideally 75% will continue buying 3, and from there, 100% will go on to 4 and continue buying through the end of the series. Let's see this scenario play out for a 2-book series. Book 1, $4.99, you earn $3.40 in royalties. That for 10 book sales, that means you've made $34. With a 40% read-through, you're going to earn an additional $13.60, bringing your total earning to $47.60. In other words, the value of selling book 1 is $4.76. So off of the back of selling 10 copies of book 1, you're getting a 50% read-through. You've actually sold 23 books. Now, what if you had a 5-book series, assuming a 75% sell-through from book 2 to book 3? I suggest looking at the chart in the book, but the numbers work out to be $78.20. That's 27 books sold total. At $5 a pop, well, you get the point. This means that the value of selling 10 books isn't $33, it's actually $78.20. So the value of selling a single copy of book 1 is $78.20 divided by 10, which is $7.82. As long as your marketing and advertising costs are less than $7.82, then you're making a profit. Of course, this is an ideal situation. There will be instances where readers drop off. Here are the 3 most common reasons why. The quality of the series goes down. You killed off a favorite character, or worse, a love interest. I know 2 authors that did this, and their readership dropped from 96% to about 50% in the next book. Number 3. Your series goes on too long and starts to lose readers. You begin repeating yourself, like using the same villain from a previous book but dressing them up differently. Readers notice this. You have to keep it fresh and creative. The caveat: these percentages aren't exact for a variety of reasons, but they do demonstrate why writing a series is so important. You can see how this becomes a powerful tool for becoming a full-time author. Because at the end of the day, it's a game of inches. Converting the readers into lifelong raving fans is how you make money in this game. In the rest of the book, we'll go over more of the fundamentals of writing an engaging novel. But before we do, I want to dive into the critical mindset you'll need on your writing journey. While everything we've just discussed is essential for the trajectory of your career, there are 4 key mindsets that, if you really take them to heart, may affect your journey to becoming an author more than anything else. Number 1, tell a good story. If you can't tell a good story, you won't succeed. You don't need to be Shakespeare or Hemingway. There are plenty of successful authors who are mediocre writers but tell a great story, and just as many incredible writers who tell a mediocre one. You have to be good enough, not amazing, to succeed. One way to help yourself tell a good story is to read widely. Not just the classics, not just in your genre. Read anything and everything, even the books that aren't very good. This helps you figure out what works and what doesn't when it comes to storytelling. Number 2, don't take things personally. This might seem like a weird necessity for success, but it's absolutely crucial. Many authors take criticism of their manuscript very hard, instead of seeing it as a chance to become better, smarter, and faster. But it's not just the writing they take personally, it's everything. When they publish and advertise and the campaign doesn't convert, they take it personally. Or they get a great review on book one, but when the reader doesn't move on to book two, they feel crushed. The attitude you need is, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better to connect with my readers? You need some emotional distance in order to improve. Number 3, know when to pivot. If you've done a 3 or 4 book series that hasn't done well, do you write book 5? Or do you move on to something new? Or do you take a deep dive into the series and figure out what went wrong? This mindset ties directly to the last one. Not taking criticism personally makes it possible to pivot and find success through that pivot. Number 4, consistency. Show up every day. What's your 1-month plan? Your 1-year plan? When you break it down, what needs to happen each day or each week to make it real? It doesn't mean you have to write 5 hours a day. Maybe it's half an hour of writing and half an hour of planning and revising. Maybe it's maintaining your launch or newsletter schedule, activities that build trust with your readers. I want to end this chapter with one last thing, or rather, the one thing. The book business is tough to break into, and even tougher to thrive in. If you want to make $1 million, go rob a bank. Actually, no, don't. That's a terrible idea. What I mean is, writing isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. If your dream is to build a career telling stories, engaging with fans, and living the awesome author life, as opposed to the starving author life, then there's a lot of work to do, and it all starts here. You're not going to be able to do it all. Over time, you'll hopefully be able to identify the parts of the process that you're great at and the parts of the process you can simply ignore. But if you're consistently dividing your attention between writing the next book, editing, marketing, cover design, learning how to run ads, or any of the other countless tasks involved in the book business, you'll only improve at each one a little. And small incremental improvements won't build a sustainable author career. You want to make big, drastic improvements, the kind that move the needle. To do that, you need to identify the one thing you should be focusing on right now. That one thing will change as you grow. At different points in your journey, you might be writing the series, or editing, or marketing, or something else entirely. The goal is for this book to help you figure out what that one thing is, whether it's this week, this month, or this year. Chapter 3, Your Why. If you knew me, you would know I cringe whenever I encounter a self-help guru who asks you to find your why. This is something I used to believe might have merit, but just wasn't for me. That is until June 20th, 2015, when I found my why. Why my why is important finally clicked. Now that's a lot of whys, forgive me. My wife was pregnant and due to give birth in July 2015, which meant June 20th, 2015 would be my last birthday without kids. I was determined to make it a big one. So big, in fact, that I invited everyone I knew, including my incredibly good-looking Argentinian friend Octavio. I was at a train station ready to meet Octavio when I got a call from my wife. She was at the hospital for a routine checkup about 5 weeks before our baby was due, and it turned out she had developed a rare and dangerous pregnancy complication, ironically named HELP. I needed to get to the hospital immediately. Frantic, I went to the barista and showed her a picture of Octavio and asked her to give him a note with a local friend's address. She swooned, understandably, then caught herself and agreed. I dashed off. When I finally arrived at the hospital, we spoke with a team of doctors and learned the safest option would be to perform an emergency cesarean section. 20 hours later, on June 20th, my birthday, my wife went in for the surgery. I remember sitting in that waiting room for what felt like an eternity. It was probably an hour or so, but in that time, I was waiting to find out what would happen to our family, to my wife, to me. Everything swirled in my head. It was a terrible time. Then a nurse walked in holding a perfectly formed baby boy. She handed him to me, and before I could ask about my wife, she rushed off back to the OR. For 2 hours, I sat there holding our newborn son, wondering what fate had in store for my wife. Finally, the nurse returned. My wife was awake and being moved to AR, the UK's equivalent of emergency care. But I had a few minutes to introduce her to our baby. I walked into her room, son in hand, and said, "Look, honey, we have a beautiful baby boy." She smiled and said, "Oh my, she is beautiful." I said, No, you misheard. We have a baby boy." She nodded knowingly and said, "I know, and she is beautiful." As I held our baby in my arms just before they carted my wife off to recovery, she looked at me and said something I will never forget. "This will make a great story at his wedding." It might seem like a strange thing to say moments after giving birth, but it stuck with me. I should note that I don't really care if our son or daughter gets married. If it brings them happiness, great. But what I truly want is for them to live a life that fulfills them. That desire for their happiness collided with what my wife said and slowly morphed into a deeper thought. What story will I tell my kids when they're older? I don't know what having a child might look like for you, but we're told again and again that kids are a lot of work. Veteran parents warn us repeatedly, "You'll have to sacrifice everything, but it's worth it." Well, fuck that. Sorry for the F-bomb earlier. It'll be the only one, promise. I didn't want my story to be, "I sacrifice everything for you, kid." I want to look my children in the eye when they're old enough to understand and say, "I gave you everything you needed. Maybe not everything you wanted, but everything you needed. And I did it on the back of my own dreams and goals. Off the back of my stories." I want to tell them that whenever I got tired or wanted to curl under the covers and binge Netflix, I looked at a picture of them and got off my ass and went to work. That I made it as a writer because of them. Hopefully, I'll be a good role model for them and help them chase their dreams. I want them to know they can achieve those dreams if they're willing to work hard for them. Honestly, I don't think I'd be where I am today if it weren't for that epiphany. My why keeps me going. It keeps me hungry. I challenge you to take some time and reflect on your why. Go for a walk. Talk to your spouse or someone you love. Find your why and make sure it matters to you. Make sure it matters a lot. I promise you, a powerful why will be the fuel you draw on when you're climbing this mountain. This journey is going to be hard. Don't let anyone tell you it's easy. Take every advantage you can and find your why. Chapter 4, The Writing Habit. I hate to say it, but unless you have the right mindset, you're never going to finish your book. I know. How Tony Robbins of me. But it's true. As much as I'd love to avoid this section, this is going to be the sappy, rah-rah part of the book where I talk about mindset. And yes, I'm going to talk about habits. I know many of you will be tempted to skip this. Please don't. I promise to be way less Tony Robbins and more Stephen Covey. A joke I hope will land with at least 10% of you. While I know this section might seem less important than the one on writing, editing, and marketing, I promise it matters. In fact, I can't emphasize the importance of mindset enough. The speed bump of uncertainty. I want to start with the one mental roadblock I've encountered again and again with young fiction writers. The speed bump of uncertainty. On a coaching call, I constantly hear dejected statements like, I'm going to write this book and I don't expect much. Or, I know this isn't very good, but they start writing only to lose steam halfway through. And can you blame them? They hit the uncertainty speed bump because they've already convinced themselves it's going nowhere. But I truly believe that if a writer cannot only overcome this one speed bump but fly over it, they'll take the massive action needed to get their book done. I first came across this concept at university, specifically from Dr. Sue Davies, my mentor at McGill University in Montreal. She was also a palliative care nurse, that is, a nurse who helps terminally ill patients remain comfortable during their final days. She taught me one of the greatest lessons of my life. She talked to me about dying. Well, not just dying, but what so many of her patients lamented in their final days. In other words, she spoke to me about regret. And there was one regret in her experience that was shared by so many. Surprisingly, few regretted what they did, so many regretted what they didn't do. Aside from that one partial exemption, people always regretted what they wasted their time on, the fear that kept them from trying something, or the time they spent worrying about being judged or rejected. Those were the things that haunted them. Another common regret among the dying was not learning more. Whether they held a PhD or hadn't completed high school, many wished they had invested more time in education. I mention these regrets because not writing is something you may come to regret. If you've always dreamed of telling a story and never tried, whether from fear of judgment or fear of failure, you may find that regret lingers. Moreover, you'll miss an opportunity to learn a great deal about yourself. Whether or not your novel becomes a massive success doesn't really matter. You'll gain insight into yourself, into the craft of writing, and into who you are, not only as a writer, but as a person. No matter the outcome, you will grow simply by writing. And with that, these two major regrets, at least this part of your life, can be set aside because you went ahead and wrote. Let's dive a bit deeper. I believe many people fail to take action and ultimately end up with these deathbed regrets because they lack certainty. They weren't sure of the outcome, and that uncertainty dampened their enthusiasm. Self-doubt crept in because they couldn't be sure of the results. They began to imagine that their hopes and dreams were forever out of reach. And why try and fail, they reasoned, when doing nothing is so much easier? What if I told you that I had a crystal ball and could see the future? It's true, and I've seen yours, and is this: success is all but guaranteed. All you have to do is write the damn thing. If this were true, and or you're gullible enough to believe it, answer me this. Would you not remove every obstacle in your life to get the damn thing done in a month? If you knew this would create a massive change in your life for the better, wouldn't you chase after it with all your heart, soul, and focus to get it done? Confession. I don't actually have a crystal ball, but I have worked with hundreds of first-time writers, and what I can say with absolute certainty is that not a single one of them regretted writing their book. What's more, at least 50% went on to write more than one. Many students return with stories of how their books changed them, or how writing revealed insights that had long been hidden in the shadows. They tell me how completing such a Herculean task gave them confidence, how the simple act of writing fiction brought them closure on so many unresolved issues. I know this to be true for myself. When I wrote Dawn of a Thousand Sunsets, book 7 of my Mortality Bites series, my heroine met her father in Yomi no Kuni, the land of the dead, according to Shinto mythology. She got to say things to him that she had always wished she could have while he was still alive. My father died when I was 27, and my last words to him were, "It's okay." I've always wished I could have said so much more. And as I wrote that scene, crying in a very crowded coffee house, might I add, I finally said it. I know it was just one fictional character speaking to another, but I finally got to say the words I had longed to say to him when it mattered. In a strange and beautiful way, I found a bit of closure. It was cheaper than therapy. Plus, two ladies sitting a few tables away from me sent me a piece of cake, which was nice. I joke, but that moment remains one of my most meaningful in my writing career. More than the sales, more than the positive reviews, I did feel lighter. And that's the power of writing. That's the promise I can make to you. Take this craft seriously, and you will unlock parts of yourself for the better. Now, let's get practical. There are practical habits that will help you write your book once you decide not to let uncertainty hold you back. Because while uncertainty might be a big roadblock, it isn't the only one. Below, I'll go over some of the best ways to get yourself writing. First, I'm going to tell you something that no one wants to hear. Writers write. Shocking, I know. But so often I coach young writers who don't yet have the writing habit. They write when the mood strikes them, or only when they feel good about writing. This simply doesn't work. I encourage every aspiring author to read Stephen King's On Writing. In it, he discusses the importance it is for writers to write every day. He gives himself a writing goal of 2,000 words each day, no matter what, birthdays, holidays included. He describes how he sets up his desk to face the wall in a house where he can write with minimal distractions. The writing habit is absolutely essential to get your story done. So I'm going to share 4 writing habit hacks, if you will, that I've taught over the years in my course for aspiring writers. These techniques have the potential to double or even triple your writing speed, particularly if you use them together. They have a synergistic quality. The 4 hacks. 1. Do not self-edit when you write. You may have heard this advice before. Conventional wisdom says that when you self-edit, you slow yourself down. That's true, but not only because it takes time, you're also breaking yourself out of the zone. I believe your subconscious knows the best version of your book, and when you're in the zone, it's getting the details in for that latent best version. When you self-edit, you may be removing details that will ultimately work once the entire book is drafted. 2. Embrace the ritual. We all have rituals to get through the day. When a wrench is thrown into your routine, it's so much harder to function. Why should writing be any different? An established writing ritual helps train your brain to get into the zone for writing time. 3. You're a princess and you have to find your peas. You might remember the story of the Princess and the Pea. The prince is trying to find the true princess, so he places a pea under the mattresses of all the women claiming to be royalty. He believes the true princess, having grown up in luxury, won't be able to tolerate the discomfort. Whoever doesn't sleep well must be the real deal. Your job is to find your pea. What makes you get up from your writing desk? For me, I can't write hungry, and I can't write cold. So, as a part of my ritual, I take a granola bar and a sweater to the writing desk. This is how to eliminate the things that would otherwise pull me out of my seat. 4. Schedule your writing time in your calendar. During your downtime, formulate the next bit of your writing. Maybe it's only 30 to 50 words. In all the dead time between your last writing session and your next one, work on those words in your head. Write and rewrite them mentally. Then, when it's time to write again, you already have something ready to go. This removes one of the hardest parts of writing, getting started. All right, so those are some of the practical day-to-day things you'll want to implement to be a successful writer. But they're worthless without the right mindset and the time you need to actually put your hands on the keyboard and write. So, the 4-minute book? Sit down, kids, for the story of the 4-minute mile. If you've followed any self-help gurus or anyone in the you do you boo-boo field, you probably come across the story of Roger Bannister and the 4-minute mile. Up until 1954, people believed that running a mile in under 4 minutes was biologically impossible. Then along came Roger Bannister. He developed and stuck to a training plan that used intensive interval workouts during his half-hour lunch breaks, mind you, interspersed with days of total rest. He competed in Oxford on a day with less than ideal conditions. It was cold and the track was wet. Using 2 rabbit runners as pacers, he achieved what everyone had thought impossible. He broke the 4-minute mile. What's even more astonishing than breaking a supposed unbreakable record is that 46 days later, another runner not only broke the 4-minute mile, but also beat Bannister's record. And after that, multiple people achieved the same feat. So what happened? Did humans have an evolutionary leap like something out of X-Men? Probably not. The reality is simpler. People thought something was impossible until they saw it was possible. Then everyone was doing it. In my own career, I have had 3 4-minute mile moments. The first was when I was 23, living in Japan, and determined to become a writer. I was given 2 books. The first was The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, which at 23 gave me the structure and context I sorely was lacking. The second was Stephen King's On Writing, where he talked about the habit of writing 2,000 words a day and how he doesn't believe he's anything special. That gave me permission. I understood that writing a book wasn't something that had to take a decade. For the next 2 years, I dedicated myself to writing 2,000 words a day. I wrote short stories, many of which now live on the hard drives inside laptops so obsolete they probably belong in a museum. Unfortunately, due to my father's passing and other difficult chapters of my life, my writing career was delayed for the better part of a decade. I refer to that period as a series of avoidable failures, and I talk about this in chapter 12. My second 4-minute mile happened when I attended a writers' conference and met several authors who wrote not only 2,000 words a day, but closer to 4,000, and who published, on average, a book a month. Seeing them achieve so much gave me permission to believe I could too. It reinvigorated me. I remember those 2 years of my life when I wrote 2,000 words a day every single day, and I realized I could do it again. Only this time, I knew I could do better. That was when I published the first 4 books of Mortality Bites. Although the series was relatively successful, it wasn't quite enough to go full-time. My third 4-minute mile came when I met 2 fellow authors. One I'll call my rival, the other my mentor. My rival had published her first book at the same time I had, and had also published 4 books total. But she was making 5 times what I was in sales. My mentor, who was looking at my work, asked me a simple but game-changing question. Why are you always trying to be clever with your book description and cover? Why don't you just tell readers what they're getting and stop trying to needlessly wow them? That question stuck, and I took it to heart and relaunched Mortality Bites because I realized I could do better. At that same conference where I met my rival and mentor, I learned something else. That Amazon, for all its secrecy and limited tools it gives us to sell books, does give us the ability to relaunch. In other words, to start over. And that's exactly what I did. More on this in chapter 11. It was at this time that I began to interact with people who were truly committed to their goal. People who had decided nothing would stand in their way. Slowly, and with a deeper sense of regret over all the wasted time in my life, especially considering I've wanted to be a writer since I was 8, I realized I could do it too. If there's anything I hope you take away from this book, it's this. This could be the beginning of your own 4-minute mile moment. Now let's get practical again. I'm going to tell you one more story, and this one is about the 1% changes and how the British team won the Tour de France. In the early 2000s, the British cycling team had a group of talented athletes, but they were failing to win any of the major races they competed in. Then they got a new performance director, Dave Brailsford. He knew that all the cyclists on the British team were top-tier athletes, so victory wasn't going to come down to some miracle training plan or a single dramatic improvement. He realized he'd have to get the team into the winner's circle by leveling up just a little bit in many different areas. That by making 1% improvements in every aspect of riding, he could start to see real results. Brailsford took the hunt for the 1% changes seriously. He focused on the obvious aspects of cycling, having the athletes wear heated clothes to maintain their ideal temperatures before the race, making the bicycle seats more comfortable, and testing different fabrics for wind resistance to optimize the team's uniforms. But he didn't stop there. He also considered what kind of bed and pillow each cyclist slept best with, and had them travel with those. The team was even taught the best way to wash their hands to avoid catching colds, helping them steer clear of training disruptions or miss races due to illness. All told, these small changes, along with many others, combined to a massive difference. In 2008, 5 years after Brailsford started implementing these incremental improvements, the British team won the Tour de France. It was the first time winning the competition in over 100 years. And what made the difference wasn't just having a group of amazing athletes. It was having a group of amazing athletes who made small, consistent changes that collectively pushed them over the threshold required to win. After I learned about this concept, I looked at my own life. There were a lot of 1% changes I could make to improve my chances as a writer. I started hunting those through my routines, looking for every ounce of spare time I could find. And I found it. In fact, I found a lot of it. Here are just a few adjustments I made. Getting rid of anything that couldn't go in the dishwasher. On average, we discovered that washing the dishes after lunch took 5 to 10 minutes, and dinner cleanup took another 15 to 20 minutes on top of loading the dishwasher. Once we eliminated anything that couldn't go in the dishwasher, we saved about 2 hours a week on post, lunch, and dinner cleanup alone. Consolidating laundry. At the time, I had a little monster, a 2-year-old who's constantly making messes. His clothes were to be washed in nuclear hot water to kill off whatever germs he collected throughout the day. So we switched a lot of our clothes, our socks and underwears and other clothing that couldn't go into the same hot load. We ended up doing about 3 fewer loads of laundry each week, which saved us 1 hour plus some electricity. Doubling our meals. We stopped cooking just enough dinner for that night and started cooking enough for at least lunch and dinner for 2 days. That saved us about 3 hours a week. Those 3 changes alone gave me about 6 hours, but I wasn't done. Babysitter club. On Saturday mornings, I'd take an entire brood, 3 kids plus my own, and do something like a trampoline park. The kids had a blast, and the other parents got a free morning. Then on Sunday, my kid would go off with one of the 3 families in the club. That gave us 6 hours a week to run errands and just breathe while our kid got a lot of playtime with friends. A second monitor in my office. I bought one so I wouldn't have to switch tabs on every single screen and lose a few seconds every time. I also use a second monitor for uploading and downloading files so my main ones wasn't slowed down. Dictation software. I found that I spent about an hour and a half on emails every day, which was a lot of time. With dictation, I cut that down substantially. Hiring a cook. Thanks to book income, we hired a cook who came once a week and made enough food for 2 lunches and 2 dinners. That saved us another 3 hours. Easier bedding. We switched our bedding and pillows to ones that made it quicker to change, along with making several other minor household adjustments. All told, those changes gave us nearly 14 hours back every week, just from small, targeted improvements to my daily and weekly routines. After that, I became obsessed with efficiency. I like writing early in the morning. I'd wake up at 5 a.m. and be at my desk within 15 minutes. I rewarded myself with breakfast after I had written for 2.5 hours, just in time to wake up my wife and kid at 7:30, the last possible moment before work and school. During that focus block, I aimed to get as many words down as possible. Most days I wrote just over 3,000 words, though of course I had bad days and brilliant ones that skewed the average. I prefer writing at the kitchen table with my laptop, so the night before, I'd set it up in sleep mode with all the necessary files ready to go. The coffee machine was prepped and timed to brew at 4:40 a.m. I'd have all my notes and writing materials placed beside the computer. In the winter, I'd set out my ridiculously woolly, heavy house coat, because naturally I like writing in the coldest room in the house. All of this was so I could start writing the moment I sat down. These 1% changes, along with all the prep and work and the 3 writing habits I talked about in Chapter 4, are what allowed me to average around 80,000 words a month. It's a number I'm proud of, but I'm also very aware that it's nothing special compared to some authors I know who regularly clock 150,000 words a month. Now go and do likewise. Hunt down the small inefficiencies in your life and rituals. Reclaim that time for yourself so that you too can build a serious writing habit. After enough 1% changes, I guarantee you'll hit the ground running. Chapter 5. The Fundamentals of Fiction Overview. Let me tell you a story. My mother is an artist, a painter to be specific. As a kid, I'd watch her paint, and every now and then I'd say, "Hey, can I paint?" She'd just look at me and smile. I was too young, and she knew it. But I was persistent, and when I was 10, she eventually gave me a canvas and a bunch of oil paints and let me at it. Let's just say it wasn't as easy as it looked. The great thing about oil painting is that if you make a mistake, it's quite forgiving. All you need to do is paint over it. When my mother returned about an hour and a half later, I had a solid blue canvas with paint about a centimeter thick on it. It was the moment I realized that I had no artistic skill whatsoever. I decided I'd become a writer instead. Writing is very much like oil painting. If you mess up, you just hit the backspace key. You can literally highlight entire sections, mass delete, and rewrite them minutes later. We couldn't type that quickly back when I was a kid. I learned to write on a typewriter back when you had to use Tipp-Ex, the first white-out fluid, if you made a mistake. And I made a lot of mistakes. Fun times indeed. But why am I talking about painting in a book about writing? Because both writing and painting are all about the fundamentals, baby. To illustrate my point, allow me to indulge in one more painting story. My family once visited a museum where a Picasso was on display. I was a kid and I made fun of Picasso. At the time, I thought anyone could do what he did. I mean, look at it. It wasn't until an art teacher in the school showed us Picasso's earlier works, and we studied them, and I started to understand the fundamentals of art. We're talking about really basic fundamentals, techniques like perspective and size relationships, and basic shapes like triangles versus squares. And I mean basic. At the time of writing, I have a 4-year-old and an 8-month-old. You're physically incapable of drawing a triangle when you reach a certain stage of childhood development. Then, all of a sudden, triangles are possible. But until you hit that point of development, it's impossible. You think it's still impossible based on the triangles I draw. I must have skipped that stage of development and gone straight to wherever I am now. So, why have I mentioned Picasso, my hubris in thinking anyone can paint, and toddlers trying to draw triangles? One, because I like to go off on edifying tangents. You didn't notice? And two, because each and every one of you reading this book has spent years engaging with story, books, movies, and TV shows. As a result, you think you can write. Anyone can arrange words on a page to make chapters in order to make a book. You read them all the time. It can't be that hard to do. You think you can write because of all the emails you've written, or maybe because of all the essays you wrote in school. Maybe you dabbled in writing fan fiction. How many movies have you watched? How many times have you sat around the dinner table and, much like after watching a football game, criticized the pitcher for missing the puck? Did I get that right? I'm not really a sports guy. You watch a movie and afterwards say, I could have done it better. Or, can you believe it? They totally fudged the ending of that story. What the hell was wrong with the writer? You think you could do better than them. It's the feeling we all get because we're human beings and we're built to criticize. If you don't believe that, hop onto any social media platform and just doom scroll. You'll see exactly what I mean. Long story short, we feel we understand story because we spend so much of our lives engaging with it. So when it comes time to write that first book, you put your fingertips on the keyboard and one of two things happens. It all depends on your upbringing. Either you write it and go, man, I suck. Or you write it and go, man, I'm fantastic. This all depends on how much your mother lied to you growing up. My mother lied to me a lot. She told me I was great all the time. It didn't matter what I did. I was the best. Great at sports, singing, art, you name it. I can tell you now, at 5'7" and comfortably overweight, I'm not dunking anything but donuts. Singing, even my 3-year-old asked me to stop. Regardless of whether you think you're great or you think you're crap, take a step back and try to look at your work objectively. Most likely what you have written is crap. You can recognize it's bad. You just don't know why. The answer is because you don't know the fundamentals of storycraft and writing. You don't know the fundamentals of fiction. You haven't taken the time to actually analyze the story. All you've done is come up with a story that you like and written it down exactly as you pictured it in your head. Sure, you have a plot line, a cool concept for some world or universe that you populated with some cool characters. And yeah, the characters do fun stuff like save said world. What you have is the beginning of a story, maybe even an okay story, but you don't have a way to pull it all together. And that's where the fundamentals come in. Most of you reading this book have accepted that there are things you need to learn. That's great. And also congratulations, you're ahead of 99% of the roughly 1 million people out there who are trying to write a book without ever reading a book. Here's the challenge I have for you. My one tenet in this business. Anyone can write a story, but in order to successfully write fiction, you must embrace and understand the fundamentals of fiction. So what are the fundamentals of fiction? And how do you embrace the fundamentals of fiction? First, let's break it down into 4 of the core pillars: story structure, character development, scene sequencing, and plot versus premise. Note, there are more fundamentals, but these are the biggies and best ones to start with. Within these 4 fundamentals, we have things like action versus dialogue, pacing, perspective, point of view, and tense. There are literary devices like flashbacks, frame stories, and more. But when we talk about the fundamentals of fiction, the goal isn't to cram every single one of these elements into your story. Because honestly, if you hand me a second-person narrative full of flashbacks and wrapped in a frame story, that's the kind of thing that gets most people murdered. So, don't do it. Just don't do it. Instead, it's about picking and choosing. It's about experimenting with the tools and figuring out What feels natural in your hand while you write? What works for you? And maybe more importantly, what doesn't? And seriously, writing in second person is not going to work for you. It's not. Just let it go. But before you write, the first step and the most essential step is to understand the fundamentals of fiction. If you embrace these 4 core concepts, you'll write something readable, something solid, something worth editing. And here they are. Basic story structure. The basic story structure can be broken down into 5 major events. We'll call these the 5 milestones throughout the book. There's a whole chapter dedicated to them, so I won't go too deep right now, but just to whet your appetite, the 5 milestones are as follows. You have the setup, the inciting incident, the first slap, the second slap but there's hope, and then the climax. Regardless of whether readers consciously recognize the broad elements of the story, you can still expect them to be there. Can you imagine reading The Hunger Games and missing Katniss during the selective process for the games? Or imagine reading Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone without the final confrontation between Harry and Professor Quirrell? You're probably scrunching your face at the thought of reading The Hunger Games without the context or drama of Katniss's selection, or continuing with Harry Potter series without the first book's climax. That's exactly how any reader would feel because they instinctively know when key pieces of the story are missing. The 5 milestones are not a revolutionary new story structure. I didn't invent the terminology, and I'm certainly not the first to look for patterns in stories. I developed the 5 milestones after studying a wide range of structures, from the classic 3-act structure to the hero's journey and beyond. I also explored other storytelling mediums, particularly Pixar, Disney, and Marvel films, to understand what makes their stories land so well with audiences. My breakthrough came when I realized that great stories tend to hit the same general key moments, the milestones. I reduced the number of those moments to 5 and gave them names that draw from a blend of established story structure terminology and some of my own. The point of the 5 milestones is to strike a comfortable balance between the pantser, a storyteller who writes by the seat of their pants with little or no pre-planning, and the plotter, someone who prefers to map out all or most of the story's key moments before writing. By the way, many of you may think you're pantsers. Most of you are, once. But in my experience of coaching over 500 students and talking with dozens of successful authors, I found that most writers start off as pantsers and gradually move closer and closer to plotting with each book they write. As you gain experience, the 5 milestones will start to feel like second nature. Eventually, you won't need to think about them consciously. They'll be baked into your story. That said, it's never a bad idea to revisit the 5 milestones even after you've internalized them, especially when you get stuck. And trust me, getting stuck happens to everyone, no matter how many books you've written. Just know that you don't need to be a plotter to make good use of the 5 milestones. If you're pantsing your way through a book, keep these 5 moments in the back of your mind. They'll help guide you, even if you're not entirely sure where your story is going or how it's going to get there. Think of the 5 milestones like the old school paper maps your dad used to unfold on the hood of the car during road trips. They weren't always easy to read, and they weren't perfectly accurate, but they got you there eventually. Plus, they let you take some fun detours. Oh, look! The world's largest ball of yarn! Let's take a look! Number 2, character development. If you want to write something readers will actually care about, you've got to invest in character development. When creating your protagonist, you need to include at least one of the following 4 elements. These are essential for making your character sympathetic, or at least compelling enough that readers care what will happen to them. When readers care, they keep reading. It's that simple. 1. Your character must be likable in some way. Are they kind to everyone they meet? Strong, brilliant, spunky? There needs to be something about your character that draws readers in, some quality that makes them worth rooting for. Even if you're writing an anti-hero, there should be something that endears them to the reader. Maybe it's their unwavering moral code, their cleverness, or even their overly dramatic flair. Readers love Katniss for her fierce drive and loyalty to her sister. Percy Jackson stands out for his humor and sass. Sherlock Holmes captivates with his razor-sharp intellect. And Edmond Dantes from The Count of Monte Cristo, though technically an anti-hero, wins us over with his patience, intelligence, and relentless pursuit of justice. 2. Your character must be powerful in some way. If they're a lawyer, they're a damn good one. If they're a superhero, they're exceptional, at least in one area. Look at the Justice League. Batman is the world's greatest detective. The Flash is the fastest man alive. Superman is, well, super everything. And the Green Lantern? He's arguably the most essential, wielding a willpower so strong it literally shapes reality. Each member of the team excels in a defining way, and your protagonist should too. 3. Make your character a little bit funny. If you can, give your character some levity. Humor, especially self-deprecating humor, goes a long way in connecting readers to your character. Let them poke fun at themselves when they mess up. Think Jack Sparrow, Deadpool, or Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy. They may be chaotic or flawed, but they're undeniably entertaining and relatable because of it. Put them in a situation that isn't their fault, but they have to solve. This one's simple. Your character is thrown into a mess they didn't cause, but they're the ones who have to clean it up. Maybe they're in a car accident because someone else ran a red light. Maybe they've falsely been accused or arrested. Or maybe they were fired for something they didn't do. Whatever the situation, it wasn't their fault, but it's their problem now. This creates instant empathy and stakes. One example of this is Frodo in Lord of the Rings. Frodo has no idea when Bilbo leaves him the ring that it will lead him on a grand adventure. He's thrust into a world of orcs and goblins and dark lords simply by being in possession of the ring, and he has no choice through the first book as to whether he's going to participate in the situation or not. The only two ways out would be death or giving the ring to Sauron and dooming the world to darkness and death. Another example is Paul Atreides in Dune. In the first book, his family is forced to leave their homeworld and move to Arrakis by order of the Emperor. Once his father and most of their house are murdered, Paul is forced to decide how he'll move forward, either living as a fugitive for the rest of his life or finding a way to reclaim what has been stolen from them. For the first book, make sure you incorporate at least one of these elements above into your protagonist. You get a bonus point for using all four, plus you get better character who should resonate with more readers. Don't underestimate the power of these four elements, especially putting your character in a situation that's not their fault. Readers can't help but root for the character in this situation because they want to see the character succeed. If you're writing a series, by book 3 or 4, the trouble could be totally the character's fault. They screw up, and they're trying to fix what they screwed up. But in the beginning, they're in a situation that's not their fault, and they must fix it. Number 3, scene sequeling. I cover this more extensively in Chapter 10, but I want to give you a quick heads up, as this was one of the best tools I've ever come across when studying writing. I got the notion from Deborah Chester, a brilliant writing teacher and someone I highly recommend you check out. Her book, The Fantasy Fiction Formula, really puts into context the fundamentals of a scene. She is beyond incredible, and if you're serious about writing, she absolutely must be on your reading list. What I teach is a variation of her thoughts about basic scene structure, So when you read her stuff, please know there will be some differences. Pick what works for you. So, what is scene sequeling? In a nutshell, scene sequeling is about how you move a scene along. Things like the first line, where you break the chapters, and how you end the chapters all matter in creating the scene and engaging readers, without feeling like it's dragging or pulling them along by the neck at Mach 10 to get to the next chapter. A well-crafted and well-paced scene will draw your reader through the story and keep them flipping pages. Number 4, understanding the difference between plot versus premise. Plot is the bones of the story, and your character is its guide. It should be your protagonist who is pushing the plot along. Your character is the core feature that causes the plot to build from point to point. There could also be another significant character guiding the plot, such as an antagonist, but the plot is most tightly fixed on the protagonist. Premise is simply a story idea. I like to think of it as a what-if statement. Here's an example. What if there's a fractured world by some cataclysmic event, and the result is that the nation is divided into 13 districts? And every year, 2 teenagers from each district is set to compete. Well, if you've read The Hunger Games, you know what happens next. It's a dystopic drama, an action-adventure story. But what if the author chose a different premise for The Hunger Games? The story might have turned out quite differently. What if The Hunger Games was solely a romance? It could be the story of Gale and Katniss running away together to avoid capture by the Capitol and trying to find a home in the wilderness. Or if Katniss still entered the games, it could have been the story of Gale trying to break into the games and save her while she battled for survival within. What if The Hunger Games was a fantasy story? Then the characters probably would have had magical powers to fight with and use for survival. Genre largely dictates the cosmetics of a story, but not always. Generally, a premise can fit into multiple genres, as can be seen above. The one constant is that a great story must have both a good premise and a good plot. This often frustrates new writers because they come up with great premise, but when they sit down, there's hemming and hawing, unsure of what genre it should be. Should it be fantasy? Should it be sci-fi? Should it be horror? Or maybe they second guess their premise. Should they change it up a bit, add a unique twist to it? How does one decide when a premise is ready? How do you know when it's actually time to write the book? We're going to answer these questions later in this book. The 5th fundamental. I've got something that should help with the last decision. The bonus and 5th fundamental of being an author. Unlike the previous 4, this one isn't craft related. Not exactly. But it's something that I know offers a lot of young writers as they prepare to publish their first book. So I'll cover it here. It's the greatest gift that fiction can give any writer, and it has 2 parts. First, it's the knowledge that your first book will almost certainly fail. And second, that's okay, because you can fix it and relaunch the book down the line. Or you can take the lessons you learned in creating that first book and apply them to the next book and the next, and keep on writing better books. That's the 5th fundamental, the golden fundamental. I personally find it very comforting. My advice to every new and aspiring writer is to just go out there and make every mistake they need to make, to try every trick they need to try, to fumble through the dark as they build their story. Notice I say build, not perfect. They build their story, they get it done, and in the process prove to themselves that with the first manuscript, they can do it. They didn't let perfection get in their way or any other distraction or obstacle. They wrote their book. The 5th fundamental serves as a guiding light for the previous fundamentals of fiction. There's more to learn about writing than any of us can ever achieve, but there are 4 core pieces that will result in your story becoming something readable. You'll have something that will encourage you to dare to write the next book instead of sitting there banging your head against the wall. Now, I do want to leave your first book will likely fail fundamental on a slightly positive note. Failure is a sliding scale, right? And I don't actually believe that books fail when I say fail. To clarify, I mean fail to meet your expectations. My expectation for you, since you're reading this book, is that you write something readable, that you publish it, and that it encourages you to write that next book and that next book and the next. If you happen to be either lucky or a genius, away you go to the races, and I envy you. For the 90 to 95% of writers, I've found that their self-expectation, most likely because their mother lied to them as a child, is that they'll be an international bestseller. I think the epitaph on my gravestone is going to read, "He undid the damage loving mothers cause to young writers." I understand that self-expectation. I've had it myself. But I can also say I've personally had several students who now have full-time author careers. I stay in touch with them, and at least 15 former students are currently making a full-time income, including one student who's seeing 7 figures. But she's making 7 figures after writing 30 books, and her first book, although it didn't sell incredibly well, does sell. Why? It probably wasn't particularly good, but she kept on writing and learning the fundamentals and writing, and that's the process of creating art. Chapter 6, Story Fundamentals, Style, POV, and Tense. Style. We all have our own style, which is born out of practicing, trying new things, failing, and succeeding. Our style is unique to us, and I don't want to limit your style or unique voice. But there are some conventional pieces of advice that are true for anyone. Number 1, the 2 big rules. A. Show, don't tell. You probably heard that before if you've been writing for long. But what does this mean? Well, you're writing a book. You have the opportunity to describe things, to give an account of how people are feeling, and readers don't want to be told that. They want to be immersed in it and see it for themselves. A simple example of this is Jack was a handsome man. This, frankly, is lazy writing and is simply telling the reader about Jack. A much better way to get across that Jack was handsome is something like, "I hated going out with Jack. When I was with him, I was invisible. All eyes were on him." There are, of course, plenty of different ways of showing this, but you need to make sure you're showing, not telling. There are some instances where you do need to tell, but the baseline rule is show, don't tell. The caveat here comes from practice. As you become more familiar with sensory writing, you'll be able to notice the locations where you're telling the audience something has happened rather than showing them. And this is actually a boon. One situation where it's actually okay to tell is when you just need to move the story along or deliver information succinctly to the reader. If these are simple facts of the story, that can be an acceptable place to tell, not show. B. Use the active voice, not passive. There's a kind of softness that goes with the passive voice that readers don't like. A lot of new writers struggle with this, and I think it's from the lack of confidence. What is the passive voice? It's when an object has something done to it rather than something doing an action to an object. For example, the ball was kicked by Jack is passive. The ball is getting something done to it. But Jack kicked the ball is active. Jack is doing something to the ball. Passive voice can have a place if you are portraying a particularly weak character. But there still needs to be an abundance of active voice so that your reader isn't annoyed. As a rule, passive voice doesn't have a place in your story. Number 2, the smaller rules. Skipping these matters less than the 2 big rules we just discussed, but it's still good practice to keep them in mind. A. The italics rule. Here I'm referring to thoughts, weird stuff, and emphasis. You should only use italics when you're including a character's direct thoughts, when you want to emphasize a word, or if something weird happens. When emphasizing words, you should use italics sparingly. Notice the emphasizing of the word sparingly. The context of your story should be giving the required emphasis. Your reader can fill in what can and should be emphasized based on their interpretation. If you deny the reader the chance to interpret your story and therefore build it in their head, they're less likely to engage by your book. And then there's the weird stuff. Did the sword just eat a whole person? That might be a case where italics are warranted. B. Said, asked, avowed, growled. Generally speaking, try to use said or asked, or don't include a dialogue tag at all. Let your reader decide how someone said something. The context of the dialogue should inform your reader how something was said. There are a few times where the words can be right. Like if you're writing historical fiction, then avowed could be a great way to keep your reader in that time period. But use other dialogue tags than said or asked sparingly. C. Adverbs. The ly words, i.e., angrily, hungrily, tiredly. Use these sparingly. Haha, I couldn't resist. These words are prime examples of telling, not showing. They are ultimately lazy writing. Again, as with other things, there might be times where an adverb is warranted, but use them sparingly. Haha, did it again. And make sure to ask yourself if there isn't a better way of getting your point across. D. Chapter or scene breaks. These can be used to shift perspective to a different character's POV. They can also be used to rebuild tension while staying in one's character's POV, such as if the attention shifts from one thing to another, but they're still in the same setting. Breaks can also be used to move forward or backward through time. If you use breaks, make sure you use them in a way that is in line with the reader's expectations to show a shift in perspective, a shift in attention, or the passage of time. E. Exclamation points and cliches. It's best if you don't use exclamation points. If you can't show what's going on, then don't use the exclamation point. Cliches are lazy writing. Find a fresh way of describing something, and readers are more likely to find you memorable. F. Sounds and effects. For example, the sound of a helicopter. It's best to try and describe the sound rather than spell it phonetically. Phonetics are often very specific and probably something you don't want to spend time to master. If you do want to use sound effects, Google the most common way it's spelled. G. Finally, grammar from a style standpoint. There are many rules to grammar, but if you want to break them, do it as long as you stay consistent. The reader will pick up on any convention you establish and become okay with it. Point of view. I get asked this question all the time. What perspective should I write in? It's an important question, but the answer depends. So let's go through what perspectives are and the different types you can choose from. First, perspectives are a point of view, POV, you're telling your story from. The first, second, and third person each has its own purpose with pros and cons, but first and third are by far the most common. To demonstrate the different perspectives, let's look at an excerpt from one of my books. The hero's name is Jean-Luc, and he's in an urban fantasy setting. Here it is. I wrote and published in first-person POV. I reminded myself that humans didn't look at her out of the same superstitious habits as me. Hell, most others probably avoided looking at her for the same damn reason. Medusa like all others, was newly mortal, 13 years to be exact. And I guess she went through all the existential angst any teenager did. After all, wasn't not being seen the basis of countless teenage vampire novels? As you can see, you're looking at the situation from the hero's perspective, imagining how Medusa feels, imagining how isolated she is because no one takes the time to really look at her. After all, Medusa is most famous for turning you into stone if you look at her. Now let's look at the same passage rewritten in third-person POV. John Luke reminded himself that humans didn't look at her out of the same superstitious habit. Truth be told, most others avoided looking at her face for the same reason. Medusa, like all others, was newly mortal, 13 years to be exact, and she went through the same existential angst all teenagers did. After all, wasn't not being seen the basis of countless teenage vampire novels? What immediately stands out is probably that first-person POV uses I, while third-person POV uses the character's name. But there are a few other differences in the second passage that might not be immediately apparent. In first person, I use hell, whereas in the third-person POV, I use truth be told. Hell is a word that demonstrates my character's personality, but in third person, there's a little less intimacy with truth be told. Because third-person narration is representative of multiple people, you need to understand what perspective you're closest to. The narrator might be very close third, and hell could apply to John Luke's POV, while gone goddammit might only apply to another character's POV. Another major difference in the original first-person POV, my hero says most others probably avoid looking at her. He doesn't know it to be a fact, he just assumes it. In third person, we can support the fact by bringing in other perspectives, POVs, and clues into whatever the hero is exploring. Also, because the narrator isn't the character, we must trust them more. Yes, there are exceptions to this, but unless you're going out of your way to establish an unreliable narrator, the average person will trust a third-person POV more than a first-person one. Finally, one more subtle difference is the joke about the teenage vampire novels. It works in both perspectives, but it's funnier in first person since you can imagine sitting with someone at a bar as they tell the joke to you. It's more personal and less contrived. Of course, the above statements are discussing what we call an ominous narrator. Omniscient narrators know things the characters do not. They know things for a fact. If a story is written in a limited perspective, then the reader will only know what John Luke knows, and doubt would still be there. Now let's look at second person. You remind yourself that humans didn't look at her out of the same superstitious habit as yourself. Truth be told, most others avoided looking at her for the same damn reason. Medusa, like all others, was newly mortal, 13 years to be exact. And you guessed she went through the same existential angst all teenagers did. After all, wasn't not being seen the basis of countless teenage vampire novels? The clear difference is you. You forces the reader directly into the story, and the author is telling you what you're feeling and forcing some personality on you. So that's the quick overview of the three different perspectives. What are the pros and cons of each? The pros and cons of each perspective. First person POV. Pros. 1. Because you're only in one person's head, it's somewhat easier to handle. You're only in the hero's head and you don't have to figure out 10 other people's thoughts and personalities. 2. It's more intimate. As you saw, you can use certain vocabulary, personality traits, specific nuances, or habits that are unique to the character. This is more difficult to do in third person. 3. Quirky characters shine. It's much easier to let a quirky or unreliable character simply be themselves and show them for what they are. The reader is always in their head, so you can reveal what the character is thinking and what led up to the specific action or decision. 4. It's more natural. We're only in one head all the time. You don't really know exactly what other people are going through, so the single person to keep track of makes more sense. Now the cons. 1. You really have to know your character inside out. You have to know how they're going to react to every situation. Essentially, you have to know them as well as you know yourself. There are tools for that later in the book, but for now, this is just something to be aware of if you decide to write in first-person POV. Number 2, you're limited to what the hero knows, sees, and senses. They can't know everything. They must research or have someone teach them new things. 3, your hero can only guess what's going on in other characters' heads. They never know for sure, and their assumptions are informed by their own prejudices. Now on to third-person POV. Pros. You can slow down or speed up the pace of a story by switching from one character to another. Is one character in the middle of a car chase and you need to slow things down for a moment for your reader? In the next chapter, you can jump to a different character peeling potatoes in a kitchen. 2. You can tell more story. In multiple characters' perspectives, you can introduce subplots to see what other people are doing to solve the problem. 3. A new head can be a fresh of fresh air. If you have a character who's too quirky or a little too unlikable, another character's head can be a boon for your story. Cons. 1. You can confuse yourself. A lot of different perspectives can make it hard for you to track whose head you're in and when. And you might lose sight of what they're doing in that character's head to begin with. Head hopping or switching between different characters' perspectives in one scene can be off-putting to readers if poorly executed. So while you're learning the fundamentals, I advise you to stay in one character's head and perspective for one scene before you shift to another perspective. The only writers who can get away with head hopping are those who've truly mastered third-person storytelling. 2. Sometimes you start narrating as yourself and not your character. You might switch perspectives from character A to B between one scene or the next, but in reality, your voice is just the one narrating both scenes. 3. You have been selective as to whose head you're in, when, and why. It's tempting to jump to a different character because they're fun, but that doesn't serve the story. The wrong choice here can reduce the stakes and draw focus away from your hero. Finally, a few notes about second-person POV. Second person is unique, and readers don't encounter it often. It can therefore alienate your reader and push them out of the story. Even though it puts the reader into the story, that isn't always a good thing. Reading is about escapism, and the second person doesn't allow that. The second person is difficult to maintain, and your editing process will be substantial. If you're a beginner, just don't do it. Tenses. There are only 2 tenses you'll write in while developing your story, present or past tense. There are pros and cons to both, which we'll go over below. Past tense. Pros. 1. You're least likely to screw it up, and it's invisible. What do I mean by that? Well, it's the most common tense stories are written in, so it's what readers expect. They'll naturally settle into past tense stories. 2. It's more flexible, and there are a lot of reasons for this. A. The narrator and events of your story are separated by time. This is part of why past tense is invisible. B. It's easier to manipulate time. Everything you're telling is in the past. So whatever level in the past that you're writing at, whether it's a month, a year, 10 years, whatever, you can tell the story relative to the other points in time much more easily. C. It's easier to handle pacing and invoke emotion. You can take more time to explore details and show how a character is feeling. D. Flashbacks and backstories are easier to handle. This is a similar pro to manipulating time. because it's easier to give a backdrop of a story with flashbacks and various bits of backstory when you're using past tense. Cons. 1. It's easier to accidentally tell rather than show. Present tense invites showing and sensory detail, while in past tense it's much easier to write a line like, "He felt horrible," without noticing whether you're showing or telling. 2. Handling past tense can be confusing. The awkwardness of had is much easier to run into, particularly with novice writers. For example, he had drunk 10 beers rather than he had 10 beers. Repeating had is jarring to readers, but unfortunately is more difficult to avoid in past tense. Similarly, it can be confusing how to properly word verbs depending on how long ago in the past something happened compared to the other things in your story. 3. Past tense combined with third-person POV can create distance between the reader and the story. Jack ran the Dark Lord through with his blade. I ran the Dark Lord through with my blade. Versus Jack ran the Dark Lord through with his blade carries significantly more emotional distance. That's why if you write third-person past tense, a strong plot and solid characters become even more crucial for engaging the reader. Present tense. Pros. Number 1. It's more immediate. It can make the story a lot more exciting, particularly in action scenes. There's built-in drama, and the tension of the scenes is naturally much higher. 2. It's simpler to execute. It's moment by moment, so when you're plotting, you have less of a problem with writer's block. In present tense, there are also so many ways something can go, while in past tense, there are a lot more opportunities to make something else happen. For example, by jumping into another time or scene. 3. When combined with first-person POV, it has the greatest intimacy. Cons. 1. It's difficult to manipulate time. Flashbacks and backstories are harder to bring in. A lot of present tense stories use conventions to introduce flashback information, but these can get tedious. 2. It's less common and readers find it off-putting. That isn't a reason not to write in present tense, but it is something to be aware of. 3. It's harder to pull off. Most people feel the purpose of present tense is timing and moving through the story, but the real purpose of present tense is texture, to be able to feel what is happening now. If you're moving too fast from moment to moment, the nuances of the story can get lost. 4. It lends itself into unnecessary stuff. People have a lot of boring time in their days, and you have to be able to manage that as a writer. Moving through these moments so readers don't lose interest in the story. There's a lot of present tense novels that takes place over a short period of time where the hero is in an intense situation they're constantly trying to resolve. Lastly, because you might have noticed, I didn't mention future tense. Just don't write future tense. Not unless it's like your 10th book. It's usually awful and doesn't work, so avoid it. Now, no matter what tense or POV you write with, consistency is the key to telling a good story. The minute you break that consistency, you jar your reader, take them out of your world, and lose them. So as long as you're consistent, it's all good. That said, in terms of picking a POV or tense, here's the elephant in the room. Different POVs and tenses are popular in certain genres. For example, present tense tends to be a popular choice in YA. For urban fantasy, first person is often the go-to. So I strongly recommend reading in your genre as well as reading your favorite authors to see what they're doing. That said, in traditional publishing across all genres, and this has certainly bled into the indie publishing, third-person past tense is the norm. This is the combination your readers have likely had the most exposure to. It's also the most flexible choice because with third person, you can switch perspectives, include chapters from the villain's POV, and even explore side characters. And past tense has always been the most popular option. There are plenty of literary theory explaining why this combo dominates, and you're welcome to research it, but ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Exercise. Write 2 short stories. Aim for about 200 words each. Since past tense is the most popular, use that. Write 1 story using first person past tense, then write the second story using third person past tense. What should the story be? Grab several of your characters and have them go bowling or do any other commonplace activity. If your story has a modern setting, then this will be easy. If it's a fantasy setting, maybe your characters figure out how to bowl by accident. It doesn't really matter how you set it up. The point is to have your characters do a mundane activity and practice your POVs. Bowling adventure first person past tense. I had never been bowling before and I didn't want to start. And yet, there I was, sitting in Beaver's bowling alley at 1:45, listening to my older sister and her pink-clad friends prattle on and on. With a groan, I let my head thump against the side of the booth. This is crazy. How much longer are they going to be here? Judging from the mountainous order of nachos being delivered, the answer was a while. Great. I knew I should have stayed home. As the girls descended on the platter of nachos like a group of piranhas, I rolled onto my feet and slipped away. There had to be something better to do around this place, right? As it turned out, there was. An old arcade stood at the back of the room, sporting a single game system. It was dusty and purple, and a sign hung out of the front of the machine proudly declaring it out of order, but the lights were on. It looked like it was running. A grin spread over my face, and I pulled the sign off, slipped the quarter into the slot. That's what I'm talking about. Bowling adventure third person past tense. Despite being almost 16, Danny had never been bowling before. He didn't want to start bowling either. And yet he had somehow managed to find himself at Beaver's bowling alley with his older sister and her posse of pink-clad friends. It was 1:45, yet another round of nachos had just been delivered. It was increasingly clear that they weren't planning on going home anytime soon. Cynthia threw a gutter ball and Danny groaned, letting his head thump against the side of the booth. This is crazy. I knew I should have stayed home. He briefly debated trying to steal a nacho from the still steaming platter, but decided it wasn't worth the risk of having to talk to Sharon or Gertrude or Cynthia or any of the others. Frankly, he didn't like any of his sister's friends. He barely liked his sister. Instead, he opted to slip away from the group and go in search of something a little more entertaining. It paid off. On the far corner of the bowling alley was a single arcade game. Despite the out-of-order sign taped to the front, the system itself seemed to be turned on and running just fine. With a grin, Danny pulled off the sign. Now this looks way more fun. As for second person, you probably noticed I didn't recommend doing a version of the short story in second person. That's because if you're writing in second person, you're either insane or writing a choose-your-own-adventure story. As I said before, and I'll say it again, just don't do it. Chapter 7, Plot versus Premise and the 5 Milestones. Crafting a story. So you want to write a book, but what does it take to build a story? There are some obvious answers to this question. Every story needs characters, a good guy and a bad guy, a protagonist and an antagonist. Every story involves trials or hardships those characters must face. And the story must take place somewhere, whether it's in the Wild West, outer space, or a fantasy world. But to truly craft a good story, there are 3 specifics you'll need to nail down. Number 1, the starting point or premise. If you want to write a book, chances are you already have a premise in mind. But you'll want to get very clear about that premise so that the rest of your writing process goes smoothly. Let's start with a definition. A premise is a set of 2 or 3 unconnected ideas that, when mashed together, make something unique. Take the best-selling and wildly popular series The Hunger Games, for example. 3 distinct, unrelated elements forms its premise. Gladiators exist. The protagonists are children. The setting is futuristic. Separately, these ideas don't naturally go together. Gladiators are tied to the Roman Colosseum more than 1,500 years ago. Children weren't gladiators. A futuristic world doesn't typically scream gladiator games. But combined, these 3 ideas created a New York Times bestseller and a hit movie franchise. Exercise. Pick 2 or 3 unconnected ideas you'll use to create your book's premise. Don't edit yourself. It's okay if they seem too odd to fit together. After all, who would have guessed that an orphan teenager and a soul fragment of his enemy, a modern setting, and hidden magic would become the world-dominating Harry Potter series? Once you have your 3 unconnected ideas, it's time to shape them into what-if statements. For example, The Hunger Games might be boiled down to: what if there's a nation fractured by catastrophe and every year 2 teenagers from each district are forced to fight to the death? Or The Matrix: reality isn't what you think it is. Humans are used for batteries for AI. Those become what if reality isn't real and we're actually batteries for an artificial intelligence system. The rest of the story is guided entirely by that single what-if premise. Exercise. Craft a few what-if statements using your idea. Don't worry if they seem far-fetched, just get them down. Then sit with your list. Which one calls to you the most? If none do, try creating more combinations. Number 2. Crafting a premise from a character. Not vibing with the random idea mashup method? That's totally okay. Everyone's creative process is different. Instead, you can build your story or premise from your hero's point of view. To do that, answer these 4 questions. Number 1, what are their key traits? There are some core elements that shape how they interact with the world. Traits can be physical, mental, or emotional. What is their personality? How do they approach life and people? With humor, bitterness, curiosity, rage? Number 3, what is their outer journey? This is a series of external events the character faces throughout the story. Number 4, what is their inner journey? This is their personal growth or transformation shaped by their outer journey. Let's go back to the Hunger Games. Katniss is key traits. She's an archer, fiercely protective of her family, and so emotionally exhausted that death feels like a release. Personality, independent and loyal. Outer journey, she is forced into the Hunger Games and must survive. Inner journey, she learns to trust others and accept help, growing stronger emotionally. Once you have these 4 pieces down, you'll have a better sense of how your character can drive your plot and how to build your premise around them. Exercise. Answer these 4 questions for your main character. These don't need to be detailed yet, just strong enough to create a skeleton you can build on. Number 3, the A story. Once you've nailed your premise and your hero, it's time to define your A story. The main story arc your readers will follow to the end. In the first book of The Hunger Games, the A story is simple. Katniss must survive the games. That's the arc readers care about. Imagine reading all the way through to find Katniss is still in the games on the final page. Frustrating, right? A satisfying A story is essential. If it doesn't deliver, readers won't stick around for your next book. Exercise. Create your A story. What's the one arc that must be resolved by the end of your book to leave your readers feeling fulfilled? Outlining. You've successfully created your premise, your hero or heroine, and the A story your main character will follow. Congratulations! Now it's time to move on to outlining. Some of you may have just cringed or wanted to throw this book across the room. I don't want to be constrained by outlining. The story will flow however it wants to as I get inspired. That's perfectly all right. The writing world, you are a pantser. Writers who prefer to fly by the seat of their pants. Even if the word outline makes you twitch, keep reading. Having at least a few guideposts for where your characters are headed will make the end product of your writing more satisfying, both for you and your reader. And for those who breathe a sigh of relief at the idea of structure, welcome. You're about to enjoy this next part. The parts of an outline, the 5 milestones. There are 5 major points or milestones that nearly all successful stories share. You'll want to have a general idea of what these are for your story before you dive in, so that you finish with a book people actually want to read. I teased them in an earlier chapter, but now it's time to go deeper. What are the 5 milestones? Milestone 1, the setting. The setting is essentially the introduction to your entire story. It says, "I will entertain you by," and makes the promise about what the reader can expect. Everything from pacing, tone, point of view, and voice, along with many other elements, helps establish that expectation. Let's return to the Hunger Games as an example. In the first chapter, several details signal to the reader what kind of story they're stepping into. Katniss wakes up in a home suggesting poverty. Her mother exhibits signs of what appears to be PTSD, hinting at a past family tragedy. Then when Katniss ventures outside, we encounter high-tech drones, clues that the story is set in the future. All of these elements combine to set the reader's expectations that they're reading a dystopic narrative. Milestone 2, the inciting incident. An inciting incident is a decisive, irrevocable event that occurs near the beginning of the story. After this moment, the hero's life will never be the same, regardless of what happens next. For example, when Katniss volunteers to take her sister's place in the Hunger Games, her life is changed forever. Whether she survives or dies in the arena, she can never return to the way things were. There are a few key factors to consider to ensure your inciting incident has the weight necessary to keep readers turning pages. Most importantly, it must be both impactful and irreversible. In Katniss's case, once she volunteers, there's only 2 outcomes. She lives and brings honor to her district, or dies and leaves her family worse off. Both outcomes carry significant consequences, and once she makes her choice, there is no going back. Her decision is final. Second, the inciting incident should take place within the first 25% of your story. If it happens later than that, you risk losing your reader's interest before the narrative truly begins. That said, there are exceptions. Skilled storytellers can sometimes delay the true inciting incident, though they usually compensate with a false inciting moment to keep the audience engaged. In The Matrix, the true inciting incident doesn't occur until nearly halfway through the film, when Neo is given the choice between the red and blue pills. This is a late reveal for such a pivotal moment, so the writers inserted a false inciting event earlier, when the agents corner Neo at work and insert a mechanical bug into his body. However, this moment doesn't qualify as an actual inciting incident because Neo wakes up afterwards and believes it was all a dream. Since he still has the chance to return to his normal life, the event is not yet irreversible. Milestone 3, the first slap. Once the inciting incident has occurred, the next major turning point in your story is what's called the first slap. This is the moment when, after a period of overall progress, despite some minor setbacks, everything takes a dramatic turn for the worse. The main character's gains are effectively erased, and any hope of an easy or straightforward resolution vanishes. At this point, the story shifts from things might work out to things are not going to be easy. It's the moment that tells both your character and your reader that the road ahead will be far more difficult than expected. In the Hunger Games, Katniss experiences a string of initial gains. She secures support from Haymitch, builds a connection with Peeta, and finds an ally in Cinna. But the moment she enters the arena, the first slap, those gains are effectively stripped away. Haymitch and Cinna are no longer able to directly help her, and Peeta appears to have turned against her. The environment itself becomes hostile, and Katniss is left to face the brutal reality of the games alone. This milestone deepens the tension in your story and raises the stakes. It marks the beginning of the real struggle, the point where surviving or succeeding becomes a true challenge. Milestone 4, the second slap. So your character has already faced setbacks. Things have gotten worse. Surely they couldn't get any worse than this, right? And then, wham! Enter the second slap. This is the moment where everything truly falls apart. Every single gain the main character has made up to this point is stripped away. In fact, they may now have more losses than wins, putting them in the negative. It's the emotional and narrative low point, but with one key difference from the first slap. There's hope. Unlike the first slap, where all progress is lost and it feels like there's no way out, the second slap introduces a tangible glimmer of hope. The character is still in deep trouble, but there's a possible path forward, if they're brave or desperate enough to take it. In the Hunger Games, this milestone arrives after the game master announces a new rule. If 2 tributes from the same district are the last one standing, they can both survive. It's the moment of unexpected hope for Katniss, until it is revealed that Peeta is mortally wounded. For Katniss, the idea of dying herself wouldn't be the worst outcome. It would even be a kind of release. But the thought of Peeta dying while she still survives is unbearable. The gains she made, staying alive, building alliances, outsmarting the other tributes, would mean nothing if he dies. But there's still hope. There's medicine that could save him. Katniss just has to go get it. Milestone 5, the climax. The climax is the resolution and conclusion of the A story. It's the moment when the big evil, the force opposing your main character, is finally defeated. In the Hunger Games, the climax is when Katniss defeats the final tributes and wins the game with Peeta. And there you have it. If you can identify all 5 of these milestones in your own book, you will have what you need to create a kick-ass story. But remember, just because you figured out the 5 milestones before you start writing doesn't mean the details can't change. Maybe you originally decided your second slap would be when your swordman hero gets into a brutal fight and his beloved blade is destroyed. But when you actually sit down to write it, that moment doesn't land the way you imagined. Or maybe it just doesn't fit the flow of the story anymore. You can change it. Maybe instead, he loses his hand, gets poisoned, or his love is kidnapped. The possibilities are endless. The 5 milestones, or any outline really, are meant to get you started writing a story that readers will love. They're not meant to hold you back or discourage you to the point of quitting. Of course, you can get more detailed than the 5 milestones. You can even outline every paragraph before you start writing. This is allegedly how James Patterson works. Regardless of how much outlining you choose to do or don't do for those pantsers out there, understanding the 5 milestones and how they show up in successful stories will give you a rock-solid foundation. And with that foundation, you'll be well on your way to writing a story that resonates with readers. No matter which method you use, mashing ideas, building from character, or both, remember this. Your story's heart is the emotional thread readers will follow. That means staying consistent, crafting satisfying arcs, and leaning into your unique voice. So get started, start weird, get messy, and most importantly, keep writing. Chapter 8. Bonus: Plotting from your villain's perspective. Don't ignore your villain. All too often, I find young writers ignore their villain. Many treat the villain as nothing more than a plot device, just something for the hero to rage against, rather than as a significant, powerful, and intelligent character with their own motivations, needs, and goals. This results in a flat villain, and a flat villain equals a crap story. There's a little trick you can use that will not only make your story far more engaging, but also help with those plot points that just don't quite work. Block out your 5 milestones from your villain's perspective. Below is a brief overview to walk you through how to do just that. Milestone 1, the setup, villain's POV. To begin crafting your villain's arc, you'll want to answer two questions. First, who is the villain? And second, why do we like or hate them? Remember, villains are people too, and I use that term loosely. Often, their end goal is worthy, good even, but what makes them a villain is that their conventions are so extreme, so contrary to what we accept, that their point of view becomes unrelatable, even dangerous. Take Thanos from the Avengers movies. He believes the universe is overcrowded, that the average citizen is selfish, and all he wants to do is save inhabited planets from the suffering the same fate that destroyed his own home world. Noble, right? Of course, his methods for achieving that goal is to use the Infinity Stones, an all-powerful force capable of granting any wish, to kill half the universe. Personally, I've always wondered, why not use the Infinity Stones to double the resources instead? I mean, if he had done that, maybe Thanos and Iron Man could have been friends, shared a shawarma even. But I guess that wouldn't have made for a very good movie. Still, you can see what Thanos' goals are. You can relate to them. It's his method that's questionable. I found that if you give the villain the right motivation, but the wrong methods, you can craft a truly compelling story. Heck, you can even give the villain and the hero the same motivation. After all, both Thanos and the Avengers want to create a better, safer universe. Just one character chooses to do it through mass murder. Once you've set up the villain's mission and motivation, ask yourself, where does the villain start out? What are the first steps towards achieving their goals? How will the misguided methods get your reader screaming at the page in frustration or anger? And with that, you're off to the races. Milestone 2, the inciting incident from the villain's POV. From the villain's perspective, the inciting incident is the moment they initiate a chain of events that irrevocably changes the hero and heroine's life. In plain terms, this milestone is when the villain started it. Often, whatever the villain sets in motion is first discovered by the hero during the inciting incident. In the Avengers, you can argue that Thanos' inciting incident is when he discovers the location of one of the Infinity Stones on Earth. This action launches the conflict between him and the Avengers. Note, if you were truly telling the story from Thanos' perspective, his actual inciting incident would be the death of his home world and the realization that he could fix things by collecting the Infinity Stones. The collision with the Avengers would happen much later in his personal narrative, probably book 2 or 3 in the Thanos-centric series. Milestone 3, the first unslap. In the hero's arc, the first slap is when things take a dark turn. In the villain's version, it's their first big win. Their success is the hero's failure. What does your villain do to achieve this win? How did they orchestrate it? What proactive steps did they take to thwart the hero? In other words, how do they prove themselves a smart and formidable foe? In the Avengers, this milestone happens when Thanos successfully acquires the first Infinity Stone. It's the moment his plan begins to materialize and the heroes start to lose ground. Milestone 4, the second unslap. Now we are reaching the point where the villain essentially says, "Damn that hero and their meddling!" The hero has weathered the first loss, and now the villain must raise the stakes. They bring out their secret weapon, unveil a devastating plan, or escalate the conflict in a way that corners the hero. Escalation is key. In Infinity War, the moment comes when Thanos' armies descend upon Earth. Even with Wakanda's help, the good guys are overwhelmed. The scale of the threat becomes undeniable. The villain is winning. Milestone 5, the climax. From your villain's perspective, this is the moment they're screaming, "No! The hero is about to win!" In their last-ditch effort to defeat the hero, an act of desperation. But, despite their final gambit, the hero triumphs. Outlining the climax from the villain's perspective can be incredibly revealing and a lot of fun. And if you try this approach for your own story, here are 3 pro tips. Number 1, your villain isn't inactive. We often follow the hero's journey, so we don't always see what the villain's up to. But rest assured, for every move the hero makes, the villain is also moving. They're preparing the next step, gathering resources, recruiting minions, and mixing potions, whatever it takes to reach their goal. The idea that the villain just sits in the background waiting isn't true. Active villains make stronger stories. Even when the Emperor isn't on screen in Star Wars, he isn't just sitting on his throne cackling. He's doing things. Knowing what those things are adds richness to your story world. Number 2, your villain isn't an idiot. Enter the Superman rule. Yes, I made this rule up. Go with me. Superman is nearly invincible, morally pure, and all-powerful. That makes him a tough character to write. It's boring when your hero has no stakes. But writers like Mark Waid and Alex Ross solved this problem in Kingdom Come and All-Star Superman by writing incredibly intelligent, proactive villains. In Kingdom Come, Superman isn't facing just one genius antagonist. The entire world has turned against everything he represents. That's good storytelling. So the Superman rule is this: your villain needs to use their brain. Number 3, your villain still loses. This one's important. Sometimes I give students this villain outline exercise and they fall so hard for their villain, they forget the story isn't about the villain. Suddenly they want to tell that story instead. But when the villain becomes the protagonist, they're no longer the villain. They're the hero of a different story. If you're more excited about plotting your villain's point of view than your hero's, that's a red flag. You might need to revisit your hero and give them a bit more sparkle. Because in most stories, the villain's climax is defeat. An exception, Avengers Infinity War, Thanos wins, but just barely. He's wounded, exhausted, and alone. His victory only sets up the next story for the heroes. Chapter 9, Character Development. What makes a great character? Moreover, what makes a great character fleshed out enough that he or she takes on a life of their own? I know this sounds woo-woo, but a great character will start to take the story into their own hands and create surprising moments. Don't get me wrong, this isn't some kind of demonic possession channeling itself through your keyboard, but rather it represents that magical moment when a writer is in the flow of things and, even though they have a plan to what will happen next, their fleshed out, almost alive character will say, "Nuh-uh, wouldn't it be better if I did this instead?" The first time it happens to a young writer, it's magic. After a while, it becomes something you look for, because if you, as the author, are surprised, then your readers are definitely going to have that holy guacamole moment in your story. And you want as many of those moments as possible in your book. So what's the anatomy of a great character? Let's start with the different types of characters. Types of characters. First, there are your primary characters, the central characters that most of the event in your story revolve around. The primary characters are the heroes and villains, with your hero being an on-screen the most. Despite that, your villain is driving the story as much as your hero, even though they're not on screen nearly as often. Next, you have secondary characters. These are the people who are propping up and supporting your primary characters. A lot of times, these characters are just as lovable, devious, or clever as your hero or villain, if not more so. Make no mistake, despite them not being the hero or the villain, these secondary characters are crucial to get right. In a series, they may even become a primary character in a later book. But even if they don't, having a well thought out secondary character really brings more life to your story. Then there are the special kind of secondary characters called a functional character. Functional characters differ from the other secondary characters in that they likely won't come back in future books. Despite that, they're crucial to the story because they move the plot along. They may give the hero an item they need for the next part of the journey or a crucial piece of information that gives them an advantage against the villain. But just because they only serve a purpose for one part of the story and aren't likely to return doesn't mean you shouldn't make them well-rounded characters. In fact, the opposite is true. Because they serve a single purpose in the story, making them as lovable or crazy or memorable as your primary characters distracts the readers from the fact that they're only serving a functional role. Otherwise, the reader will see right through what you're doing and be put off by the fact that the character only exists to help get your plot from point A to point B. Finally, there are tertiary characters. These are the faceless people in the crowd. They're the waiter in the restaurant where the lovebirds meet, or the crowd that fills the rest of the stadium when your hero is at the ball game. Despite being a faceless crowd, these characters are important for making your story believable. A lot of first-time writers forget about the rest of the crowd. Are your characters having an argument in a crowded office? Don't forget to add reactions from the crowd, or the primary character's reactions to having an argument in front of other people. There are 4 types of characters you'll need in this book, but how do you really craft each type of character to draw readers into your story? Character building techniques. Let's start with the primary characters, specifically your hero. A hero must have the following base qualities. They must be proactive. So often I see first-time writers making their hero someone who only reacts to things. This is a big mistake. We want to read books where the hero is someone who is taking charge of their life, who's actively pursuing a goal or becoming the master of their own fate. If they aren't pursuing it yet, then we need to know they have an innate longing for something more. This longing will lead the hero and make the decisions that propel the plot along. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Isn't this the opening of The Hobbit or The Fellowship of the Rings? This is crucial for your villain as well. We'll talk more about villains later, but your villain can't be reactive either. They must be proactive in making their goals happen. Why do passive characters not work? In a nutshell, it's because they reflect life way too closely. We live our lives waiting for a bill to come through the door, or for a doctor's diagnosis to come back to us. We're waiting for whatever to come knock us out of the daily humdrum of our lives and then react to it. But that's not what we want in our fiction. We're looking for heroes who drive the story forward, who take charge, who don't wait for life to hit them before they're moving and finding a solution. Furthermore, passive characters lack desire. A great main character burns with desire and yearning, which is often due to inner turmoil and unachievable self-actualization. This desire creates a natural tension, and the tension is fuel for fiction. We love to read about problems, and proactive characters enhance a story's tension by fighting back against what we feel like almost overwhelming odds. A passive character will simply be overwhelmed by those odds, and the story ends there. Number 2, your hero will be redeemable or livable. Notice I didn't say likable, but livable. Your hero doesn't have to be someone likable at first, but they must be someone you can live with or who's able to be redeemed through the arc of your story. There has to be something about them that makes them worthy of following through the story. A great example of this is a man called Ove. It follows an old curmudgeon who's a combative, awful human being. But you realize very quickly in the story that he has livable qualities. He has integrity and other traits that makes him someone you can tolerate on a day-to-day basis. You also see that he's a redeemable character. He goes from being entirely unlikable to someone the reader can appreciate. Number 3, there must be something about your hero or villain that makes them stand out from the crowd. A je ne sais quoi quality. This may not be immediately obvious, but as you build your character and the reader gets to know them, the quality will become more and more apparent. For example, most people walking down the street won't stop to intervene in a fight. They might say something or call the police, but the average person won't jump into a fight to break it up and put themselves at risk. But your hero? Maybe they can't walk away from a fight, can't walk away from a bully. They will always do what they believe is right. They'll go the extra mile that the average person won't. And it doesn't have to be jumping into the middle of fights. Maybe they're a caring and supportive person. As a hero, they're really caring and supportive. They really want to make sure that the people they're helping are okay. Number 4, the magic of making a great character is to give them conflicting characteristics. The best stories happen in the place where conflicting characteristics hide. For example, take Jack Sparrow. He's a genius, no doubt about it. He's able to anticipate actions, see things, and make moves that no one else would consider. But he's a buffoon. He bumbles around saying stupid things, doing stupid things, getting distracted when really he should be focusing on something else. He's also selfish, focusing entirely on what he wants, yet he's noble because he ends up doing the right thing. Think about how many scenes in the movies are caused by those traits overlapping. Action point. Take a few minutes to come up with 3 or 4 conflicting traits of your hero. They don't have to work together. You can even just pull them out of random. But your hero will have to be believable. So the hero's reaction to these conflicting traits needs to be strong, but not extreme. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being where they basically don't register the trait and 10 being absolutely crazy with the trait, the hero should fall in a 5 to 7 range. For example, if 1 trait is the hero always stands up to a bully, then your hero will run in and intervene. But if the conflicting trait is that your hero is really pain averse, then the hero was going to deal with the bully in a way that will limit how likely he or she is going to get hurt. A great example of this is the TV show Monk. He's a germaphobe, but his curiosity is insatiable. He'll go places he wouldn't normally with the fear of germs because his curiosity drives him to it. An exception to the rule is if you build your character with some sort of trigger. For example, in LA Confidential, one of the central characters has a trigger. If he thinks a woman is being abused, he'll intervene with extreme violence, evidence or not. This causes a major issue when he encounters 2 women with black eyes getting into a limo. He attacks the rich guy in the back seat before discovering that these women were not being abused, but rather their black eyes were the result of recent plastic surgery they had on their noses. As a cop, you can see his conflicting characteristics at play. He should follow procedure, gather evidence, and let the court administer justice. And mostly he does, unless he's triggered. Secondary characters. The requirement for secondary characters are similar to those for primary characters, but toned down. A secondary character doesn't have to be as proactive as the primary character. Any secondary character who's following the hero does have to be redeemable or livable, even if not likable. And for conflicting characteristics, they should have 2, maybe 3. They should be at the extremes of these characteristics, either a 3 or a 10, where they aren't terribly reactive or they're excessively reactive. So now you have your character concept, or at least you're underway. The next thing you have to do, and one of the most important, is create a connection to your characters, specifically between your hero and the reader. The more your reader cares about your hero, what they're going through, and whether they'll reach their goals, the more they'll read everything you write and recommend your book to other people. There are a few things that will immediately build a connection with your reader. I've mentioned these before in an earlier chapter, but here's a reminder. They're likable. The hero is a great guy or gal. There's someone you want to hang out with. There's someone who will do what's right at their own expense. They're powerful or very good at what they do. They might not be likable, but they're the best at what they do. Your reader doesn't have to love the hero right off the bat, but there does have to be hope that the character is redeemable or livable. They're funny. They have a problem that isn't their fault. I didn't talk much about number 4 earlier, but it's absolutely crucial to build empathy between your character and reader. To make this even more effective, make the problem your hero faces a very personal one and universal in nature. There's a reason why almost every Liam Neeson movie is about him avenging someone who did him wrong. This is something that really annoys my 82-year-old mother, and as a result, she refuses to watch any more Liam Neeson movies. They're all the same. Everything Liam Neeson does is unique and beautiful, Mom. Everything. Universal problems of love, hope, revenge, forgiveness. There's a reason why so many stories have them. These are the things the average reader immediately relates to, and they create empathy between the character and the reader. Some poignant examples are Shrek wants to be left alone because he feels he's undeserving of love. Who hasn't felt that at some point in their life? Romeo and Juliet are both overwhelmed with the love for each other that the rest of the world is merely an obstacle for them to be together. Who hasn't either felt that kind of burning desire or wished they felt such a burning desire? Connor in Patrick Ness's A Monster Calls yearns so much for the ability to punch the intangible monster of cancer in the face that he literally manifests a monster who torments him. Who hasn't faced an unpunchable villain like cancer, illness, or natural disaster and wished they could strike out against it? Similarly, Amy Adams' character in Arrival operates on the double motivation of honoring the memory of her child while saving the world from what seems to be an alien invasion. I'm trying not to give spoilers, but if you want a masterclass on storytelling, watch and rewatch Arrival. It's phenomenal. Craft your character. Now it's your turn. You've probably been building your character in your head as you've read this chapter, and now it's time to flesh out those characters some more. In the book, I have created a worksheet that should help you create these characters. Do the exercise at your own pace and try to fill out as much as possible. But again, this is how I build my characters. Find something that works for you. Final thoughts on characters. Great characters change over the course of the story, but you can't just have them go from a curmudgeon at the beginning to a lovable hero at the end. The reader must see the progression throughout the story. How do you do that? The answer is simple. Tie your character's major development to the 5 milestones. The hero's internal journey and development should be connected to the external journey as well as the A story. Who does the hero have to become to accomplish the A story? For example, is the hero a loner, but the A story is that he has to save the princess and in order to do so has to become a team player? This is the story of Shrek, by the way. He has to learn how to work with others in order to save Princess Fiona. And throughout the movie, we see his development from the spiteful loner to someone who can successfully work with others. In character development, there should be setbacks, just like with the 5 milestones of the story as a whole. Where there are setbacks in the middle of progress, there need to be setbacks in the hero's development as a person. Something can happen that sends the hero back to his or her old way of thinking, which they have to overcome again. But ultimately, the character keeps progressing and growing as a person. So what do the 5 milestones look like in character development? Milestone 1, the setting. The hero is living a normal life. They are content and comfortable, even if not incredibly happy. Milestone 2, the inciting incident. They are taken completely out of their comfort zone. Their emotional energy is spent on trying to deal with that. They may be forced to change in order to get through the inciting incident. Milestone 3, the first slap. The hero gets a big shock. No matter how prepared they were for it, it still comes as a huge surprise. The main thought of the hero at this point is, oh wow, how am I going to survive this? The hero is being pushed to confront their character development in order to survive the first slap, but they may also experience setbacks here. Did they make progress in the development in milestone 2? That progress is taken away in some manner, forcing them to return to their old way of thinking, and they have to fight through that again. Milestone 4, the second slap. The hero becomes resolute, angry, and determined. This is where the most growth happens and the fewest setbacks occur. Milestone 5, the climax. The hero has grown significantly and overcome many of their personal shortcomings. Hopefully, you now feel like you have a good handle on who your hero is and the progression they will make throughout your story. Your characters are one of the most important parts of your story and are the biggest thing that will keep your readers reading and bring them back for your future books. Spend as much time as you need to ensure you have a well-developed cast that readers will gravitate towards and root for. Chapter 10. Bonus: Your villain. It's been said that your book is only as good as your villain, and I absolutely believe that. A great villain can make your reader substantially more invested in your story and in any subsequent story you write, which means you need to understand what makes a good villain, or rather, a bad villain. You know what I mean. Regardless, your villain should be just as fleshed out as your hero if you want to write a truly compelling story. So, what makes for a compelling villain? How do you develop a villain your reader will love to hate, one that they can't stop thinking about, and one they're desperate to see defeated? Let's start with this. Some of the same traits we discussed for heroes are absolutely applicable here. Most notably, your villain needs to be proactive, and they must have something that separates them from the average person. These distinguishing traits don't necessarily have to be bad. Maybe your villain is incredibly smart, an accomplished chemist or doctor. Maybe they're charismatic and can easily draw people in. In and of themselves, those traits aren't evil. But the way your villain uses them, that's what differentiates them from your hero. A few pro tips for crafting great villains. 1. Their motivation must be relatable. There is one reason why villains who are just crazy are difficult to write well. That kind of motivation isn't really relatable to the audience. Take Thanos from the Avengers. He wants to destroy half the universe. Why? Because his own world was destroyed due to lack of balance, and he wants to prevent other planets from sharing the same fate. Who wouldn't go to extreme lengths to save their own people? In the comics, his motivation is even more personal. He's fallen in love with the goddess of death. He believes that by sacrificing half the souls of the universe, she'll finally return his love. Or take Ken from the Barbie movie. He's not a true villain, but he's an obstacle to Barbie's goal. And his desire? He just wants to count, to matter. It's genius because it taps into something deeply human and inverts the real world in a way that makes Barbie Land feel even more powerful. The point? Your villain's motivation needs to be clear and emotionally resonant. Your reader should be able to say, yeah, if I were in that situation, maybe I'd do the same thing. Hopefully they wouldn't, but they should at least understand. 2. Shared goals between hero and villain can create powerful tension. This isn't required, but if you can pull it off, it's incredibly effective. In the Avengers, both Thanos and the Avengers want a better world. In Barbie, both Ken and Barbie want to be the best versions of themselves. The difference lies in how they go about achieving it. The villain's methods are toxic, obsessive, or harmful, while the hero's path is usually healthier and more empathetic. The tension that can drive some of the most compelling conflict in your story. 3. Villains don't conflict with themselves. Unlike heroes who are often torn between their decisions, morals, or fears, villains are often frightening because of their certainty. They aren't at war with themselves. They've made peace with their actions and they don't look back. Take Batman, for example. He wants to eradicate crime in Gotham, but he won't kill anyone. That internal line is where much of his tension lives, especially when facing villains like the Joker. A villain, on the other hand, doesn't hesitate. They do whatever it takes, no matter what, to get what they want. If you do question If they do question themselves, it's momentary and doesn't change the outcome. Number 4, villains must be multidimensional. A serial killer is scary, but a serial killer who's charming, insightful, and deeply manipulative, now that's interesting. Give your villain layers, make them smart, make them well-rounded, make them funny. Give them qualities that could be heroic if they weren't being used for terrible things. 5. Genre changes the villain role. Villains don't always look like villains. In romance, the villain is usually an internal wound or fear, something inside the protagonist that keeps them from embracing love. In Dirty Dancing, the father is arguably the villain, but he's not evil. He just wants what's best for his daughter. His actions create conflict because they oppose the heroine's wants, not because he's malicious. In children's books, villains may not even be people. They're often situations. Fear, loneliness, a desire to belong, or a seemingly impossible task. In Giraffes Can't Dance, the obstacle is self-doubt. In How to Catch a Star, it's the challenge of reaching for something just out of reach. Though maybe not as dark or unpleasant, these villains are just as powerful as Thanos or Kin, because they are what stands between the hero and their goal. And they still must feel real and relatable in order for the reader to connect. They tend to be misunderstood or to misunderstand, and so create the biggest roadblock in your hero's story. Chapter 11. Setting and World Building. World building is a term you've probably heard before. Most authors engage in it. In fact, I'd argue it's one of my favorite parts of the process. I mean, who doesn't want to play God? Phenomenal cosmic power! Itty bitty living. Book? What's more, it's easy to get lost in world building, and that's perfectly understandable. You've read the entire Game of Thrones series twice. You've watched the Star Wars movies a dozen times. You even own your own, non-red, Star Trek uniform. Why? Because that's a world you'd love to visit. Heck, you already do through their stories. But then it comes to write your own book, and you want to create a universe that's just as rich as the ones you adore. So you start building. History, economics, magic, tech, intricate corporate structures, for all you billionaire boyfriends writers out there, climates, etc. And before you know it, you're constructing poems in a language that's a crossover between Tolkien's Elvish, Klingon, and Dorkathian. And you still have yet to write an actual word of story. Hark! Okay, let's unpack this. First off, most of the worlds were created while the authors were writing the books. Dune, Star Wars, Star Trek, Game of Thrones, hell, even The Lord of the Rings to some extent, was created on the fly. Yeah, on the fly. Meaning these writers didn't know it all, or even a quarter. In George R.R. Martin's case, when they started writing their books. They had some elements, sure, but most of the stuff you loved was developed during the writing process. In Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in the US, Harry inherits an invisibility cloak from his father. Initially, it seems like a convenient magical item that aids Harry in various adventures, especially sneaking around Hogwarts. However, as the series progresses, it's revealed that the invisibility cloak is one of the 3 deadly hallows, powerful magic objects created by Death himself. This unexpected connection turns a seemingly minor detail into a crucial element of the overarching plot. The accidental world building here adds depth to the magical history of the Harry Potter universe and plays a significant role in the climax of the series. Rowling has mentioned in interviews that she didn't initially plan for the invisibility cloak to be one of the deadly hallows, but stumbled upon the idea as she developed the later books in the series. This accidental world building demonstrates how unplanned details can become integral to the narrative, enriching the fictional universe. An on-the-fly moment that made up for amazing world building. So no, I'm not saying world building isn't important. It absolutely is. But overdoing it turns your book into a travel guide. Lonely Planet, Tatooine edition. And that's not a story. So, how much is enough? Or better yet, how much is too much? In this next section, we'll try to look at the key elements of world building that gets you started. Just enough scaffolding for your characters, your imagination, and your readers to do the rest. The fundamentals of world building. Before we build the world, we need to set the stage. It all starts with setting, and there are 3 types you'll encounter most often. You probably have some idea of what kind of setting you want to use for your book. But what are the nuances to each world type, and how will they affect your book? Let's look at them individually. Imaginary worlds. There are a lot of elements in an imaginary world that can differ from our own, and you should take the time to consider them. Thoughtful choices will help you flesh out your world and make it feel as immersive and developed as possible for your reader. Even though many aspects may be different, there's also value in what stays the same. A familiar touchstone, a tradition, a piece of technology, a shared emotion can make a strange world feel grounded and relatable. I mentioned some of this earlier, but here's a list of elements to consider when shaping your world. These can be wildly different, subtly altered, or completely unchanged, depending on the story you want to tell. Technology. Is it advanced or primitive? Magic-based? Do people use electricity or are there alternatives? How do they travel, communicate, or fight? Politics. Who holds power? Is it a monarchy, democracy, theocracy, or something else? What are the tensions between the classes or factions? Geography. What does the land look like? Is it Earth-like or completely alien? Are there oceans, deserts, floating islands? Culture. What do people value? What are their customs, holidays, taboos, and rituals? Religion. Are there gods? How many? One? None? Is religion a force for good, corruption, or something in between? Language. Do characters speak English or something else? Are there dialects or secret languages? Economy. What do people trade? What has value? Are there capitalistic, communal, feudal? Social structure. What roles do gender, race, class, and age play? Who has power and who doesn't? Law and justice. What laws exist and how often are they enforced? Is justice fair, corrupt, divine? Art and entertainment. What do people do for fun or expression? Music, sports, blood games? History. What are the big events of the past and still shape the present? Who tells those stories and who's silenced? Race or species. Are there different species? What are their relationships like? Is there harmony or prejudice? Architecture. What do cities, homes, temples, or fortresses look like? How do materials, climate, and cultural values affect design? The point isn't to answer every single one of these questions before you write. The point is to let them simmer in the background and inform your choices as you go. Build just enough that your world feels real, then let the characters live in it. You can, and absolutely should, borrow from real-world, past and present examples. Avatar, for instance, draws heavily from the indigenous history and cultural traditions of the 17 and 1800s. Though it changes the species, climate, and the other world-specific elements, the foundations are familiar enough to be understood by a modern audience. And that's the key. Your world needs to be understandable to today's readers. Even if many aspects are alien, grounding the unfamiliar in emotional truths and relatable ideas like love, loss, ambition, and freedom keeps your readers invested. In Avatar, for example, the concept of soulmates is culturally distinct for the Na'vi, but the underlying emotional connection is deeply human and familiar. Give your world a history. Just like our world, your fictional world didn't start on page 1. Your story is happening in a time shaped by the past, and your world needs a sense of history. Start by deciding what era your story takes place in, then work backwards. Ask, what major events led to the current state of the world? Aim for 3 to 10 major historical events that shaped your world. These could be political events, revolutions, empires falling, treaties signed, natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, technological breakthroughs, the discovery of magic, a ruined machine age, cultural shifts, mass migrations, lost religions, and the rise of a new ideology. Then consider who the heroes of the past were. Pick your 3 notable figures: warriors, philosophers, rebels, queens, inventors, who shaped the world your protagonist lives in. Their legacies might be celebrated, misunderstood, or buried. Just don't go overboard. You're writing a story, not a textbook. Let the history provide texture, not take over. Track your world. As you write, keep a living record of the world you're building. This can be as simple as a document or a spreadsheet where you track the names of cities, races, currencies, or holidays, the timeline of historical events, quotes, sayings, or customs you invent along the way. Why? Because readers notice inconsistencies. If a character references a ruined city in one book, it's mysteriously thriving in book 3, your audience will catch it. A world that follows its own rules will feel real and immersive. Tell only what's relevant. It's tempting to include every cool detail you've invented, but resist. Always ask, is this relevant to the plot or character journey right now? Tolkien's Middle-earth is richly detailed, but most of its deep history is told outside The Lord of the Rings. You don't need to front-load the lore. Just hint at it when necessary. The readers care more about what's happening to your protagonist, not what happened to a dead king 3 millennia ago. Bonus tip: use a side character. One of the best ways to discover your world's depth is to write a short story from the perspective of a side character. This could be 10 to 20,000 words told through the eyes of someone not central to the main plot. It gives you a feel of how the world operates outside the hero's view, insight into the different races, religions, and regions, a great marketing tool, a prequel or a bonus story to offer fans. It's also a low-pressure way to develop your setting before diving into the main novel. Alternate realities. Believe it or not, alternate realities are more common setting than fully imaginary worlds. Even a modern world romance set in New York often functions as a form of alternate reality. Why? Because the version of New York you see on the page isn't a perfect replica of the real city. It's shaped by the story and filtered through the characters' experiences. The setting becomes a kind of stylized reality, a backdrop designed to support the emotional and thematic stakes. When building an alternate reality, begin with a what-if question, just like your premise exercise. What if certain people suddenly gain superpowers? That's the foundation of the Marvel Universe, where mutants, aliens, and radioactive spiders coexist in a version of Earth that's almost, but not quite, our own. What if the gods abandon the world? That's the premise of the Gone God world, my own story, where ancient deities have departed and their exiled followers now live among humans. It's still Earth, but one where you might find a minotaur and elf as your next-door neighbor. What's the same? What's different? The most effective alternate realities start by identifying what remains the same as our real world. Many alternate reality stories begin with history that is identical to our own up to one pivotal moment that changes everything. That's the fork in the road. From there, ask, what changed because of that one event? And then also ask, how did it affect politics, technology, society, and daily life? Use the same elements we discussed in the imaginary world section: culture, economics, politics, climate, race, species, but focus on how they evolve differently from a shared starting point. For example, imagine a timeline where 2 time travelers assassinate Hitler before he can start World War II. How does that change global alliances, technology, human rights movements, international borders, or even pop culture? The alternate reality story doesn't just show a different event, It explores a ripple effect of the difference across the world. Make the change believable. With an imaginary world, the reader is ready for the unexpected. But alternate realities demand a higher degree of plausibility. You're still working with the reader's version of Earth. So any major shift, whether magical, technological, or historical, need to feel grounded. This holds true when your story is set in the past, King Arthur's legends reimagined with dragons, the present, a parallel world where magic exists just beneath the surface, or the future, the Hunger Games where a post-collapsed North America is now Panem. How accurate should you be? Say your story takes place at the Waldorf Astoria in Manhattan. Do you need to describe the exact floor plan, the wallpaper, the tableware? Not necessarily. You can use real names and locations for grounding, but you're under no obligation to replicate them exactly. If it serves the story better to reimagine the hotel entirely, do it. As long as you signal that it's your version of the location, one shaped by your narrative, you have creative freedom. A word on research. Yes, research is important, but it's also a trap if you're not careful. Writers love to learn, and it's easy to fall into the bottomless rabbit hole of history, architecture, folklore, or military strategy. But here's the truth. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to know enough to be convincing in the context of your story. So set a time limit on your research. Give yourself an hour, a day, whatever feels appropriate, but don't let it derail your writing momentum. Use what you know. One of the best places to write a compelling alternate reality is to start with a place you know. Use your city, your hometown, or any place you've lived in or visited extensively. Your intimate knowledge of that place will give the setting authenticity, while you remain free to twist the details that suit your fictional version. You already know how the streets feel, how the air smells, what the locals say, what buildings stand where. The foundation lets you confidently layer in your what-if changes, whether it's a hidden magical system or a long-lost civilization beneath the subway or a city where the sun never sets. Actual locations. No matter what kind of world you build, imaginary, alternate, or real, your story still has to happen somewhere. And not just in the grand overarching sense. Every single scene takes place in a specific location, so world building doesn't stop once you've figured out your map or magical rules. It continues on a moment-to-moment basis as you build out each setting within your story. Let's break down the key elements you should always consider from scene to scene. Physical location. Every scene needs a place. Don't just default to a generic room or somewhere outside. Make sure there's a reason why a particular scene happens in a particular place, even if that reason is just for your own clarity as an author. Is it close to where the action was before? Does it have the tools or settings your character needs? Does it mirror a theme or emotion? Setting isn't just background, it's functional, and when used well, it strengthens plot and character choices. Seasons. Seasons aren't just calendar details, they're emotional cues. They can reflect your story's mood, themes, or pacing. Consider how the looming presence of winter in A Game of Thrones acts as both a literal and symbolic harbinger of danger and decay. Think about how the world's seasons, spring, summer, fall, or winter, can mirror the internal journey of your characters or foreshadow what's to come. Time of day. Time is a simple but often overlooked detail. Readers need a sense of when things are happening to follow the rhythm and progress of your story. If event A happens in the morning and event B in the evening, the gap matters. Has your character been waiting, dreading, recovering, or rushing? Without time markers, the pacing can feel muddy and disjointed. So anchor your scenes in temporal reality, even subtly. Geography. Geography gives depth to your setting and helps it feel lived in. Whether your characters are climbing a mountain, walking through a desert, or hiding in a damp urban alley, the shape and feel of the land matters. This also applies indoors. Don't overlook architectural materials. Marble versus hardwood floors, glass walls versus crumbling stone, because these details tell the reader something about the place. Wealth, age, decay, elegance, geography equals world texture. Landmarks. Landmarks are your chance to drop a visual anchor that can build culture, tone, or even narrative tension. A crumbling statue, a graffiti-covered train car, a sacred tree surrounded by worn offerings. The elements are more than window dressing. They're storytelling tools. What story does the landmark tell? Does it reflect the wealth of the region or the poverty? Is it cared for or neglected? Does it change the season, time of day, or weather? These little details build immersion without info dumping. How to show, not tell, a setting. Now that you know the elements to include, let's talk about how to weave them naturally into your story. Readers want to feel the world, not just hear about it. Here's how to do that effectively. Show how the settings make your hero feel. Rather than writing, "It was an unsettling place," dig into the physical or emotional reaction your character has. She felt death lurking in the air, setting her hair on end. Her shoulders relaxed, the tension bleeding out from them. The setting becomes more vivid when filtered through the character's perception. Engage all 5 senses. Don't stop at sight or sound. Go deeper. Touch. Is the air humid or clinging to skin? Are the floorboards gritty beneath bare feet? Smell. Is there incense, mold, blood? What emotional memories do those smells trigger? Taste. Can you taste the salt in the sea air or the metallic bite of fear? Using those rarely tapped senses immerses your reader on a visceral level. Describe through action. Fold your settings descriptions into what your character is doing. He ran through the alley, the echoes of his feet slapping on the pavement rebounding between the tall buildings. She slipped on the moss-slick stone, bracing herself against the cold marble wall. This creates motion, mood, and setting in a single, seamless moment. Use setting to foreshadow. A powerful way to build atmosphere is to use the world itself as a mirror or omen. The painting depicted a terrified rabbit about to be caught by the hunting dog. I knew exactly how that rabbit felt. Here, the setting isn't just a background detail. It's telling you something about the character's fate. Effective world building isn't about explaining your world. It's about revealing it through your character's interactions with it, moment by moment, detail by detail. Final thoughts on world building. The most important thing to keep in mind with world building, no matter what type of world you're building, is that any rules you establish must remain consistent. You can't have something work in one scene and not in another. For example, if people can teleport in your world, then that's a rule. They can teleport. Or maybe it's more complicated. Perhaps they can teleport, but 1 in 5 teleportations fail. That's a rule too. The rules of your story aren't limited to science fiction or fantasy. Thrillers, romances, and every other genre have rules as well. If your character lives in a small town with racial tension, for example, there can't suddenly be a widespread tolerance without a buildup of scenes and scenarios that justifies that change. No matter what kind of world you're building, one of the best ways to begin is to simply start writing. You may have ideas about how the politics, cultures, climates, landscapes, and historical elements fit together, but you won't truly see how they interact until you're writing. When you're forced to make them fit and begin to recognize the opportunities that arise naturally through story development. Take time to reflect on the questions and nuances we've discussed in this chapter. You don't want to just throw ideas onto the page like spaghetti on a wall and hope something sticks. But neither should you get stuck trying to iron out every tiny detail, many of which will resolve themselves, often more organically and effectively, once you begin writing. Chapter 12. The Fundamentals of a Chapter That Works. What if I told you that most people can't identify when a scene begins or ends? Or that entire chapters may not be scenes at all, but something called sequels? And I don't mean part 2 of your story. It's true. I've seen this time and again with my students who intuitively understand scenes when instinctively writing sequels. In this chapter, I'll unpack the building blocks of a chapter, specifically the scenes and subsequent sequels you need in order to tell a great story. Note, I learned this concept from the great Deborah Chesser, author of The Fantasy Fiction Formula. Please check it out. It's a fantastic book. Scene sequeling. This is probably the best thing I can teach any new writer because it's the building block and foundation of any great story. How to construct a fantastic scene. But here's the thing. In my experience, most young writers can't tell where a scene should start and end. They usually give a scene too much time or too many words, when in reality, it's a very small capsule of the entire book. So what makes a good scene? There are 3 components, and only 3. Your character must have an objective. It could be getting groceries from the store. It could be saving an entire planet from obliteration. It doesn't really matter what the objective is, but your hero must be trying to achieve something. The bigger the goal, the more interesting the book, but there will inevitably be moments in your story when all your hero wants is a coffee. 2, there must be an obstacle to the goal. If you want the goal to be exciting and engage the reader, there must be an obstacle in the way of your character achieving that goal. Writing isn't about giving your characters an easy pass. You have to make your characters really work for everything they're trying to achieve. Number 3, there is an outcome to trying to achieve that goal. Whether they succeed or fail, your hero tried, and the results of that effort should never be glossed over. The easiest way to explain this is by giving an example. Billy wants pizza. We need to ask ourselves a few basic questions before we can dive into this scene. Who is Billy? Let's say he's a 14-year-old kid. Why does he want pizza? The answer? What 14-year-old kid doesn't want pizza? What's the obstacle to him getting pizza? Let's keep this one simple. Billy doesn't have money, which brings up the next question. Why doesn't Billy have money? Ultimately, these questions are the cosmetics of the story, so let's flesh them out. Who is Billy and why doesn't he have money? Let's say, for the sake of this scene, that Billy is very poor, living in a trailer park a couple miles away from the freeway with his mom, who's a single mother. His baby brother Jack is a snot-nosed 4-year-old whom Billy blames for his parents' divorce. Not a lot of details, but you can already see how these cosmetics give us wriggle room to create a compelling story. So let's construct a scene. We know that Billy wants a pizza but has no money. We need to figure out how he's going to get the money. As a 14-year-old, the first course of action would probably be to ask his mom. That leads us to a new question. What is Billy like? Is he entitled, a brat, suave, smart? Let's say for this scene, he's a bit of a fox, a trickster, and he's suave. Basically, he's no fool, and he knows he can't just outright ask his hard-working, tired mom for money. He needs to woo her. Hey, Ma, how was work? You must be exhausted. Come over, sit down, put your feet up. Let me give you a foot rub. Billy pulls out the cream. 3 appreciative groans in, he starts talking again. Remember when you said if I got straight A's on my test, you'd give me $20? And if I had straight A's on my report card, you'd give me another $20 for that? Well, I got straight C's. Why don't you give me $10 and we'll call it even? All right. So now the scene's been set. The obstacle, or the attempt to overcome it, is in place. which leads us to one of 4 possible outcomes. These outcomes are the ones you'll choose from for any scene you create in your book. Types of scenes outcome. Number 1, the yes. Sure, Billy, here's the money. While yes does happen in real life, you as a writer must never use yes. It's boring. I mean, really, really boring. If your stories is a series of yeses, hell, even if it's just got a few of them, the reader will be screaming at the book. Where's the conflict? Where's the struggle? You should never, ever use it. Well, almost never. There are 2 times yes could be something you use, but those 2 times are solely for comedic effect. One example is if you have a scenario like this. Hercules scales the 7 peaks of Olympus and traverses the 9 layers of Hades to retrieve a magic orchid for the witch so he can trade it for the antidote for his love. He gets the orchid and brings it to the witch. Oh, witch, here is the magic orchid. Can you give me the orchid? And the witch simply says, yeah, sure, here you go, Hercules. No fanfare, no trumpets, just a deflationary toss of the ointment, and that's it. Could be funny if done right. And to be clear, I still don't think I did the yes here justice. I honestly think it's a bit anticlimactic. Herc went through all that effort just to get a simple yes. The second instant yes can be used as at the end of a romance plot or subplot. Will you marry me? Yes. But even then, I would argue that you should really try not to use a straight up yes for it. The no. No, Billy, you may not have the money. Then mom stomps upstairs without another word. From the reader's standpoint, this is way better than yes, but it's also the equivalent of slamming a door in your own face. Where can you go with the story from here? It's a bit difficult, and it doesn't do your story any favors. Sure, Billy has options, but as you can see in the next sections, those options are likely to be things plucked from thin air, something readers hate, rather than the seeds that you planted organically. God, sometimes I hate myself. Earlier in the story. That said, there are some instances where no can be a lot of fun to provide some humor. Hercules scales the 7 peaks of Olympus, traverses Hades to get the antidote. May I have the antidote, O witch? And she says no and slams the door in his face. We see this in full effect in the movie adaptation, The Princess Bride. The book is different, but just as good. When Inigo the Spaniard and Fezzik the giant brings Wesley to Miracle Max. Can you revive him, they ask. Miracle Max's wife slams the door in their faces. It's hilarious, and of course I don't do the scene justice. All that effort, all that hope for a quick, unceremonious, uncompromising door slap. Montoya, Fezzik, and the almost dead Wesley are left standing in the dirt, scratching their heads. This was their only hope, and for anyone who's seen the movie, you know this is one of those moments that's both surprising, as we the audience didn't expect hard-nosed, and hilarious in the uncomfortable oh my kind of way. But here's the key. That no is quickly turned around when Miracle Max shows up a few seconds later and we dive into the next scene. That's important. A no can be super uncomfortable for the reader, and you need to give the hero and the reader hope that this is not indeed the end. If you decide to go this route and use a no for comedic effect, don't do it more than a couple times in your story. Another instance where no can work well is in a detective or action story. Take a character from Clue, for example. The detective thinks the murder was committed by Mrs. Peacock in the library with the candlestick. The detective is positive he's right, 100%. No doubt, no wiggle room. So much so that she convinces the reader she's right. And now both detective and reader are entering the next scene sure that the killer will be uncovered. The detective confronts Mrs. Peacock, only to discover that she was giving a speech in front of a massive audience at the exact time of the murder. There's no way it could have been her. The detective was wrong, dead wrong. This is a moment of crisis. The detective was so sure. Now what? And now we briefly watch her flounder until the next clue appears. Around milestone 4, we discover that Mrs. Peacock has a twin sister. It could be her after all. The detective's crisis of wait, This is what I do for a living. How could I have gotten it so wrong? Mrs. Peacock couldn't have been anywhere near the murder scene is reversed when she uncovers the existence of the twin. Yes, but. Yes, Billy, you can have $10, but I need to sleep. So you're going to watch your baby brother Jack all night. If he wakes me up, I wake you up, if you catch my drift. Much better. There are stakes, conflict, and something to hinge your next plot points on. We've avoided the door slam of no and the boring yuck of yes, and we're into new territory. This is what will get your reader to come back and say, what's going to happen next? In the Billy example, there's a condition to the money, but the condition is undesirable, which is exactly what the but is all about. If we could establish that there's something the hero absolutely doesn't want, then woohoo! We're off to the races! Remember when I said earlier Billy's parents are divorced and he blames Jack for it? Well, now he's watching the brat. WTF, as the kids say. Let's add some flavor. Dad left right after Jack was born. So, for a 14-year-old, it's natural to assume correlation is causation. What if Jack is a real troublemaker? The condition for getting money for the pizza only if he watches his brother moves the story along and creates additional tension and conflict for the hero. Now what? Set this up right, and suddenly the reader is turning the page, wondering what will happen next. No and. No, Billy, you can't have the money. And I saw you smoking behind the woodshed. If I weren't so exhausted, I'd punish you right now. But doing that would probably lead me to commit homicide. So I'm going to bed. And you better pray to all that you hold holy that your baby brother doesn't wake up. You're on Jack duty. I'd better have the best night's sleep of my life. Got it, Billy? Now we're cooking. The stakes, conflict, plot. Not only does Billy not get the money, but he's in trouble and has to watch his brother. This is the sweet spot of your story. This is what great narrative is built on. Strive as often as possible to give us no ands, and you'll have a story that readers will love. You want to compile the buts and ands for your outcome. Make it as difficult and frustrating as possible for your hero, because that's where they'll really get a chance to shine, as you'll see in a minute. Do it right, and your readers will be tearing through your book. A bonus outcome, the yes and or the no but scenarios. Yes, you can have the money, and I'm going to give you an extra $10 to get some soda if you watch your brother later. Less conflict, but there's story fodder in those words. After all, Billy is smart and he can get into a lot of trouble with an extra $10. This is where the hero gets more than they asked for. An example of this occurs in the first Avengers movie. They stop Loki and recover the Tesseract, a cosmic power designed by all the evils of the universe, thus making Earth a prime target. That and fueled so many movie sequels, it makes my head spin. Then there's the no but, where it goes something like this. No, you can't have the money, but there's a frozen pizza you can heat in the oven. Billy and fire are a deadly combination. In the story, the hero doesn't get what he wants, but he gets something else. Jack Reacher never reunites with his brother, but he does find the killer. The world isn't saved in the Maze Runner, but the hero does find a way to start rebuilding it. You can use these options for scene outcomes, but if you do, you need to turn them on their heads. If you don't, these outcomes are really just you being nice to your characters. And the nicer you are to your characters, the more boring your story will be. This isn't about giving your characters an easy ride. It's about testing them, putting their feet to the fire, making them struggle. Because when the scene and the action are over, we can cut to the next part, which is called the sequel or the reaction. The quality of the sequel or reaction depends entirely on how well you set up the scene and what you chose for the outcome. Sequels, reactions. Now we move on to the sequel. In my experience, most people, even after a sequel is explained, don't know what it is or how to use it. But most young writers are doing this intuitively, thinking they're writing another scene. And in a way, they are. So what is a sequel? Simply put, it's this. Your POV character has done something, received the result, yes, no, yes, but, or no, and now they have to deal with the fallout of what they've done. The sequel is their reaction to the scene. It's the part of your book where the characters get to shine. After all, it's in the sequel that your characters reveal how smart, sensitive, enterprising, conniving, evil, or good they really are. There are 3 parts to a sequel or reaction. Digestion. This is where your POV character, the one whose perspective you're writing from, is processing what just happened in the previous scene and considering what comes next. We'll get more into it in a bit. Dilemma. Now that your character knows the outcome of the previous scene, they begin weighing their options. This can be a lot of fun as it allows for interesting development and moments of introspection and tension. Decision. Simply put, this is what your hero is going to do. So back to Billy. First, we get the emotional and logical digestion. His reaction could very well be, I hate my mom, I hate my brother, I hate my life. After all, he's 14. But remember, Billy is smart. He knows that if he throws a tantrum right now, his mom will probably kill him. So he puts on his poker face and responds with logic. All right, Ma, sure thing. I tell you what, why don't you go to bed? Don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of Jack and we'll talk about this in the morning. His mom isn't a dummy either. She gives him a dirty look, but after a double shift at the diner, she's exhausted. She goes to bed. Now that Billy's alone, he can start considering his choices. He has a lot of them. Steal money from his mom's purse, lock Jack in the closet, run away to the city, find Dad and live happily ever after, in his head at least, while Ma and Jack live out the rest of their lives. No matter the options, once Billy has gone over them, he goes, oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea, and that's where we cut to the decision. Note, 2 quick side notes about this example. First, the way I've set up the scene, all of Billy's deliberation is happening while he's alone. Everything he does to figure out his decision takes place in his head. Often in stories, this kind of deliberation happens through dialogue, conversations between 2 or more characters, but they're doing the same thing Billy is, considering their options and deciding what to do next. Second, for action scenes, including things like verbal fights or lovers' quarrels, the pacing of the scene sequel beats is much faster. There's a lot going on, so the 3 parts of the scene, goal, obstacle, and cosmetics, and the 3 parts of the sequel, digestion, dilemma, and decision, might happen in just a few lines. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how much space each takes part. What matters is that the necessary information is there and the pacing doesn't drag or bore the reader. Now, truly, back to Billy. Remember how I said Billy and his family live near the freeway? Well, presumably there's a truck stop not too far away. So, Billy grabs a jug, important, and some other supplies, hops on his bike with Jack, and heads to the truck stop. Once he gets there, he sets up a lemonade stand. Now picture this. Jack, the 4-year-old, is selling lemonade to truckers. The adults say something like, yeah, sure, kid, I'll have a lemonade. Here's $20. Nah, you keep the change. Anyone selling lemonade at 10 o'clock at night probably needs the money more than I do. So what's happening at the end of the scene? We got a yes and. Billy gets the money for his pizza. Yes, and now he has $500 because people feel sorry for him and Jack. This is what I mean by yes ands and no buts sparingly. In this scenario, Billy gets what he wants and a windfall. But here's the key. Because it's a yes and, there has to be a setup for something more later. That's good, fortunate. It has to turn sour unless this is the end of the book. In the next sequel, Billy has both the logical and emotional reaction. He's excited. He has enough for pizza tonight and for the next 2 months. But he also realizes he needs to keep Jack quiet, or Jack might tell their mom what they did. So Billy decides to get Jack a pizza and a Sprite because he's a good big brother. Billy goes into the diner to order the pizza. When he comes back, Jack is missing. What happens next depends entirely on genre. If this is a comedy, Billy spends the rest of his lemonade money getting Jack back. If it's a romantic comedy, Billy teams up with an enterprising 14-year-old girl and together they find Jack and she gives Billy her number. If it's a fantasy or horror, Jack was kidnapped by a monster. If it's sci-fi, Billy finds an alien and helps him return to his ship. If it's a thriller, Jack is found 3 days later in a ditch, and the rest of the story follows Billy through grief and guilt, ultimately getting taken away from his mother and sent to foster care, where he spends his time training with one objective: to catch Jack's killer. Do you see how powerful sequeling can be if you do it right? Everything starts to build on itself and drive your story forward. A scene is where your plot shines, where your reader gets to see what a talented storyteller you are. The twists, the turns, the excitement all live in plot. And plot happens in scenes. But sequels are where we get to know your character. The number one reason why readers come back to your stories and recommend them to others is because of your characters. How smart, resilient, talented, passionate, and flawed they are. Now that we've nailed down sequeling, let's take a closer look at some of the more nuanced details of crafting great scenes and sequels. Chapter 13. What goes into making great scenes sequels? There are several things I want to cover in more detail that will help you create great scenes and sequels. They are first lines, first chapters, description, hooks, the biggest no-no in writing, and finally managing chapters, breaks, and parts. Number 1. First lines. I can't emphasize enough how important first lines are. Your cover has hooked a potential reader enough to make them look at your blurb, and then they might have clicked on the Look Inside option on Amazon. The first line, really the first paragraph, not just the first sentence, is what's going to get the reader scrolling. The first line must simultaneously be an impactful statement and a question the reader can't answer unless they read on. To really understand the importance of first lines, I want to go a bit into the psychology of what motivates people to buy. There are 4 hooks to reel them in. First, curiosity. What's going on here? Second, urgency. This offer ends tomorrow. Third, proof of results. Check out all the testimonials about my product. And finally, benefits. This product will change your life. In fiction, we really only have one tool, curiosity, which means the first line has to bring it in spades. Let's look at a couple of examples. In A Monster Calls, the first line is, "The monster showed up just after midnight, as they do." This is an incredible first line because it shows that monsters come all the time and uses the mystery of midnight to make the reader want to know more about what's going on. Kite Runner's first line is, "I became what I am today at the age of 12, on a frigid, overcast day during the winter of 1975. This is a great first line because it leaves you wondering, who did you become and what happened on that day in 1975? Another great example is The Martian. "I'm pretty much fucked." Immediately, the reader wants to know several things. Why? How much is pretty much? And how is the main character going to deal with it? And one final fun first line from The Lightning Thief, starring teenaged Percy Jackson. "Look, I didn't want to be a half-blood." This carries so much information, yet leaves the reader wanting answers. Percy is clearly a half-blood, but why didn't he want to be? It seems like being a half-blood is problematic, but he has no say in the matter? Why? And how is he going to deal with it? Number 2, first chapters. Just like the first line, first chapters have to be strong enough to capture readers and hold them. The first chapter sets the precedent that the rest of the story can't be missed and that the reader has to finish it. But how do you do this? And what are the practical main objectives of a first chapter beyond capturing a reader? If you can do at least 2 of these 3 main points below, you'll have a solid first chapter. Create empathy with your hero. We've gone over this already. Your hero has to be likable, powerful, funny, or set up for a tragedy that isn't their fault. However you create empathy between your reader and your hero, you should do it in the first chapter. Get the reader excited about your plot or a story. How do you do that? Well, there's likely some big event coming in your story. A monster coming to town to destroy everything, aliens about to invade, an upcoming wedding. Combine the ideas and get a literal bridezilla. Get the reader invested in that event. Or, if you don't have a big event coming up in your story, give the reader something they can relate to. For example, death or the threat of death. This is why ER shows like Scrubs really work. If a big event or the threat of death doesn't fit your story, you can give the reader something they want. For example, everyone loves love. So put love in the first chapter. Show it, demonstrate it, give it some oomph. If love doesn't work for your opening chapter, you could use something like wealth or power. Use a world hook or setting. An exciting, strange world can hook readers. Something like Avatar or The Matrix immediately draws people in because they want to know more about the setting. When you do this, it's best to build a relatable issue. For example, climate problems, hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes are all relatable issues to a variety of people. Another example, getting stranded on a desert island or surviving a plane crash on a hostile snowy mountain. Don't forget, you also need to deliver your story promise. I will entertain you by. Show what genre and mood are, comedy, drama, and develop tension, what's coming next, in your first chapter. You also need to find ways of handling anything else that could act as a hook, like secondary characters, additional conflicts coming up, or even just the cosmetics of the story that would interest readers. First chapters have a lot to go into them, but remember that this is one of the most important parts of getting a reader to continue reading. Putting a lot of effort into crafting it well can be incredibly important. 3. Chapters, breaks, and parts. These 3 can be tricky buggers, but don't underestimate their importance. Let's start with chapters. Chapters. How do you manage going from one chapter to the next and know when to start and stop each chapter? There are a few ways to look at it. First, you can think about dividing up lengthy scenes. You don't want any single chapter to be too long. The reason why, and I know this sounds weird, is that at the end of a chapter provides a mental break for your reader. When you give them a long scene, even if it's exciting and flows well, it can become tiresome for the reader. The ironic part about this is that if you divide that lengthy scene into 2 chapters, readers will happily read both chapters and not get fatigued. You've given them a mental leg up and removed an obstacle to keeping them interested. The next way to know if you should end a chapter and start a new one is if there's a drastic shift in time or location, or if there's a shift in a new character. The shift to a new character is particularly important in third person because it gives the reader a clearer indicator that they're going to be in a different person's head. Finally, another way to know if you should think about ending a chapter is if there's a dramatic pause or cliffhanger. In fact, a good rule of thumb is to end every chapter you write with something that gives the reader a reason to pick up the book again. Remember, the end of the chapter is a break for the reader. If you don't give them a reason to come back after that break, they may put down your book forever. No matter how you decide to break up the chapters, there are no hard and fast rules, only better ways of doing it to increase the chances of your reader continuing to turn the page. Breaks. Chapters and breaks give different cues to your reader. Whereas a chapter ending is a pause point, a break is a spot for both a breath and changing the tempo. It isn't so much a spot to stop reading. A break can be symbolized however you want, either with a blank line or a symbol. I use 3 asterisks, but anything will work as long as you're consistent. You might be wondering where to put a break. Great question. Anywhere you could put a chapter break, you can insert a small break instead, a shift in perspective, time, or a cliffhanger. The only catch is that the breaks are small, so you have to decide whether a small break or a chapter break would be better to serve tension at this point in the story. Parts. Many novels have several parts to them. These are usually used when there's a big jump between time and location. For example, if the novel jumps from 1851 to 2222, each jump between centuries can be its own part. Or if you jump from New York to Hong Kong, those two sections could be their own part. Another occasion to use parts in your book is if you're switching between narrators, not characters, narrators. You can go from head to head between your character and switch perspectives to get a more complete view of the story. But switching narrators is when there's a shift in who's telling the story. The nuance between these two can be hard to identify, but just being aware of it will help you recognize it in your own story. One occasion to use parts is for a story within a story. For example, 1001 Arabian Nights, the frame story is Shahrazad telling stories to the king. The different parts signify when Shahrazad is telling the stories or when it's her story. A final occasion to use parts is when you shift from one milestone to another. I tend to have part 1 be from milestone 1 to 2, part 2 from milestone 2 to 3, part 3 from milestone 3 to 4, and part 4 from milestone 4 to the end. A note about using parts in your story. Only do it when the shift lasts for several chapters, at least 5, 8, or even 10. If it's going to be fewer chapters than that, simply leave the book as chapters and don't use parts. Parts aren't a prerequisite for a novel, so don't feel obligated to use them. Just remember to be consistent. Number 4, hooks. I'm not referring to a fish hook, though a hook in your book is trying to catch your reader. The end of every chapter represents a natural stopping point for your reader. How many times have you heard someone say, "Oh, just let me finish the chapter," and then they go to bed? That's where you can lose your reader, which means that's where you might not pull your reader to the end of the book, and therefore you can't push them into the next book. And that's where hooks come in. A hook at the end of a chapter is something that gives the reader a reason to keep going and come back after they stop. A hook is a knock at the door, an unanswered question. It's the continuation of some mystery that leaves the reader asking, will they, won't they? There are millions of things you could use as a hook, but the hook works in 2 ways. First, it gives the reader a nagging question that they need to answer by picking up the book again. Second, it matters most when the reader ends up giving you a review like, "Dang you, author X, I stayed up until 3 in the morning reading your book and now I'm exhausted." Best review ever. But the only way you're going to get there is by offering hooks. However, there is something to be wary of. If you're doing this at the end of every chapter, always ending on a cliffhanger or an unanswered question, it can be a bit tedious. You need to make sure you reward your reader when they move into the next chapter. There are a couple of things that you can do to prevent tedium. The first is to simply understand your plot and your character's motivations. Wherever those main points are, they are the points your readers are following as well. Keep these in mind when ending and starting chapters will help keep your reader focused and prevent fatigue. The second thing you can do is a practical exercise. Pick a few of your favorite books and read the last couple of paragraphs of a chapter and the first 2 to 4 paragraphs of the next one. How are they handling hooks and chapter openings? Chances are that if these are your favorite books, they're doing it well on some level, so let them be your teacher. Number 5, the biggest no-no in writing. Well, at least in modern writing. The last time I saw an author get away with this no-no was when I read Charlotte Bronte, and the rule she broke was coincidences. When 2 random events happen, but you can't explain the connection or how it's possible that they happen together. Coincidences absolutely happen in real life, but in books, they are transparently a convenient way to move your plot along. they don't feel believable. And the bigger the coincidence, the more likely your reader is going to say, wait a minute, how did that happen? It's completely unbelievable. Ironic, I know, when you're asking your reader to suspend their disbelief while reading your book. But that's one of those cares where you break the wall. There are two cases where coincidences are acceptable in your story. First, when you have an omniscient third-person narrator who knows and sees all. What happens to the character may seem like a coincidence because the reader has insight from the narrator, but it's not because we see how things are coming together as the story progresses. Second, coincidences are acceptable in comedy when your hero is really suffering at that point of breaking, and there's a small coincidence that helps them get out of the situation. Regardless, I recommend not using coincidences if you're writing your first or second book. You need to be a master of the fundamentals before you consider playing or breaking these conventions. Number 6, description. Every scene needs description, but how much should you use? The short answer is unfortunately there is no hard and fast formula. It's entirely up to you. That said, I want to give you a few points to help you better use description to pull your readers in. How much? Again, up to you. But description is used to set mood and tone as well as give information to the reader. This type of story you're telling will give you some guidance on how much description to include. A fast-paced story tends to have less description, a drama more. As you develop your personal voice, you'll find the right amount. But remember to be consistent throughout your story with how much description you're using, and never ever use description to show off your writing prowess. It's self-indulgent and the average reader doesn't care. Describe things in a universal and creative way. Avoid cliches or overused expressions. These don't fly well with readers. Show your reader what's going on. Don't just tell them, the desert was massive, or the desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Doesn't engage readers. But something like how Stephen King describes it is great. The desert was the apotheosis of all deserts, huge, standing to the sky for what looked like eternity in all directions. This really paints a picture for the reader and draws them in, and it does it in a way that almost anyone can understand or relate to. No matter how much description you use, please note that there are many extremely successful authors that hardly use description at all. Lee Child of the Jack Reacher series, Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code, and any of John Grisham's legal thrillers don't use much description, but are mega bestsellers. Number 7, finally, dialogue. First, let me dispel the myth that dialogue is a realistic representation of how we talk. It's not. Amazing dialogue in fiction rarely sounds like how we speak, but that doesn't mean it doesn't sound realistic. Let's first look at how it doesn't sound like us. In fiction, we rarely see characters do things like talk about the weather. In real life, the weather is just about the only thing I talk about with my in-laws. Readers don't care about the weather unless it's important to the story for some reason. And let's be honest, unless we're writing a story about natural disasters, the weather is rarely important. We also don't tend to see characters go off on tangents. In real life, I'm jumping all over the place, talking about a seemingly random sequence of thoughts that, in my mind, piece together in a very intricate and logical way, a la A Beautiful Mind. In story dialogue, everything must serve a purpose in fulfilling your A story. We don't see characters hem and haw and have meaningless conversations. If your character has awkward pauses, it's because it's a character trait that we've distinguished them by, and or because there's an emotional pressure that causes it. As for meaningless conversations, all your dialogue needs to be purposeful, unless the conversation's lack of point serves a purpose in the story. For example, your character may be flabbergasted or trying to distract themselves or someone else for some reason. Now that we've covered what doesn't go into dialogue, let's look at the two basic kinds of dialogue in fiction. Please note, I don't mean to imply that there are two and only two kinds of dialogue. There is lots of ways to skin the literary cat. That said, what I want to cover here are the two most common expected forms of dialogue in your story. First, there's dialogue that conveys information, such as establishing a character or moving a plot along. It's giving the reader something they need to know to fully digest the story. Second, dialogue can portray conflict, whether a hot-headed argument or subtle tension between two characters. The best dialogue does both of these things. This kind of dialogue, if done well, also helps us learn more about your characters. Another tip about dialogue: use silence. A lot of times we feel like a character has to react to everything that's said to them, but not having the character react or having them react in a passive-aggressive way, such as, yeah, sure, can be really poignant. It takes the pressure off of you to always give your character a comeback and allows you to develop your character through actions or simple words. A second tip is to cut out the obvious. One way to do this is to ask yourself if you can use description instead of dialogue to point something out. If the answer is yes, use silence instead of dialogue. The final major tip for dialogue is to write fast and polish in the editing phase. The hardest part about dialogue is that you're always going to be self-conscious as you're doing it. If you let yourself sit in that, you're going to get derailed and not finish writing the scene. Now for some smaller tips. First, when you're writing dialogue, use consistent grammar. It doesn't matter what style you choose to follow, just make it the same throughout. Second, give your character different speech patterns. Different vocabulary levels, tics, and accents will add a lot of depth to your characters and make your dialogue more believable. That said, beware of slang. You must have a firm grip on how that slang is used, as people from those communities might be turned off your books if you're using it incorrectly. Third, you can give your main and even some of your secondary characters 3 to 5 words that only they use. For example, in one of my books, I have a character who's the only person who uses the word indeed, unless someone is making fun of him for using it. Finally, don't use adverbs. The ly words are dirty because they tell instead of show. These last 2 chapters contained a lot of information on how to do scenes and structure your book in a way that will pull your readers deeper into your story and keep them reading. By no means does this cover everything. I could probably write a series of books on this topic, but for the purposes of this book, I wanted to give you the top-line view of the basics, which is to say, enough that you're now armed to write a great scene, sequel, and chapter, but not so overwhelmed that you have no idea where to start. It's a fine balance, and I hope I navigated these troubling narrative waters well. Everything I shared are critical elements, the fundamentals if you will, for taking your book to the next level, getting people raving about it, and allowing you to build an author career. But these last few chapters about the fundamentals of fiction, there's one more fundamental aspect of your author career I want to cover in the next chapter. And it's the reality of every writer's career, the fundamentals of failure. Chapter 14, the final fundamental. You're going to fail, and over time, you'll fail less. Fail better. 33 years later. I have failed a lot. As painful as this is going to be, especially for me, I'm going to walk you through every single one of my failures. Okay, maybe not every failure. Tanya said no to prom. But I'm going to walk you through a lot of my writing failures, starting with the very first story that I wrote when I was 10 years old. I dictated it to my mom as she typed it exactly how I told it to her. So the story goes, at least. Once it was finished, I proudly took it to my English teacher, Mr. Hogan. I was expecting a pat on the back, a bravo, maybe a standing ovation. But what I got was, "You didn't write this." I couldn't believe it. I was utterly devastated. My mother, who was the art teacher at our school, got involved and defended me. She went to Mr. Hogan and told him that she typed it up word for word as I told it to her, that this absolutely was my story. I don't know if Mr. Hogan believed her. All I know was that I never shared anything with Mr. Hogan again. What's worse? I was deflated, utterly and completely. Until, that is, my dad, who I'm pretty sure was certifiably insane, found a professional writer to mentor me. He worked on the Charlie's Angels show and happened to live on the same island I grew up on. I still don't entirely know what happened, but the idea was that this writer would help me develop my writing and help me write my next story. The truth was that this writer was supposed to encourage me by teaching me the fundamentals of fiction. He terrified me, scaring me away from writing instead. He didn't squash the dream of writing, but he did scare me away from getting any advice or help with my writing because he was so harsh and in my face about things. I was 10 years old. I wasn't ready for someone to be so abrupt. I was scared of writing for about 27 years. Then I met Martha Carr, a writer a bit older than me who was killing it with her urban fantasy novels. She wasn't scary. Well, she kind of is, but in a good way. And she gave me just enough advice to go full time. So what the hell did I do for those 27 years before I became a full-time author? The truth is, I failed a lot, and I failed all by myself. But I'll get into that later. You will fail too. I know you might not want to hear it because I've had a lot of students not want to hear it. But it's true. I know how difficult this journey is, and I want to both prepare you for it and toughen you up, fortify you. Because the reality is that none of us make it to being full-time author unscathed. You really need to grow a thick skin when it comes to failing. I should know. I failed so much that I failed at failing. Fun fact, around 2012, before I was a full-time author, I was spinning my wheels trying to figure out what direction I wanted to go. I started a blog called Who Fails Wins, which was, you guessed it, all about failure. But it was also about celebrating the failures on the way to success. For example, J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter as a single broke mom, and some of Steve Jobs' first creations were the Power Mac G4 and the Macintosh TV, things that weren't wildly successful compared to the iPod or iPad. But what we don't hear about is how J.K. Rowling got rejected by several publishers before landing a book deal, and how Steve Jobs created several other products before finally making the iPod or the iPad. These were the kind of stories I was interested in, and I asked for 100 stories about times people failed. I didn't get 100 stories. I don't even think I got 20. Most of the ones I received were things like how people failed their French test but then passed the next one after studying really hard. Most of these stories didn't have large stakes behind them or explore how failure opens us up in a vulnerable way. As I looked at failure and at my students, I realized that there's something that needs to be celebrated when it comes to failure. There is no manual for managing failure, which I think is one of the greatest disservices of our education system, an institution that should teach us this crucial skill. It might seem strange that in a book meant to help you become successful at writing, I'm talking about failure. But in my experience, we must fail our way to success. So I want to go over 3 lessons. Fail often, fail fast, and then fail less. If you embrace these lessons in your journey, 3 things will happen. First, you will find your success, your mountaintop. Second, you will find it faster than you imagine. Third, it will hurt less and be less paralyzing when you accept that you will fail and that everyone else around us will too. Your mishaps, your poorly launched books, your crappy cover, everyone has those stories. So let's get through the 3 lessons and starting with failing often. So, number 1, fail often. When I started off as a young writer, I wanted to write comic books. I published and queried multiple comic books before I got my first publishing deal. At the time, I was living in Egypt, I'm half Egyptian, and was inspired by a famous Bedouin warrior named Antara. Essentially, Othello meets Hercules and Odysseus. Antara was initially a slave who earned his freedom so he could propose to a woman in the Bedouin tribe. He was given impossible tasks to earn his freedom just so that he could ask for her hand in marriage. I could go on and tell you so much about him. He's one of my favorite Arab heroes, and if you're an Arabic speaker or grew up in Arab culture, you would know him. For the sake of space, I won't go into more detail except to say that I wrote a script, queried publishers, found an incredible artist, and got a publishing deal. That comic never saw the light of day. Despite getting several pages done, the publisher went under before we could complete the project. This was right before the Arab Spring. The protests and the instability took their toll on many businesses, my publisher among them. Since they owned the art rights and wanted to sell them to me for a ridiculous fee, Antara, at least my version of it, never saw the light of day. 6 months of my life, gone. That was probably the lowest moment in my writing career. It felt like there was no way to do this and succeed in writing. How many times would I have to fail just for another of my works to see the light of day? So I moved to the UK and took a couple years off of writing. I decided I wouldn't worry about anything writing related or do much with it. Then my wife got pregnant. My first reaction was, holy guacamole, I'm about to be a dad, followed by, holy guacamole, I'm about to be a dad. What about my writing? My career in publishing sucked, and my writing career really sucked. I was not making money as a writer. Having a kid meant I was done writing, right? After all, I now had another mouth to feed. I was done. I needed to find some meaningless job and live in some nipple-high cubicle with fuzzy walls for the rest of my life. I was genuinely scared, and that fear led me to lesson 2. Number 2, fail fast. My wife rocks. Seriously. When I realized I had a ticking time bomb on me, which is a weird way to refer to your wife's womb, but I hope you'll take the spirit of it, I had a literal physical thing that I could watch. And the bigger it got, the less time I had. We talked about my writing dreams and agreed that I would take the next few months off to write and enjoy the pregnancy with her. I had some time, her belly, and my words. I wish I could tell you I enjoyed her pregnancy, but in reality, I didn't. Not because I wasn't excited about the baby or because it wasn't fun watching her, especially in the waddling stage, or getting the crib built and preparing for the baby to come, but because it scared me. I was going to write using every moment I could carve out for myself to get it done. It was a race between my keyboard and my son's desire to pop out. I would have won that race had he not been born 5 weeks early. The little guy has a competitive streak. The result? 3 weeks after my son was born, my first book, Paradise Lot, was done. What happened next, writing career-wise, over the next few months, was that my wife and I got into a routine where I stayed up until 4 a.m. every day so she could sleep. I wrote with him next to me, and it was heaven. I finished the book, I self-published it, and it didn't sell. I started on book 2 trying to figure out how to make Paradise Lot work. I tried everything. I renamed it The Gone God World, new cover and all, and it still didn't sell. It didn't sell because I didn't do my market research. I had a designer who had done work with some heavy hitters. I believe he even did a cover for Stephen King at some point. And I ended up with a very expensive, extremely beautiful cover that didn't sell. At a glance, it looked like a red background with some black on it, which was meaningless to potential readers for telling them what the book was about. So then I did my market research. Kind of. I ended up with something that was better, but the man on the cover, frankly, was too pretty to be a hardened urban fantasy hero. Then I got another cover, but it was still wrong. The colors were wrong, the font was wrong, the designers weren't bad, I was just giving them bad information. So I had another cover done. This one was finally a good one with most of the genre required at the time. The right font, colors, the right hero. It was about 90 to 95% there, enough that it should have sold, but it still didn't sell. Now I had a baby boy who was almost sleeping through the night and was starting to crawl. I felt the grace period my wife had given me quickly running out, which takes me to the next lesson. Number 3, fail less. I had a baby boy who I thought was beautiful. I'm not ignorant to the fact that there are some ugly babies out there, but I thought my baby boy wasn't one of them. It wasn't until I took him to get that passport picture I told you about earlier in the book that I realized to the photographer, and really to the rest of the world, my baby boy was average. And that's what our first book is. We all see our babies as these beautiful angels brought into reality to bring joy to all. But in reality, our babies are a hot mess screaming with mucus and spit up. We need to see our beautiful babies as they really are. Just because they're beautiful to us doesn't mean that they are to the outside world. We need to figure out what makes our babies, our books, objectively beautiful to the outside world. So I tried another cover, which worked, even though there are details about it that some people don't like. The character's eyes are a bit off, she's in a schoolgirl uniform, and the font, but none of that matters. Why does none of that matter? And why did this cover work when the others hadn't? I finally started looking objectively at my creations, stopped seeing them as something that entitled me to success, and started looking at them as they were. Plus, I started doing my market research to figure out what they needed to be, which is why tier 1s are important. When it comes up later, don't skip that chapter. Read it and do the exercises. It really is one of the foundational exercises that you'll build your author career on. I'll leave you from this quote from The Witcher. Don't train alone. It only embeds your errors. I was resistant to coaching and criticism at the beginning of my writer's journey for 2 reasons. First, because if I can beat my own drum a little bit, I was the best storyteller I'd met. When I went to conferences, I would interact with other storytellers and just not be impressed by them, which made me resistant to accepting advice from them. And second, because I was getting bombarded by advice all the time, even when I didn't ask or when the people offering it had never written a book. But all the self-publishing failures that followed led me to 2 conclusions. That my mom, and I say this affectionately, was full of it, and I wasn't the best thing in the world after all, and that I needed the right kind of advice and a mentor who could give it to me. Find the people who will help you grow and help you fail fast, fail often, then fail less. You'll fail better if you do. Chapter 15, Self-Editing by Siobhan Clarke. Note, Siobhan Clarke is my editor. She edited everything I've ever published. I owe her my career, and I am so honored she agreed to write this chapter. Why does editing matter? It's ironic about me writing this section on editing that I've edited the book you're reading now, including this very chapter. I'll start by making a case for why editing matters because it's not always obvious. A tug-of-war has existed in indie publishing since Amazon first allowed people to upload books onto KDP. At one end of the rope is speed, and at the other end is quality. At the beginning, it was the Wild West. There was gold to be made by those who shoveled the fastest. Release speed was coveted above all else by many successful authors. Over the past decade, as the market has matured and millions of books have been published, quality has slowly gained ground. And now, more than ever, readers expect quality. In fact, most prefer it to speed. A reader's time is their most precious commodity, and today there are enough quality indie books on the market that readers don't have to compromise. As a new author establishing your brand, your quality should be your first priority. You must earn readers' trust in your storytelling. Should you lose that trust, you're unlikely to gain it back. To earn your readers' trust, your stories should be unputdownable, your characters memorable, and your writing error-free. I often see writers online asking if editing is necessary. No, editing is not necessary. Neither is frosting a cake after it's been baked. That's how most unedited novels come off to readers, like a naked, unfrosted cake. It's basically like eating bread. Self editing is where your bread becomes cake. We'll talk about adding the frosting later. Yes, it's true you can write a great sentence off the top of your head straight from your firing synapses to your fingertips. This is possible and worth practicing every day. Maybe you can even write a whole book's worth of great sentences without revising. Maybe each one of your sentences are electric on the first try. Even then, what about plotting, the characterization, the pacing and narration? All of these things must come together to write a great book, as well as the sentences being electric. That's where editing comes in. Quality is achieved through editing. Sure, your stories may have lovely bones upon completing your first draft, but those bones will remain bare and white and lacking everything necessary to properly function. I've edited hundreds of manuscripts in different ways. As a developmental editor, a line editor, a proofreader. Before that, I received an MFA in fiction and taught creative writing to college students. Half a lifetime study of the craft has taught me this fact, a practically Newtonian law. Great stories exist after the first draft. A first draft, no matter how tremendous the story outline, is still the act of creating something from nothing. An outline is an outline, which is separate from making a scene live and breathe on the page. The first draft is where the art of discovery is learned and honed. It's where you create the marrow and bones of your story. Creation is beautiful and necessary. It is, in my mind, the most impressive act we are capable of as human beings. It's our highest calling. Editing is an entirely separate affair. If the first draft is your skeleton, then editing is everything else. It is arranging the bones into semblance of shape. It is overlaying them with sinew and fat and skin. It is making the creature you've created stand and walk and put on their pants. Editing is an equally beautiful part of creation. It's what makes writing shine. That said, it can also be granular and exhausting, which is why I put together this 5-stage outline for self-editing. If you complete all 5 stages, you will be making a huge investment in yourself as a writer and author, and you'll never eat cake without frosting again. Stage 1, the desk drawer. This stage is the most important part of the chapter. It makes every other stage in the editing process more effective, simpler, and less time-consuming. While writing the first draft, your ego must enter a stage of delusion about your brilliance as a writer. After the first draft is done, you must squash your ego. It's no longer the star of the show, or at least not nearly as much. In Stephen King's On Writing, his memoir and craft book on fiction, once you finish your first draft, he advised setting your novel in a drawer for a minimum of 6 weeks. Why? After the first draft is done, you're too close to it. For the first 6 weeks after you birth it, the novel is yours. You'll remember the labor that went into each scene, perhaps each sentence. You'll feel emotion about it. Where you can reread sections of it, you will feel the you-ness of the story and how clearly it came from your mind. And even if you never felt these things about your story, you'd be at least unable to see its weaknesses under an objective spotlight. It simply would not be possible to read it like a reader. Surprised and delighted by the twist, to be dismayed by the weak spots, to read a shimmering sentence and say to yourself, wow, I wrote that? After 6 weeks, that preciousness degrades. You need the space of at least 6 weeks to reach the wow moment about your own writing to become your own audience. It's only when the wow is achieved that you can look properly at your work and begin self-editing. This stage is where the old adage about killing your darlings is born. Under the fluorescent light shining on the pages of your story after you've opened the drawer 6 weeks on. But 6 weeks in the indie author world, particularly the Amazon ecosystem, that's like a full revolution of the sun. On Amazon, 30 days constitutes the algorithmic cliff, after which your new release is less likely to receive organic promotion. It's why rapid releasing is a strategy. It's why many of my author friends feel the pressure to write and release a book every month. And why wouldn't you release a novel as soon as it's done? What justification, you might wonder, could I possibly have for setting a novel aside for 6 weeks? The justification is this: you can have your Amazon cake and eat it too. You can rapid release. You can put out a book a month. What I'm advising can coexist with your release strategy, and in fact, your books and brands are likely to benefit from setting each book you write aside for 6 weeks after the first draft is done. There are authors out there who are 6 months ahead of production, by which I mean they are writing books right now that won't be released for another 6 months from today, and their books they're publishing now were written 6 months ago. These same authors split their work days between writing and editing. While they're writing a first draft in the morning, they're editing a 6-week-old draft in the afternoon. This is how you can achieve the 6-week gap. You write ahead of your release schedule, and every time you finish a first draft, you put it in the drawer not to be seen again for at least 6 weeks. Meanwhile, you're taking another manuscript out of the drawer and editing it, and you're getting started on your next novel. That's a lot of work and careful planning, but nobody ever got into being an author because they expected an easy time of it. Have I sold you on the drawer? Good. Let's move on to stage 2. Stage 2, the bird. In writing, we often describe a bird's eye view when discussing omniscient narration. An omniscient narrator can see the world from any perspective, even from the eyes of a flying bird high above the earth. After 6 weeks, when you pull your manuscript out of the drawer and start reading it, you are the bird. The goal of this stage is to study your manuscript from a big picture perspective. You want to figure out the macrocosm errors, the poor characterization, the plot holes, the uneven tension, even the inconsistent narration. If you know your own strengths and weaknesses as a writer, then it's valuable to create a checklist of elements you'll want to focus on in your manuscript. But if you're short on time, then focus on the characters. Good characters will make a story unforgettable. Bad characters will sink it faster than a holy ship. And of course, characterization is the most difficult skill in fiction. It's a feat, after all, to bring a person to life with letters. But it's also the most crucial skill, and it's where I see my clients encounter the most trouble. During this stage, ask yourself these questions about your characters. Are they complex? Do they embody more than one trait? I.e., would a reader describe the main character using just one word, good or funny? If so, they're probably not complex enough. What do my characters desperately want? What do they fear? Have I made this come across? Does my main character grow by the end of the story? This isn't always necessary, think of James Bond, but it's an exception in most fiction. Is my villain complex too? You're off the hook if your villain is Sauron, but otherwise, they should be as nuanced as your main character. Beyond characterization, I often see writers struggle with plotting. This is where tension and stakes come in, which should be rising as the novel approaches the climax. If you keep nothing else in mind as you're thinking about your plot, remember this. A good plot should continually raise the story's tension right up until the showdown between your hero and your villain. The climax only occurs when the hero and the villain face off and the main character wins. Plotting varies by genre, of course, as much as this goes out of the window when it comes to literary fiction. In romance, for example, the villain is most often the main character's internal wounds, which they must overcome in order to embrace true love. In whodunit mysteries, the villain usually isn't revealed at all until near the climax. But the basics are the same between genres. You must have rising tension into the climax, and the main character must prevail. Some great books for learning to plot: Romancing the Beat by Gwyn Hayes, a must-read for romance writers; The Autonomy of Genres by John Truby. When plotting or analyzing your plot from a bird's eye perspective, it can be helpful to create a timeline or a story map for each scene. This will help you see holes and bumps in your novel. Most importantly, you'll be able to see the story's primary plot and which parts of the story are unnecessary to it. What scenes or paragraphs are absolutely necessary to the plot or to your character's development? Find them, cut them. If you haven't put your novel away for 6 weeks before this, you're likely to have a much harder time cutting. Does the tension fall during a scene late in the novel? Revise that scene to keep the tension at least on par with what came before and potentially rise it. When you've gotten all your big picture pieces in place, you're ready to move on to stage 3. Stage 3, the pedestrian. If stage 2 is all about the macrocosm, then stage 3 gets microcosm. Here, we're at the street level of your story, looking at it line by line. In the pedestrian stage, each line must justify its existence. How does a line justify its existence? By contributing to the story. It can either further the plot or help readers understand your characters better. Ideally, your lines will do both jobs at once. The more work a single line can do, the better. In my experience, 90% of new writers overwrite. They digress. They go on tangents. They include superfluous details. The last thing you want a reader asking themselves is, how does this relate to the story? This means the story is getting off track, or even worse, the reader is being pulled out of it. They're becoming aware that they're reading. We never want them to realize they're reading. They should always be inside the dream of your story. So when you reach this stage, be ruthless. Here are 3 common trouble spots. Number 1, the opening. The opening line, paragraph, and page are crucial. Each one is its own test, and you must pass all 3 in order to keep readers reading. Study great first pages and analyze how they create tension and raise questions in your mind. Backstory and exposition are often the antithesis of a good first page, with some masterful exceptions. Generally, a good first page puts you right into the scene. It introduces you to the main character, it throws problems at you, and you feel you must read on. 2. Dialogue. If your characters are often saying hello and goodbye and thank you and we're welcome, then it's filler. Great scenes cut out the pleasantries and get right to the meaty stakes. If your characters are telling each other information about themselves for the reader's benefit, then it's likely to be stilted and unnatural. 3. Backstory and exposition. Backstory is when the story dives into the past, either through flashbacks or someone talking about what's happened before the present storyline. Exposition is when the story shares information about the characters or world at large. This is often done by the narrator, but sometimes writers cram it into their dialogue. I see a lot of novels front-loaded with both backstory and exposition. A lot of it can be cut, or at least shifted to later chapters. Here's a good rule of thumb. Only tell readers what's crucial for them to know right at this very moment in the story. Stage 4, the anteater. Here's where we put our noses to the ground. In stage 3, I advocated for cutting unnecessary scenes and characters, but in stage 4, you want to tighten. Here, each word in your story must justify its own existence or else get hooved into the abyss. Why? Because the most precious thing a reader can give you is their attention. Don't waste their time with needless words. I'll tell you the 3 words that dilute the power of your writing. I see them all the time, and when you see them, I encourage you to cast a deeply critical eye over each and every one. Number 1, that. This is the biggest culprit. It sneaks into so many sentences, looking innocent and symbolically brief. Here's an example. She knew that he would never love her. The sentence is clear, but we could easily lose that and not lose the clarity. The sentence would just become tighter, and tighter is always better. Number 2, very. This one speaks for itself. It's a throwaway adjective that could be replaced with a stronger, more evocative word. He was very angry. How about he was blisteringly angry, or furious, or just plain angry? Number 3, is, as in, she is standing at the corner. Seems like an innocuous sentence, right? But this sentence could be made more elegant by changing she is to she's, which leaves us with she's standing at the corner. But we could go even further. She stands at the corner. Now we've exercised is altogether, and suddenly the sentence is more agile. Stand has become the focus of the sentence and an active verb with an image attached to it. I can't imagine she is, but I can imagine she stands. I can picture her standing at the corner, and now the line moves along at a clip. Turns out, is really wasn't necessary in the first place. 90% of the time you can lose these words. Here's a quick way to find them all. Do a find and replace search in your manuscript and hunt down each of these words. If they're not completely necessary, then give them the axe. Stage 5, the orator. Grab yourself a glass of water. At this stage, you'll be doing a lot of talking. This is the final self-editing step before you move on to beta readers and professional editing. This stage is valuable as a method of figuring out whether your writing flows. Reading your story aloud is a terrific opportunity to hear your own dialogue. If it doesn't flow off the tongue, if you trip over the words like poorly tied shoes or find yourself confused or annoyed, the dialogue is probably stilted and needs revision. Dialogue is hard to get right in fiction, especially because great dialogue in stories doesn't always reflect how we speak in real life. In life, we're using more pleasantries, more filler words, and we're not nearly as articulate as characters tend to be. In fiction, unless it's for a good purpose, you won't be including filler in your dialogue. But it should still sound natural, and it should roll off the tongue when you speak it aloud. Further, your narration outside dialogue ought to have a certain flow to it or cadence. This is how we begin to understand our voices as writers, to hear how we use the language. Our flow becomes more apparent when we move our sentences outside the realm of our own heads and into speech. Some writers have a music to their storytelling, and it's part of the joy of entering their world. Finally, reading your book aloud will help you catch typos and errors that will have otherwise been invisible to you. I guarantee it, and your editor will thank you for it. In summary, when you're done with your first draft, put the book away for a while. You'll be in a far better position to bring it fully to life when you cast a more critical eye over your characters, plotting, structure, pacing, and narration, and feel good doing so. Read the trickier dialogue aloud. Congratulations, you baked your cake. But wait, you might say, I've self-edited. My cake is done. No, you've just taken it out of the oven and let it cool on the windowsill. Now you're ready to break out the spatula and the buttercream frosting. It's time to work with a professional editor. And that's what we'll be discussing in the next chapter. Chapter 16. Working with a professional editor. Before you step into the process of working with an editor, it's important to get one crucial thing straight. Editors, the good ones at least, are on your side. So you finished your book, you bled over the keyboard, stared down your own doubts, and come out with a complete draft. You're feeling both triumphant and, let's be honest, a little raw. Welcome to the next phase, editing. Before we dive in, there's something important. There's no single right way to do this. Editors really argue over terminology, workflow, and best practices. Some swear by one method, others roll their eyes at it. What I'm giving you here is the hard-won wisdom. What has worked for me, what works for many authors, and what can help you navigate this world without losing your mind. With that out of the way, it's worth stating again, editors are on your side. We're also on the reader's side. This is why you will often see comments from an editor like, readers might enjoy, or readers may not feel sympathetic towards this character. Ultimately, your audience is the reader. Your editor's job is to function as one of your first readers to help you see story strengths, weaknesses through an experienced set of eyes. What editors actually do. Forget the cartoon image of an editor as a red pen wielding, sharp glasses wearing grammar cop, gleefully slashing through your precious pages. Good editors aren't here to destroy your work or inflate their own ego. They are your partners. Editors love stories. They want to see yours succeed. An editor is like a first reader with a trained eye, someone who can spot strengths and weaknesses, help polish what shines, and offer ways to lift the weak spots. Their job isn't to make you feel small, it's to make your book stronger. Let's break down the 3 most common types of editing you'll encounter and how to survive and thrive through each stage. Developmental and content editing. If you're new to publishing, start here. A good editor provides comments in the manuscript, plus a summary report breaking down what's working, what isn't, and clear recommendations for improvement. This isn't about fixing grammar yet. It's about strengthening the spine of your story. This is the phase that takes a book from good to great, but this is also where things get interesting, because developmental editing and content editing are often confused or blended, but they serve distinct roles. Developmental editing is the big picture pass. It focuses on the whole book's foundation, character arcs, plot structure, pacing, world building, point of view, overall flow. Think of it as the architect walking through your fictional house and saying, hey, this wall doesn't hold up the roof. Let's fix that before we paint. It's about strengthening the spine of your story. Content editing, sometimes called substantive editing, zooms in one layer smaller. It looks at the chapter or section level. It's concerned with paragraph clarity, scene transitions, readability, flow between sections, consistency in tone, and whether individual chapters are pulling their weight. While developmental looks at the entire book, content looks at how each piece is functioning within that whole. Sometimes you hire separate editors for these, but many editors offer them as a combined package, big picture and small picture feedback working together. Do research editors carefully. Ask for a free sample edit, usually 1,000 to 2,000 words. Make sure you connect with their style and feedback approach. Approach feedback with an open mind. You don't have to take every suggestion, but assume they are offering tools, not insults. Read the feedback more than once. Sit with it. Give your brain time to absorb and percolate. Don't react defensively. The editor is not attacking you. Rant in private if needed, but approach the conversation with curiosity. Ask the editor to rewrite the book for you. Developmental and content editors point out problems. The author solves them in their own voice. Line editing and copy editing. Now we zoom in even closer. Line editing sharpens the artistry of sentences, how language flows, how the tone hits, how the voices shine. It's about evaluating the craft of writing itself. Each word, rhythm, sentence length, paragraph transition, even the emotional tone embedded in your prose. A good line editor helps make your writing more vivid, smooth, and compelling without overwriting your unique voice. Copy editing, on the other hand, is a technical check. Grammar, spelling, punctuation, verb tense, subject-verb agreement, and adherence to style guides such as the Chicago Manual of Style. Copy editors scan for fractional consistencies, correct usage, and those little slips that can pull readers out of the story, like using the wrong homonym or misspelling a key character's name halfway through. A manuscript might have a strong plot and characters but still need help with tangled sentence, clunky transitions, or pesky comma and semicolons. This is where the detail-obsessed eyes come in, combing through line by line, making sure every element sings and makes sense. Sometimes these services are offered separately, but many editors bundle them, so it's worth asking up front what's included when you hire someone. Do share any stylistic preferences up front, Oxford comma or no, US or UK spelling, favorite quirks you want preserved. Review suggested changes carefully. Even if you agree with 99%, reviewing helps you learn and improve your craft. Ask questions if you don't understand why a change was made. A good editor will explain their reasoning. Don't hand in a messy draft. The cleaner the manuscript, the more time the editor can spend elevating it instead of cleaning avoidable errors. Micromanage the editor during the process. Trust the timeline you agreed on. Expect perfection. Industry standard is about 85 to 95% accuracy. No editor, no matter how good, will catch everything. Typos slip through even in best-selling books. Proofreading. This is the final polish after formatting just before publication. The proofreader hunts down remaining typos, formatting glitches, and small inconsistencies. Do provide the style sheet from the copy editor. This saves time and ensures consistency. Get 2 sets of proofreading eyes if you want the cleanest possible result. Don't heavily revise after proofreading. Major changes at this stage create new errors and defeat the purpose. Expect deep edits. Proofreading is a final check, not a rewrite. Blame the proofreaders for remaining typos. Even traditionally published books still have errors after publication. Final advice: editors are not gods. They are humans, fallible, and highly trained. The best relationships are built on trust, communication, and a shared goal, making the book the best version of itself. If you're reading this chapter, you are already miles ahead. You're investing in your work, your craft, and your career. That puts you in a rare group of authors who don't just dream about success, they build it. Now go frost that cake. Chapter 17. Break. Memoirs and how they relate to fiction. I often have people coming to me with incredible personal stories they want to write. The reasons vary from wanting to leave behind a legacy, to setting the record straight, to sharing lessons they've learned. I tend to think of it differently. We're storytellers. Reading others' life stories captivates us just as much, if not more, than any fantasy, sci-fi, or romance novel. And because these stories are told with a narrative flow, writing them relates more closely to crafting a novel than anything else. So what is a memoir? The answer to that question might be easier if we first look at what a memoir is not. A memoir is not fictional. It tells the true events of your life. You are the hero of your story. It is not exaggerated. There's a difference between dramatizing and exaggerating. For example, let's say you earned $7,000 doing something. You can't say you earned $70,000, that would be an exaggeration. A memoir must give an accurate representation of the events you experienced. It is not a laundry list of events. It isn't and then, and then, and then. A memoir focuses on one particular event or journey in your life, something difficult, meaningful, or inspirational. A memoir is not never ending. You are focused on telling readers about one defined event in your life, even if it spans decades. You aren't giving a play-by-play of every moment, going back to the point above. If you do, you're writing an autobiography, not a memoir. It is not birth to death. If the point wasn't clear yet, a memoir doesn't start at your birth and end at your death, not least because you're reading this book and therefore aren't dead yet. Many newer writers want to start their memoirs too early, perhaps at the age 6, just because that's when a dream first sparked. But if the true journey begins at 17, start there. You can include flashbacks or sprinkle the earlier moments, but the memoir story arc should begin near the true inciting incident, the moment that sets the story in motion, and end when the goal is achieved or peace is made. A memoir is not boring. I cannot emphasize this enough. You are not Oprah. You can't get away with writing whatever you want simply because it happened. You have to tell a story in a way that keeps readers on the edge of their seats. So what is a memoir? It's important to know what not to do, but you also need to know what to do. In that vein, a memoir is slightly fictionalized. I know this may seem to contradict what I said earlier, but it doesn't. A perfectly factual portrayal of an event might stand in the way of a good story. A memoir must never be boring. I'll discuss later how to properly fictionalize a memoir without turning it into fiction, including consolidating characters. For now, just remember, a memoir reflects your emotions, insights, and internal experience of events more than it provides a courtroom transcript. Dramatized fairly heavily. Much of real life is people avoiding conflict. But stories thrive on tension. You can't exaggerate facts, but you can dramatize emotions. For example, maybe your father yelled at you during dinner, but outwardly you barely reacted. Yeah, Dad. Okay, Dad. Internally, though, you were raging. We need to see that rage on the page. The inner life is just as crucial, sometimes more so, than what happened externally. A list of specific events. Focus on the moment that contributed directly to your journey, achieving your goal, overcoming your obstacle, finding peace. Include only the events that matter to that narrative arc. Structured with a specific start and end points. Don't start too early, don't end too late. Find the cleanest, most powerful story arc for a piece that you're telling. Covering a brief period of time, not necessarily chronological. The overall narrative may be mostly chronological, but key revelations and lessons might be revealed out of order. Use flashbacks or shift carefully to deepen the emotional impact. Exciting, partly because of the events, but even more because of the meaning those events holds for your readers. Again, you're not Oprah. Your memoir must offer something to the reader, a takeaway that improves, enlightens, or inspires their own life. That's a broad overview of what a memoir is and isn't. Hopefully, you're already making adjustments to how you think about your story. But don't rush off just yet. Before you dive too deep into planning, there's some more I would like you to know about memoirs. First off, the different types of memoirs. The different types of memoirs. There are many types of memoirs and countless niches, but the ones listed below are the primary categories most memoirs fall into. Caveat: this is by no means a comprehensive list. There are many other forms a memoir could take, but I encourage you to work with someone who truly understands the genre. That says, after years of coaching and collaborating with a wide range of authors writing about their often painful experiences, I believe this list covers about 90% of aspiring memoir writers. Coming of age. The focus here is on your growth, learning, evolving, becoming something new. Example, Angela's Ashes by Frank McCourt. Life experience. This memoir centers on a specific event in your life but weaves in everything that led up to it. All details are filtered through the lens of that singular defining moment. Example, Long Walk to Freedom by Nelson Mandela. Relationships. Pretty self-explanatory. The story is told through the lens of a particular relationship or set of relationships. Example, Marley and Me by John Grogan. Cultural, ethnic. This type offers insight to a specific culture or ethnicity through the author's personal experiences. Example, Wild Swans, Three Daughters of China by Zheng Chen. Sexuality, a memoir focusing deeply on sexuality, identity, and related experiences. Example, My Sweet Life by Walter, a pseudonym memoir of a man surviving in the 1800s England. Travel. This memoir looks at life through the lens of travel, either a single journey or multiple adventures. Example, Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert. Survivor. While Unbroken by Laura Hillenbrand isn't technically a memoir, since it was written by someone other than its subject, it provides a strong example of how survivor memoirs are structured. These memoirs focus on an event the character must endure and overcome. Addiction. A memoir seen through the lens of addiction, whether it's the author's own or someone close to them. Example, Beautiful Boy by David Sheff. Spiritual, religious. This type explores spiritual, religious, or philosophical journeys and revelations. Example, The Spiral Staircase by Karen Armstrong. Other. This category is admittedly a bit of a catch-all. But there are so many memoirs that don't fit neatly into a single genre. How to Travel with a Salmon by Umberto Eco, while not exactly a traditional memoir, is a good example of a memoir-like collection that fits here. Important note. Just because I've categorized these examples under one label doesn't mean a memoir can't straddle multiple genres. Eat, Pray, Love is a travel memoir, but it's also a memoir about relationships and spiritual searching. Life isn't clean-cut, and neither are memoirs. However, every memoir should have a dominant focus, a clear through line that helps shape the reader's journey. Now that you have a better idea of what type of memoir you're writing, let's dive deeper into the nuances of memoir, starting with the art of storytelling. Memoir as storytelling. As I've mentioned, memoir and fiction differ. Memoir is rooted in truth, while fiction can be anything you want it to be. However, there are overlaps between the two. Ultimately, a memoir needs to entertain its reader, just like fiction does. Let's explore certain storytelling elements that work in fiction, which can help you write a more compelling memoir. Imagery and descriptive language. Just like fiction, a memoir needs to pull the reader into its world. By using vivid imagery and descriptive language, you can make the reader feel as though they're right there with you, experiencing the sights, sounds, and emotions firsthand. Dialogue. Dialogue is a crucial part of memoir. As I covered in other sections of this book, there are rules to writing dialogue that flow naturally and impactfully. In memoir, dialogue is essential for bringing your story to life and capturing the dramatic tension in your narrative. A defining victory. Every good story needs a moment of transformation. At the start of a memoir, the hero, you, has a desire or challenge. At the end, there needs to be some form of victory or realization. This doesn't always mean the victory you initially set out to achieve. For example, you might write a memoir about wanting to create a multi-million-dollar business, only for the story to end with you becoming a monk. The victory here is spiritual, not financial, showing a profound shift in your values. A proactive hero. In life, most of us are reactive, waiting for things to happen before we take action. But in a memoir, the reader expects to see the hero take control of their life. The key is to focus on the proactive moments in your story, those times when you took charge and shaped the narrative. A punchable villain or ghost. Every compelling story needs conflict. In memoirs, this is often a punchable villain or a major challenge you need to overcome. It might be a person, like a professor or boss, who stands in your way. Or it could be an external conflict like illness, financial difficulty, or an overwhelming situation. Young writers often overlook this, but readers want to see a narrator face and conquer something. Sometimes your villain is not a person, but a ghost, a lingering influence from the past. This could be a negative mindset like self-doubt, often instilled by someone who is no longer present, maybe an overbearing parent who has passed away. These ghosts continue to affect your decisions, and the memoir needs to show how you overcome their lasting impact. The 5 milestones. A memoir must follow the 5 core moments of any story. If you're unsure about the 5 milestones, please revisit the chapter dedicated to them. They are the backbone of your memoir structure, ensuring a compelling and well-paced narrative. This section emphasizes how storytelling tools from fiction can significantly enhance your memoir by incorporating elements like vivid imagery, strong dialogue, clear victories, proactive actions, and engaging conflict. You'll create a memoir that's not only true, but captivating. Other literary devices. The 6 points above are essential when writing a memoir. However, there are several other literary devices that you can use at your discretion to enhance your book. For those who might not be familiar with the term literary device, these are the tools or techniques that improve the style, impact, or meaning of your work. When used effectively, they make the writing more thought-provoking, engaging, and memorable, ultimately adding depth to your story. Let's take a look at a few of these literary devices. Frame story. A frame story is a narrative within a narrative. One of the best known examples of a frame story appears in the movie The Princess Bride, not the book. In the movie, a grandfather reads a book to his sick grandson, and that book is The Princess Bride. In memoir, you can use the frame story to discuss who you are today, while the main story takes the reader back to what happened 30 years ago. This technique is particularly powerful because it allows the reader to see you in 2 different time periods without being burdened by a continuous sequence of events. Flashbacks. Flashbacks are the scenes in which past events are recounted. They can be a double-edged sword. While they can provide context for what happened in the past, they can also carry the benefit of hindsight, as we know the outcome. In my opinion, flashbacks should only be used to illuminate the context of events currently unfolding in your story. Theme. What is the theme of your book? Perseverance, indomitable will, the ability to adapt to any situation, the ability to find humor in adversity. The theme of your story is significant. For example, there are many books and biopics about Muhammad Ali, the rumble in the jungle, and the single event of him fighting George Foreman. How could there be so many different stories about this one event, yet each is distinct and engaging? The answer is there is a theme. One telling might explore why the event occurred outside the United States, while another documentary might focus on the athletes at their peak, showing how the fight wasn't determined by skill or conditioning, but by willpower. Symbolism. Symbolism is a powerful device. For example, in Peter Pan, though not a memoir, the ticking clock swallowed by the crocodile symbolizes time running out. Captain Hook, who fears death, is perpetually pursued by the crocodile, whose ticking clock represents the passing of time before death inevitably catches up to him. Fantasy or fantastical elements. Fantastical elements, such as the hero having imaginary conversations with a deceased friend, can be poignant and heartbreaking. These elements can be difficult to incorporate into a memoir because you must persuade the reader that what you experience is real. If, for instance, you claim you have seen a ghost, You should provide context to make it believable. Perhaps you were in an altered state of mind, or maybe you were at the edge of sleep, uncertain whether you truly saw the ghost or not. While there are many more literary devices, these 5 are among the most effective for memoirs. Slightly fictionalizing your memoir. One of the most effective ways to fictionalize your memoir and make it more digestible and engaging for readers is by reducing the number of characters. For example, let's say I meet with a group of other dads once a week for an outing, playing board games or engaging in other activities. If I were writing a memoir, these people would likely not appear. Why? Because it's cumbersome to introduce that many people consistently throughout the length of the story. Only those who directly impact your story, either positively or negatively, should be included. But let's consider a caveat. Suppose I experienced a tragedy in my life and shared it with the group of dads during our regular meetings. If one of them offers me life-changing advice, that person might warrant becoming a character in my memoir. Including all 7, however, would be unnecessary. How should you handle this? It's far easier to combine all 7 into a single character. This approach saves you from keeping track of the thoughts, emotions, and motivations of 7 different people. And more importantly, it prevents the reader from struggling to manage that many points of view. Fewer points of view allow the story's central theme to remain clear and focused. If you choose to combine characters into a single person, you can either acknowledge this choice in your memoir, explaining to the reader that you combine characters for storytelling purposes, or you can keep it quiet. The decision is yours. Just remember, from a storytelling perspective, you must prioritize what best serves the narrative you are telling. What's the difference between a memoir, a self-help book, and a biography? Let's first discuss the differences between a memoir and a self-help book, as this is a question I get frequently. The answer is somewhat blurrier than you might expect. On the surface, a self-help book provides a prescription for how the reader can improve their life. A self-help book focuses on a specific goal or objective, such as improving finances or losing weight, and includes chapters that serve as a to-do list for reaching that objective. While self-help books often incorporate stories to inspire readers, the primary focus is on providing actionable steps. In contrast, a memoir focuses on narrative flow. It covers a specific event or topic, but the story is the driving force, not a to-do list. For example, a memoir could still explore the topic of improving finances, but it would follow a personal story rather than present a checklist. A perceptive reader might extract actionable lessons from the memoir, but the primary aim is to inspire. You want your readers to feel that whatever challenge you faced, they too can engage with it and overcome similar obstacles in their own lives. So what's the difference between a memoir and a biography? I've touched on this briefly already, but here's a clear distinction. A biography typically follows a person's life from birth to death, and it's usually written by someone else. Biographies focus on facts and events rather than the emotions or personal reflections on the subject. A memoir, on the other hand, is written by the person who experienced the events, and it centers on a specific moment or series of moments in their life. The focus is only on the events that are directly relevant to the message of the memoir. Lastly, memoirs place much more emphasis on internal reflection. How did you feel during those events, and how did they shape who you became? That's the essence of a memoir. If you follow these guidelines, you'll create a story that's engaging and impactful, with a greater chance of resonating with your readers. Chapter 18. Let's get practical. If you've made it this far in the book, hopefully you have a solid grasp of the 5 milestones. These are the core of your story. At this point, you probably have some idea of what these will be in your story. And now that you have the major points of your story in mind, to outline or not to outline, that is the question. The short answer, you absolutely don't have to outline. But if you're writing a series, it's advisable to have some idea of where your series is going. Are you going to have a perpetual hero who lives on forever and has adventure after adventure? For example, James Bond or Jack Reacher? Or is there going to be a finite length to the story with a tangible end? Is there one main goal, and after that's achieved, the story is totally wrapped up? In most romances, the two lovers coming together is the end point. In Star Wars, we have a satisfying conclusion for Luke, Leia, Han, and the rest of their friends. If you only have a standalone idea in your head and you don't really know what you want to write for a series, that's all right. Remember, you have to develop your skills as a writer and focus on one thing. And right now, that might not be outlining a series, but other things that go into getting your first book published. However, if you have an idea for the current book, make sure your hero and the setting are big enough that they can handle more story later. This makes for good storytelling in general, not just in standalone books. You don't want a simple hero with a small-time job in a small town. They should be unique, like I talked about in several of the previous chapters. That something special will carry you through multiple books. The same is true of setting. If it's a small town, there needs to be something mysterious or special happening there. A city naturally has a lot happening in it. A universe setting, like in sci-fi, inherently contains a lot of opportunities for future books and stories to be built into it. If you decide to write a series, you should still have a big hero and a clearly defining setting, but I also recommend that you at least know your major events of the next couple of books. That way you can plant the seeds for those events in your current book. As I mentioned earlier, whether you're writing a series or a standalone, it's important to have a general idea of where your book is going before you start writing. So, to outline or not to outline? That is still the question. At this point, if you're a true pantser, developing your characters and identifying your 5 milestones is probably enough to get you started. But many people want to take things a step further. In my experience, most people begin the writing process believing that they're pantsers. However, once they get their hands dirty and move through the stages of writing, most eventually discover they are plotters. I've observed this transition in numerous students and young authors. They happily pants their first 2 books or so, but by the time they reach their 3rd or 4th, they gradually start incorporating plotting elements into their process. By books 4 or 5, they are full-on plotters. I certainly followed this progression. My first 3 books were pantsed, but by book 5, I had fully embraced plotting. So, for those of you who are full-on plotters, as I am now, or for those who simply want to learn more about the process, these are a few tools worth exploring. Pro tip: the plotter software is one of the best of its kind. If you know you're a plotter, go check it out. How to outline. There isn't one right way to outline, but there are ways that work better for different people. I personally use a method centered around post-it notes and washi tape, a decorative tape that doesn't rip paint off the walls when you peel it off. Once I have those and a lot of wall space, you'll see why I need a wall in a moment, I'm ready to start making a mind map and an outline for my books. For me, outlining begins with identifying my characters. Because I usually write a series, I'll try to figure out who are the key characters in the first book. I'll put their names in the center of the post-it note, using one color of post-it for characters, usually green. And then, around each name, I'll write 2 to 4 key traits that helps me keep track of why they're important, as well as any key personality traits. When I'm writing, I can refer back to each character's post-it and make sure I'm keeping them consistent with my initial character concept. For example, if I have a character named Judith and one of her key personality traits is that she's judgmental, and I'm about to write a chapter with her in it, I can remind myself to depict her that way in the scene. Is she glowering, tisking, or doing anything else that would fit in the scene to keep her in character? Next, I move to setting. On my pink post-it notes, I identify key locations. This process is only about getting down the foundation. I can change it later as needed, but this answers the question of where my characters will be so I can start unraveling what's in my head for the rest of the story. The third thing I do is outline the different storylines, A through Z. The A story line will always start with the inciting incident, i.e., milestone 2, and continue to milestone 5. It's the reason a person will read the story, and therefore it is the central story. But there are multiple other storylines going on around the A storyline, and those usually affect either the primary or secondary characters. For example, I write action adventure books, so my A storyline is always an action adventure storyline. My B storyline is romance, whether the two characters will or won't they get together, and the things that are getting in their way. Of course, that's genre dependent. If you're writing a romance, the A and B storylines would be reversed. Then we get into the C, D, E, and F stories, or subplots, which for me are usually the secondary plot points that affect the secondary characters. These may be tied to the A story or completely separate, but these stories do need to be tied up because your readers care about the secondary characters and will be unsatisfied if something is left unresolved. These storylines may also affect your main character, but they will be less important to them and take up less of their energy than the primary objective, i.e., the A storyline. The whole point of outlining the storyline at this stage is to figure out what elements of your story need to be complete before you can wrap up and move on. One note about the B through F storylines. They may not be wrapped up in book 1 of a series. In fact, I encourage you to leave some of them unresolved and continue with them in the next book. When you leave subplots lines open, your world becomes more dynamic and alive. For example, in one of my series, book 1 has a particular character in love with the hero, but the hero keeps turning her down when she asks to go out on a date, until the end of the book where he finally agrees. Then the entire second book is their date together. Once I identified 3 things, characters, location settings, and the various storylines, I move on to the scenes. This is the crazy part. It's literally anything and everything I can think of, any possible scene that I can construct with what I brainstormed already. I'm looking to create wow moments in my book as well as to find the 5 milestones. This step usually starts with brainstorming as many scenes as I can think of, labeling the scenes that could potentially become milestones to better keep track of them in the future. Once all of this is together, I create what I call random plot lines. Some of the A through F storylines I brainstormed earlier may not belong to the book, but in a later one. So they go into the random plotline pile. At the same time, one of the plot lines might belong to this book, but be better suited to a secondary character instead of a hero. This pile ultimately gives me a second opportunity to look at the plot lines and see if there are any additional plot lines I should be including in this book. If there aren't, that's fine, because any I don't use in this book could be used in future ones. Once I've done all that, if I'm plotting a series, I may have more than one A storyline that comes out of the process. This saves me from having too big of a plot line for a particular book, and any unintentional A plot lines I come up with can be used in future books. This is fantastic because it means that much more work has been done for that future book. Just beware that sometimes the A storyline you pick up for a future book seems more exciting than the one in your current book, so don't get distracted from writing the first book because you want to explore the storyline in a future book. Once I've identified the future storylines, I try to put them in order and look at the subplot lines and connect them. For example, for one of my series, the B storyline of book 1 is resolved in book 5. The C storyline of book 1 is resolved in book 3. And one of the underlying conflicts with a character that starts in book 1 continues throughout the series and finally explodes in book 8. That's the level I plan at. I don't really go any further with planning the future storylines. I don't want to lock myself into a position where I have to resolve certain things in specific places. What I built for myself is a kind of guideline that helps me get writing and keep track of where everything is going, but doesn't limit me. Now it's time to pull it all together. I put all my characters into one spot on my wall space, all my settings together in another, and then finally all of the storylines lumped together off to the side. Then I put a strip of washi tape across the wall. This represents the progression of the book. At the beginning of the tape, I have my A through F plot lines, and I put the different milestones and the scenes for each along the tape in the relevant time frame they'll happen in the book, lined up with the corresponding A through F plot line. If, as I'm writing, something gets added in or happens at a different time in the book, that post-it can be moved down the line or added as needed. Moving the post-it notes around and combining the kinetic of movement with the creativity of making an outline is, in my experience, massively beneficial. Regardless, the tape line gets pretty crowded, and that's okay. Just be aware that it takes up a lot of space. So, what if the mapping goes wrong? Let's say the 5 milestones explodes and something happens that renders milestone 3 irrelevant because of something crazy that happens in an earlier chapter. That's okay. This is part of the dynamic process. You can update your post-it notes to reflect whatever changed so that you can keep track of what has actually happened in your book. As you do this and identify your key points of characters, scenes, etc., your book literally starts to write itself. Plotting at the next level. Once you've gone through this step with the post-it notes and the washi tape, the next step is to get out a spreadsheet and outline your book. Yes, that's right. At this stage of my career, I spend more time on a spreadsheet than a blank page. If you know the average length of your book in your genre is, let's say, 80,000 words, you can assume that the average chapter length is around 2,000 words, which means you'll need around 40 chapters for a full-length book. While making the beats of your story, each point in an outline is worth between 150 and 300 words. So you're looking for 7 to 12 points per chapter, unless you're writing an action scene. A lot goes into an action scene that doesn't make it onto an outline, so you only need a few points on an outline for them. Here are a couple examples. Both are from my second book of the Osprey Chronicles. The first example is chapter 8, and it turned out to be about 2,200 words, all said and done. This is not a fight scene, so there are more points to it. Before I begin, some context. This is a lost in space story where our heroes have made contact with alien life that may or may not be friendly. Their ship is a futuristic Noah's Ark carrying a cargo of several thousand fertilized eggs. Not that we know that in the first few chapters. The mission? Find a planet to populate with human life. This is the opening chapter where my goal is to create intrigue and build enough mystery to keep people reading. Our heroine wakes up in a ship screaming at her. There's fire everywhere, and given its zero gravity, it's kind of like floating fireballs that she needs to dodge. She doesn't remember where she is or who she is, but knows she better deal with the fire before anything else. Tense moment of her figuring out what the next steps are. Although she remembers next to nothing, she does remember aspects of the ship, specifically how to turn off systems and the blaring alarm. Dodging fireballs, she gets to the panel and turns off the appropriate stuff. Fire's still raging, but at least it's not getting worse. She deals with the floating fireballs, small controlled jettisons pulling out the fire. Now that it's under control, she looks around. She's alone. No one else is on the bridge, including any dead bodies. Given the instructions, someone, dead or alive, should be around. She scans the ship. It's a Class A battle cruiser. It should have a crew of around 200. It could carry 1,000 people in a pinch, but there is no one around, not on comms or anything. Chapter ends with the ship AI saying that all 378,000 life forms are still safe, alive, and well. How? The ship can't carry that many. ... Small note. Although not relevant to this chapter, I often put little bits of dialogue in my bullet point outline like I did here. They represent the plot point of that character. This isn't required for outlining by any means, but it's something that works for me. This second example is the penultimate scene of Book 5 in the Osprey Chronicles. It ended up being about 1,800 words. But notice that there are substantially fewer points in this section as it is an action scene. Jaeger is trying to escape an exploding ship, and Seeker has to get his ship close enough in the middle of a space battle so Jaeger doesn't float off into space after she jumps from the ship. The plan? Make it outside the ship. Seeker will maneuver into place, open his cockpit, and get her inside. Like flying a paper airplane through a hula hoop. She's jumping out of an airlock to meet him. Seeker struggles but ultimately makes it close enough for her. Does it, and Jaeger makes it into Seeker's ship before passing out. Of course, there are many things that went into making this chapter 1,800 words, but a lot of it is description and different things that add to the tension but aren't actually the plot. This is true for most action scenes, whether it's jumping from a spaceship, a high-speed car chase, or a sword fight. Hopefully this shows you how you can take a few different approaches to outlining your book so that you hit the important points of creating a story. No matter what method you use to outline, you need to keep in mind all the aspects of good storytelling discussed so far while you're brainstorming and outlining your 5 milestones, your characters, and so on. A wee note about the writing process. I'm going to address the writing process in later chapters, but given we just covered outlining, I thought it would be prudent to include a few words here. You see, there's good news and bad news, and it happens to be the same thing. Writing is hard. That's the good news because it means so many will quit before they really try. That's the bad news because there will be more bad writing days than good ones. And just because you have an outline doesn't mean you got this locked down. Whenever people ask me for the secret of writing, I always say the same thing. Do it every day, even when it sucks. Section 2. The Fundamentals of Fiction Marketing, or the Dreaded Marketing. Chapter 19. The 7 Areas of Marketing. Let's be honest, most of us look at our first book with the same googly eyes we look at our first child. This beautiful angel who's come forth in the world to bring joy and happiness to all who look upon them. I get it. You've worked so hard on this, you've wanted it for so long, of course you're smitten. So let's take a quick wee story about my son. Remember that passport photo I mentioned in chapter 12? This is the full story. My son was, and is, beautiful. I mean, we're talking goober baby beautiful. At least that's what I thought until I took him for our first passport picture. As I laid this 4-month-old on the mat for the photographer to take that government document picture, I turned to the photographer, beaming with pride, and said, "Isn't he the most beautiful baby you've ever seen?" And that man, who's probably taken pictures of thousands of babies over his career, without a hint of irony or any attempt to make this new father feel good about himself and his child, flatly said, "Yes, he is a baby." It was that moment I realized, oh, maybe my son isn't as beautiful to others as he is to me. That's what most authors experience with their first book. Because the truth is, to the guy sitting 5 rows behind me on the bus, my baby is a reddish-pink screaming banshee covered in puke and mucus. And that's exactly how you need to see your own book, the same way the guy 5 rows behind you looks at your baby. It's only when you have that objective distance from your own story that you can truly see it for what it is, understand how to position it on the market, and understand how to fix its flaws, whatever those flaws may be. Maybe it's the story, or maybe it's the presentation. Maybe the whole idea needs to be scrapped and reworked to be less esoteric and more interesting to anyone besides you. Besides that, you can move on to other aspects of marketing. Because unless you have something objectively beautiful that fits with what readers want to read, you'll be taking a long, frustrating road to a full-time author career. Ultimately, there are 7 core areas of marketing. But first, a caveat. Anyone who tells you there are only 7 core areas of marketing and you must do this and this is full of shit. Run the other way. People have the propensity and desire to create a to-do list that is a kind of prescription for success. So when I say the 7 areas of marketing, I am A, falling into the trap, and B, also trying to outline the 7 core areas that every professional I know of, at the very least, is competent in, and if they're full-time, they're good at least 3 out of the 7. If they're mega full-time, then they tend to be great at least 3 and good at the rest. As far as I can tell, the barrier to entry for a full-time fiction career is to be good at least 3 areas and competent in the other 4. So what are the 7 areas? The 2 non-negotiables are tell a good story, measure what's important to you. When I say tell a good story, I'm not really talking about how good a writer you are. Certainly, the better you write, the better the story you can tell. What I'm actually referring to is understanding the requirements of your genre, understanding the reader's expectations, and at the very least meeting, if not exceeding, those expectations. In later chapters, I'll talk about how to determine genre expectations and level up to where you can do what I just described. The second non-negotiable is measuring what's important to you. As you get deeper into your writing career, you'll need to measure different things. In the beginning, what you need to measure is your word count. How much progress are you actually making each week? I often have young writers come to me saying, "Oh man, I got nothing done this week." But when we look at what they wrote, they got down 8,000 words, give or take. That's certainly not nothing. And for a beginner, that's a reasonable word count to hit. Similarly, on multiple occasions, a student has told me, "I made super progress this week on my book." But when we look at it, they don't have the progress that they think they did. In one case, I had a student write only 300 words in a week. When I dug deeper in that particular case, they felt like they made progress because they did a lot of brainstorming. Brainstorming is important to the story, but you can't sell an idea. Now, on to the 5 negotiables. Number 1, launching well. One of the most common mistakes young writers make is telling their mother once they publish their book. Using myself as an example, I wrote a teenage vampire romp and I told my mother. For whatever reason, she's an absolutely feared woman where she lives. She goes out and tells all her friends to buy my book, corralling dozens upon dozens of 70-year-olds, all of whom are into knitting and baking, into buying my vampire romp. And suddenly Amazon goes, "We know exactly who wants to read Ramy's teenage vampire romp. It's women in their 70s who are into knitting and baking." This is not my audience, and the almighty algorithm was destroyed, and so my book was poorly promoted and not picked up by Amazon's algorithm. Because Amazon's search engine is uniquely a relevance engine, particularly at launch, you need your book to be relevant, and you need those first buyers to be relevant. When those first buyers are massive fans of teenage vampire romps, Amazon's algorithm is instructed to find other people who are fans of teenage vampire romps. 2. Your publishing schedule. How well are you engaging your audience between launches? Do you have content coming out frequently that will keep your readers engaged with your work? 3. Your newsletter. As much as people love to proclaim the newsletter is dead, it's probably the best way to connect with readers. Number 4. Community. By this I mostly mean social media, but the reason why I use the word community over social media is because of students like Jim. Jim writes Civil War historical fiction, and prior to the pandemic, would travel to Civil War reenactment festivals where he got dressed up as a soldier. I never asked which side he was on. And sell his book to festival goers. He was making a solid 4 figures doing this. He had a tried and tested product, books people liked, and he had a following, but it was largely offline. So when the pandemic shut everything down, his business fell apart. He came to the school, and through some effort, we were able to help him find his online community. Number 5, and finally, ads. Specifically, cost per click ads on platforms like Amazon, Facebook, or BookBub. These are the big 3, but certainly aren't the only ones available. And you're working on an auction system to get your book in front of readers through the platform. I have 2 friends who are both full-time authors making a healthy 6 figures. One is absolutely fantastic at launching because he plans his launch before he starts writing his books. He's surveying his readers, going to fan groups to see what kinds of books they're interested in, and he's catering to these groups. So when he does eventually launch his book, it launches to the stratosphere and does incredibly well. But only God knows when book 2 comes out. I honestly think he's addicted to writing book 1. My other friend is ex-military. You could set your watch to his next release. He releases a book a month, and you know precisely when the cover reveal is coming and when the chapter snippets are going to be posted. His launches are precise and professional. As for what the market wants to read, he doesn't really care. He'll tell you what you want to read. His success is largely based on the fact that he is so consistent in showing up for his readers. He's built a fan base on being super reliable. Both are excellent storytellers, and both measure what's important to them. But when it comes to the negotiables, they found their own path. It's up to each and every one of you to do the same. Which of these 5 marketing areas are you most comfortable with? Chapter 20, Tier 1s and the Market Research Challenge, including an overview of how Amazon works and cyberstalking. I do this because so often I work with young writers who have been incubating and writing their book for a year, 5 years, a decade, since their earliest memories, something that I've been guilty of, and therefore they have a very specific vision of how the book should be executed. I'm not against executing that vision. I believe in the artistic value of the story, but I also believe in the practicality of the book market. If your book is too out there, too divergent from the norm, or something that people simply find utterly strange, you might garner a following, but it will take time and it will be painful. The shorter path is to lure new readers in with familiarity, then blow them away once they're inside your story. There are a lot of different ways to do this, and in the writing section of this book, I covered many, the primary focus being adherence to the fundamentals of fiction. But you also need to adhere to the realities of genre and tropes. When it comes to marketing, one of the most common things I encounter with people I work with is that they don't actually know what genre their book belongs to. They have a vague idea. I have spaceships, so therefore it's sci-fi. But to call your book sci-fi is so broad that it doesn't actually work when it comes to marketing. We really need to narrow down what kind of sci-fi it is. Is it epic sci-fi, military sci-fi, space opera, distant future, contemporary? Is it hard sci-fi, that is, all the science is possible? Or soft sci-fi, which is basically magic with lasers? We need to know these things when marketing the books. And for an unseasoned author who doesn't know how genres, subgenres, niches, and tropes work, Probably the best way to figure it out is through Tier 1 research. Tier 1 research is a concept I came up with when I needed to systematize how I look at the book world. Much like the baby example I shared earlier, we need to see our books in the same way that guy 5 rows back on the bus sees our baby. In order to make your book successful, you'll need to understand the market you're selling to. Specifically, you'll want to understand first and foremost which readers will want to read your book and how to find them. But to understand how to find the readers who will devour your book, you'll want to understand Amazon. Here's the reality. It doesn't matter how you feel about Amazon because they are the biggest book retailer in the world. If you want a viable author career, you have to learn to play well in their ecosystem. So how does Amazon work and how do you make money? How Amazon works. There are 2 ways you can make money with your book on Amazon. By selling physical or digital copies of it. No duh. Took a real Sherlock to figure that one out, huh? Or by enrolling in Kindle Unlimited and getting paid by the number of pages people read. For those who are unfamiliar with how Kindle Unlimited, KU, works, any book in the program is viable to Kindle Unlimited subscribers. Subscribers borrow the book, then read however much of it they want. Regardless of whether they finish the book, authors get paid by the number of pages they've read. That's right. You can get paid for every single page someone reads, all without ever truly selling a copy of your book. Sounds pretty good, huh? It can be. However, KU comes with some fine print. First off, even if a reader does finish your entire book, you'll probably make less than if they bought a copy of that book. While that may sound like a huge negative, there's an important flip side to it. KU subscribers are more likely to try your book because they don't have to outright buy it, meaning you'll attract more potential readers because they feel like the risk of trying a book that by a new author is substantially lower than buying a copy outright. The other notable caveat to KU is that if you enroll your book in KU, then you can't have it on another seller's platform for 90 days. This might seem like a huge negative. Wouldn't more platforms mean more chances of getting your book read? Well, not necessarily. Many successful indie authors make a substantial portion of their money just from KU. While the fine print might seem like a turnoff, remember that Amazon has the lion's share of the online book market, which means they have a huge portion of the readers out there. And where the readers are is where the money is. And to access that money, you'll want to understand the rest of how Amazon works, specifically how Amazon makes money from your book. How Amazon makes money. Amazon is a business. Businesses are focused on making money, pure and simple. Part of Amazon's revenue is the cut they take from your book sales. Amazon is investing in finding books that sell so that they can make more money by promoting them to a larger audience. What does that mean for you? Amazon will do a lot of the hard work of promoting your book if they think it will make money, which is pretty great, especially if you're in the same boat as most beginning indie authors who don't have the slightest clue of how to get their book into readers' hands. How does Amazon promote your book? There are many ways, including their email lists, Kindle recommendations, and the awesome little string of products towards the bottom of the page that are fondly referred to as also bots. Please note, a few years ago, Amazon literally had a ribbon on their book landing page that said, "Customers who bought this book also bought." Amazon no longer has that section, and perhaps one day they'll deem it necessary to return the ribbon. There are many ways to look at the also bots, including looking at author profiles, which still has a section that shows you the other authors this author's readers are buying books from. Kind of like also bots, but you're shown author profiles instead of books. Also on Goodreads, there's a section that shows you what readers who liked this book liked as well. Every time Amazon gives us a clue as to who our also bots are, Amazon giveth and Amazon taketh away. And so the ever-expanding question of who your also bots are continued to be one of the more challenging aspects of marketing on Amazon. But if your book doesn't sell, well, you don't get Amazon's help with promoting through any of those avenues. Amazon has limited space in all those spots, email lists, Kindle recommendations, etc. So they want to include the book they think will convert the best, aka the books they believe will sell the most copies. How do they decide which books will convert? Well, we don't know Amazon's exact algorithm. There are some guesses we can make. Amazon will look at the first 7, 11, 18, and 30 days of a book's launch. If the early sales are good, the algorithm will push the book to the same types of people who bought early on in the release. If the books don't convert to those people who matched up with early sales, Amazon quits pushing your book to those people. After 30 days, if the book isn't converting well, Amazon quits promoting the book entirely, meaning you're on your own in promoting it. While this, of course, is an undesirable scenario, if it happens, not all is lost. It is possible to reverse course and get Amazon to promote your book by feeding its algorithm the right information. But that's a difficult process. We want to get Amazon's help from the get-go and save ourselves hours of work. Hopefully, you can see how important it is to know who your ideal reader is, so the people who buy your book early in your launch are the types of people Amazon will promote your book to and ultimately convert into sales. So I hope the question you're asking yourself now is, how do I find my ideal reader so Amazon knows who that is? Excellent question. But first, a quick side note. What to do with a book that's older? Do you have a book that's already been launched and it flopped? Are you well outside the 30-day window of Amazon's algorithm marketing the book for you? As mentioned before, it isn't impossible to get traction with that book. There are two options you can consider for getting an older book to sell. One, you can use marketing to undo bad data that got fed to Amazon when you originally launched. Maybe you marketed to the wrong audience when you launched the first time. That's okay. With your new marketing strategy, you'll be looking to get consistent sales from your target audience. This will retrain Amazon's algorithm to push your book to the audiences that convert into sales. 2. If number 1 doesn't sound like the right fit for you, never fear. Another option for an old book is to completely relaunch it. This involves removing it from Amazon entirely, getting a new ASIN. You'll then feed Amazon data on who your correct target audience is with your new launch. One important note about relaunching a book is that you can transfer the reviews from an old version's ASIN to a new ASIN. That way you won't lose the power of those reviews for selling copies. Great, now on to the other big question. How do you tell Amazon who your readers are? Tier 1s. Remember, Amazon wants to promote your book to people who will buy it, which means you have to know who those people are in order to teach Amazon's algorithm how to find them. You want readers who will be engaged right off the bat. The good news is, readers have niches they love, and they will consume troves of books in that niche. The bad news is you have to figure out who those people are. So how do you do it? With something called Tier 1s. A Tier 1 is a book that resembles yours in terms of tropes, POVs, tenses, level of humor, romance, magic levels, and really anything structure or plot-wise. I know it may seem weird to find our readers by going to other authors' books first, and you're probably wondering how to use Tier 1s. We'll get into how to make and use your list in a moment, but first, why do you want to have a list of Tier 1s? Because these authors have already done a lot of the hard work for you in finding readers. If they have similar tropes, POVs, humor, etc., then it's very likely their readers will enjoy your book as well. A word of caution though, Tier 1s can't be books everyone, literally everyone, has read. If you say, my book is like Harry Potter, someone who enjoys that series will like mine, your tier 1 list won't do you any good. The point of a tier 1 is to find your niche and attract those readers. If you put Harry Potter in large enough font on anything, it will sell. So to compare yourself to Harry Potter simply doesn't work because it has ascended beyond standard book marketing. This is something we all hope to do one day. But the reality is that if you're reading this book, you're probably not there yet. There are 3 things to look for in tier 1s, regardless of the genre you're in. The book must be published by an indie author. The book has to be at least 6 months old. The book must rank 20,000 or less in the Kindle store. This 3-point list will help you find books that have shown sustained success in the indie realm. Keeping those 3 points in mind, you can develop a framework for the criteria you'll use to decide how similar a book is to yours. Keep in mind that you want to take into account the topics mentioned above, tropes, POVs, level of magics, etc., as you're creating your list. This list can be any number of things, but here's a basic generic example. 1. POV tense. 2. Humor. 3. Genre subgenre. 4. Setting. 5. Magical, technology, special skills. 6. Romance level. 7. Trope 1. 8. Trope 2. 9. Male-female hero. What makes your hero special? 10. Anything else. Below is an example for the Urban Fantasy Mortality Bites books. But first, if I can take a minute to give you a quick elevator pitch for Mortality Bites. It's the story of Katrina Darling, a 300-year-old ex-vampire who's turned human again 4 years ago. But after 300 years of being the monster that goes bump in the night, she really doesn't know what it means to be human. Because she looks physically like a 19-year-old, she decides to do what any 19-year-old girl does, go to university. She was a smart vampire who invested her earnings and is quite well off. In her first semester at McGill University, the Harvard of Canada and also where I went, someone tries to ritually sacrifice members of the student body. And because she was once the demon plunging the knife, she's best suited to deal with this threat. This is the elevator pitch, and it certainly doesn't encompass everything in the story. To give you more detail would be a distraction from this exercise. Once you start to strip away the story elements and unique, bubbly nature of Katrina Darling, she's essentially Buffy meets Ellie Woods from Legally Blonde. I need to describe the book in a generic way, because when you look at the previous list and break it down, this is what the story becomes. For Mortality Bites, there are 10 criteria used for determining if another author's book can be a tier 1 for this book. You don't have to limit yourself to 10 criteria, but it's a good starting point for determining your tier 1s. 1. POV and tense, first person past tense. 2. Humor, high snark. 3. Genre, urban fantasy / supernatural suspense. Anything that isn't urban fantasy will automatically not be a tier 1 because there are such specific expectations for different genres. Marketing it as high fantasy, sci-fi, or any other genre won't produce the kind of results we're looking for when training Amazon's algorithm for who to market this book to. 4. Setting, modern large city. 5. Magic, low magic. 6. Romance, low romance. 7. Trope 1, powerful but wants to be left alone. 8. Trope 2, Scooby Gang. 9. Hero, female 300-year-old ex-vampire. 10. Anti-trope. The style of vampire and romance found in Twilight. Well, I'm not Twilight. No romance, no sparkly vampires. But unfortunately, due to Twilight's massive success, the minute you have a vamp in your book, people are looking for sexy werewolves too. Based on this list, we can compare and add up how many points are similar to potential tier 1 books. You'll have to decide how many points need to match for you to consider a book a tier 1, but you might require 7 or more points. If the potential book matches 4 to 7, it might be a tier 2, 3 or 4 points, a tier 3, and anything below that is entirely out of consideration, i.e., if the book were sci-fi or erotica. It's important to note that Tier 1 does not require all 10 points to match the criteria you selected from your book. If a Tier 1 does match all 10 points, great. If not, no big deal. Once you found a Tier 1, finding more becomes a lot easier. Go to the Also Bought section on the Amazon page for that book and look at books there. Repeat your exercise of comparing your criteria to the books you select from the Also Bought section, be it the author section or if you find an Also Bought on Goodreads. Congratulations! Once you have a list of Tier 1s, you'll know what readers to market your book to when you launch. Other methods of finding Tier 1s: cyber stalking. Embrace your inner stalker. The reality is you're trying to make it in a crazy fictional world. There are authors who have already made it, and a lot of the territory you're trying to navigate to become successful has already been explored by others. Use what they've already figured out. You don't have to rely solely on your readers they've attracted on Amazon to help yourself. Study what they're doing and apply what's working for them to your own series, whether that's on social media, book promotion sites, or through early reader groups. Not sure exactly where to start? Here are some of the hot spots to cyberstalk a successful indie author. Facebook groups. Join their page or group. Of course, you've heard of Facebook. The joke is that the only person who uses Facebook is your grandmother, or maybe your mother. From a social media trending hot perspective, like a who won so you think you can dance perspective, is that still a thing? Or am I totally dating myself? Facebook is perhaps not the platform of choice. However, given that the average reader tends to be older, this is the ideal place to target them. Bonus fun fact: I write new adult urban fantasy and initially thought my readership would be men in their 20s. But once I decided on a female hero for most of my series, I figured it would be women in their 20s. When I actually surveyed my readers about their age, the overwhelming response was that my readers were women over 50. So your reader might not be who you think they are. As for what you want to look at on Facebook, studying things like their posting schedule, what kinds of things they post, and all the other hoopla that goes into running a Facebook page. But also be active on the Facebook pages. If you add value, it is possible the author will be more willing to give you a shout out when you launch your own series. That's a huge boost to a new author. Goodreads. Goodreads is owned by Amazon and is a place for readers to track what books they've read, as well as leave ratings and reviews for others to look at. So how can you use Goodreads? Follow an author. Does an author respond to comments on their Goodreads page? How do they engage with their fans there? Also, Goodreads has a spot that shows what other people who have read that book have also read. These can potentially be Tier 1s. BookBub. BookBub is a book promotion site with a large audience. Authors can pay to promote their books to BookBub subscribers. There are a variety of ways, different types of ads and promotions authors can run on this site. Finding and following an author who's a Tier 1 for your book can help you figure out what types of ads are effective for attracting your target audience. Amazon Author Central. Amazon has a place for authors to create a profile and for readers to follow them. If you follow an author on Amazon, you'll get notified of new releases and pre-orders from that author. Join ARC, Advanced Reader Copy, teams. One notable caveat to this: if you're signing up to someone's ARC, actually see it through. Don't just do it to cyberstalk at a more advanced level. Authors don't appreciate ARC team members who don't commit. If you want to build a relationship to potentially get a shout out from that author later, you're starting out on the wrong foot if you don't complete your ARC duties. Action point. Create a list of requirements for your book's Tier 1s. Take some time to find at least 5 books you can use on Amazon. Now that you know how Amazon works and ways to train its algorithm to your advantage, it's time to take the next step: market research. Probably the most dreaded word to authors is marketing. You're an author. You write books, not make ads, post promotions, or build an email list. We don't got time for marketing. The truth is, you need to make time for marketing. Marketing is what gives your book an edge. You might be cringing right now, feeling the existential dread or overwhelming terror in anticipation of a whole chapter about making ads, posting promotions, or building an email list. While it would be smart to learn how to do those things, running ads and promotions isn't actually where marketing starts. You're looking at me in confusion, aren't you? If marketing isn't ads and email lists, what is it? Well, if you market something, then presumably there are people who want to buy it. The market. You make money when the people you're marketing to want what you tell them you have. So the first step in marketing your book isn't to create an ad. It's to make sure that you're making something people want. Blasphemy! True art doesn't cater to what people want, but to where my inspiration comes from. If that resonates, it might feel like a betrayal to your art to change what you were inspired to write to fit what other people want to buy. But it doesn't have to be. You can still write something you are passionate about that people will hand over their money for. In fact, the magic zone where you can make money as an author is where what you love, your skill in the craft of writing, your knowledge, and the market's desires overlap. How do you know what the market wants? You know what you want to write, and you're working on improving your writing. You're reading this book after all. And you know what you know. Now, you just have to figure out what the people want. The answer? Statistics. Why statistics matter. You might flinch when you read that, getting flashbacks to your college stats course. Bear with me. This is so much more exciting than stats because it involves books. I may be a bit biased though. Don't let the numbers and statistics rot in the corner. If you're serious about making money with your books, you need to know what is and isn't selling. This means you need to be able to spot trends in sales. Here's the good news. Book trends tend to persist for a while. Once you do some research, it's unlikely the trends will change overnight and leave you with a draft of a book that no longer fits the market. Where to gather your numbers? Google Trends. This is the function of Google. Shocker, right? Just type Google Trends into your browser to get to the platform. This is a powerful tool you can use to find trends of tropes within genres, i.e., shifter characters and paranormal romance. While a powerful tool, do be forewarned that it will take time to understand the system. But once you do, you'll have a big leg up in anticipating what's popular in your genre and what will remain so for the foreseeable future. Google News Alerts. Google News Alerts are a great way to get information on specific genres and authors. See a few big name authors doing something similar? That might be the next hot thing in the market, or something that has been and will remain hot for a while. Facebook groups. Similar to news alerts, Facebook groups can give you an idea of what successful indie authors are doing and inform you of possible tropes that will trend in the near future. Leading movie databases. This is one that a lot of people probably don't think about, but movie influence what's hot in the book market. Digging around in the databases to figure out what types of movies will be coming out in the next couple of years will give you an idea of what could become popular book topics and tropes for years after the movie is released. Watch pre-orders. This is another one that a lot of people don't think about. The type of books available for pre-order and the tropes in those books can give you an idea of what people are interested in reading. One of the best ways to watch pre-orders is with an advanced search on Amazon. You're able to look for authors, keywords, titles, publishers, etc. For example, if you want to write urban fantasy with books with dragons in it, search for books that have dragon in the title within the urban fantasy genre. If you see a lot of books with dragon in the title, then that might be a trope you want to include in your soon-to-be released urban fantasy book. K-Lytics. K-Lytics is a platform you have to pay for, but it's powerful. This resource compiles years and years of data to show trends in different genres and subgenres. If you have the cash to spare and don't want to learn how to navigate the other items on the list, then this is the route for you. I have information, now what? Your deep dive into Amazon, Facebook, movie databases, Google, and or K-Lytics should give you a few insights. Specifically, what tropes are the best-selling? What characters are most popular? What scenarios are main characters finding themselves in that are making books fly off the shelf? For example, in Mortality Bites, the initial concept was a male vampire lead who lives in a small apartment. But at the time of the launch, female human leads in an academy setting were selling really well in urban fantasy. So, with a simple change of lead character and setting, Mortality Bites shifted to fit what was popular in the market and sold substantially more copies without changing the main storyline. Just remember, success comes from identifying the successful tropes and putting your own spin on them. No one wants to read the exact same story someone else has already written, not to mention that's plagiarism. As you're adjusting the tropes to make them your own, be careful not to take it too far. Tropes are tropes for a reason, and majority agreement rules in sales. That is, cliches are what stay popular and therefore what sells. Your job as an author to make them seem new and exciting all over again for your reader. Action point. Pick 2 resources from the list above and take a couple of hours to do a deep dive into them. Yes, hours. This is a process that you'll have to keep doing, but getting started will take the most time and effort. It'll get easier after you put the initial time in.
Chapter 21, Break, The Nuts and Bolts of a Launch, Covers and Beyond, by Barbara Hartzler. Hey guys, I'm Barbara Hartzler, best-selling YA urban fantasy author, fiction coach at thepublishing.com, and protege of Ramy Vance. The methods he outlines in this book, especially the Tier 1 approach, turned my career around. Let's see how. I encourage you to do your own homework and find out who your Tier 1 authors are. The list of comparable authors will help you decide your marketing path. Now that you've honed your list of Tier 1 authors, what do you do with that information? You mine them for gold. Examine everything your Tier 1s are doing. What makes them successful? Take a look at the cover designs your Tier 1s are using. You'll likely notice some trends that clearly indicate you're in a certain genre. For example, dark scenes and bold sans serif fonts for thrillers, light, scenic covers with cursive font for women's fiction, spaceship in battle for space opera. You get the picture. But those are just general overtones. A savvy author dares to dig deep into details to properly emulate their genre. Case study. Take my books for example. I targeted the wrong genre for 5 years before I discovered this Tier 1 method. I targeted the wrong genre badly, with generic covers that weren't based on genre research. When I did the research and discovered that my genre was urban fantasy academy, specifically the clean young adult side, not reverse harem, a big distinction, I noticed so many similarities between books in my genre. The covers were alike in very specific ways. 1. Night scenes with a girl in an action pose. 2. Usually that girl was in a plaid school uniform skirt. 3. This girl had magic shooting from her hands. 4. There was some kind of haloed light effect around her, the moon, for example. 5. All titles were in gilded semi-cursive font. 6. All the titles were on the bottom third of the cover, telling me the character was more important than the title. 7. All the books were named after the academy itself. Wow. After that deep dive, I had a lot of changes to make to my covers. So I researched the cover designers my Tier 1 authors were using. Many authors list their cover designers and editors on the copyright page of their books or in the acknowledgments. If you've developed a good list of Tier 1 authors, you can use that to develop a list of on-genre cover designers. Even if you decide to go with a genre cover designer, it's still good to know the trends yourself. Then you can fight for good covers. Just remember, what makes for a good cover in your genre may not necessarily be a cover you like. Personally, I didn't like the plaid skirt trend in Academy covers, and I didn't use it for my first series. But I did for the next 2 series, and those books sell better. A good cover is about more than your personal tastes. It's about the reader's preferences. That's why you need to find more than one author who is selling well in your genre. Look at 5, 10, 30 different books in your genre until you know the cover template of your genre, backward and forward. Reaching the right readers starts with the cover, but it isn't the only tactic you need to be successful. You need to look at everything that makes an author in your genre a bestseller. This is where the gold is. Your Tier 1 authors are doing more than just commissioning comparable book covers. You need to look at their titles, subtitles, series titles, and blurbs to learn the trends in your genre. In Urban Fantasy Academy, many of the authors were titling their series after the name of the academy. So what did I do? I changed my boarding school to an academy and titled the book and series after the academy, just like the other authors in my genre were doing. And that way my book could fit on the same digital bookshelf as all the other UF Academy authors. A lot of times, titles, subtitles, or series titles contain critical keywords that can lead to the discovery of an unknown subgenre you never knew about. You can also find some keywords you could use for your own books. But don't stop at title checking your Tier 1 authors. Yes, there's still more gold to mine. Check out their book blurbs as well. How are your Tier 1 authors structuring their blurbs? Do they use first-person POV? Do they start with a joke as the hook, or use a numbered list to grab your attention? Yes, you guessed it. These were all tactics that my Tier 1 authors used in their blurbs, and I tested them all. I hope you will too. After the cover, the book blurb on the Amazon product page is the next best place to draw readers in. If you have eye-catching, on-genre cover, but your blurb is lackluster, your sales will reflect that. Book blurbs are one of the easiest marketing tools to replace if you're a self-published author. So study your Tier 1s to see what blurb formulas are selling well. Yes, there is a formula to a good book blurb. Most book blurbs start with a hook, a 1 to 3 sentence teaser that grabs readers' attention and is usually in bold. For example, Die Young or Live Forever, what's your choice? This is from Michael Anderle's Death Becomes Her. What do you do if you wake up hundreds of light years from home in a strange ship and someone is trying to eat you? This is Ramy Vance from Rebel Tribe. She's been dead 1,000 years, now she wants her throne back. This is J.D. Ruffin from Air of Magic. Welcome to Montrose Paranormal Academy, where the 3 societies rule all. Hi, I'm Lucy and I just found out I'm not normal. This is from my own book, Montrose Paranormal Academy. Now you want to read some of those stories, right? A good hook is just the start of a great blurb. Once you grab the reader's attention, you want to pull them into your story and into your character's world. That means it's time to go back to those Tier 1 books and study successful blurbs. Right after the hook, most good book blurbs introduce the character or characters who get their own storyline, as in romance novels. We may learn about the character's goals, their special powers, or the challenges they're facing. Sometimes all 3 in a single sentence. Another key piece of a good book blurb is knowing the stakes. This not only adds much-needed conflict and tension that the reader must resolve by buying your book, but it also gives readers something to root for. Can Sally save her farm? Do the characters overcome their past issues and hang-ups enough to fall in love? Can the young wizard grow into his magical powers and rescue himself from the villain's clutches? Find out by reading the book. Writing book blurbs is a craft in itself, one that some authors pay to have done for them. But I challenge you to do the work of learning how to create an incredible, best-selling book blurb yourself. No one knows your books better than you do. Now you just have to take a step back, study the market, and put yourself in your reader's shoes. What are the tropes that would grab your attention if you were the reader? What twist on expected norms would pull you even further into the story? I love to combine the expected and the unexpected, creating a cocktail that's irresistible to certain readers, the ones who will love your book. At this point, you may be asking, what are tropes? Tropes are expected norms that appear universally in fiction or specifically within certain genres. For example, a love triangle is a universal trope that can appear in any genre, from young adult to science fiction and beyond. A genre-specific trope is something you'll see mainly within certain genres. The chosen one trope in fantasy, enemies to lovers in romance, amateur sleuths, and cozy mysteries? I like to think of tropes as mile markers that give readers an idea of what to expect in a book. They can wrap their minds around a new author if they have some basic expectations of stories. Readers like to know what to expect, but they want to be surprised. Give them a little of both. In certain genres, it's a good idea to twist tropes and make them your own. I like to tell people my book is like Harry Potter, but with a girl who can see angels instead. Then they get a sense of what the book is about and may be curious enough to read it to see how I twist the trope. But in genres like romance, there are certain tropes that you don't want to bend too much. Romance readers want some kind of happily ever after or happy for now ending, and if you give them something else, they'll be upset. They also want to know what kind of romance your book offers. Is it slow burn, steamy, schmexy, or 3 to 5 chili peppers? If you have any level of romance in your book, it's important to know your tropes and cater to your audience. Don't worry, Ramy will go into more detail about tropes in the next chapter. For now, the goal is to make sure your blurb is clear about what's inside the book. Nobody likes a bait and switch, especially readers. They're investing their time and a few bucks into your work. If you grab them, you can earn raving fans for life. If you disappoint them, they won't hesitate to move on. Side note, for certain subject matter, you may need to include a trigger warning in your blurb. Look to your Tier 1 authors to see how they handle trigger warnings. You may also want to include broader warnings. For example, I include this is a spin-off series warning because some people hate starting in the middle. If you've done your Tier 1 research, you'll have multiple authors and book blurbs to examine. Check out how they present their tropes, how they allude to the romance level or leave it out entirely, and what warnings they include. These are key elements you can emulate, not plagiarize, in your own blurbs. Once you've honed and shaped your blurb to perfection, you can then look at the Tier 1 authors' categories. Some may fit your book, some may not, but I bet you'll find more categories than you ever knew existed. You can also look for phrases in the title, subtitle, series title, and blurb that seem out of place, jargony, or just plain different. Most successful authors know they need to stuff their Amazon product page with keywords to trip Amazon's algorithm into showing their books to readers who search using certain terms, and you can do the same. You can put these newly mined keywords and categories into Publisher Rocket and dig for more gold. Here are some rough numbers I use for Publisher Rocket, but keep in mind these numbers change all the time, as do Amazon and Publisher Rocket. Check and recheck your keywords every 90 days or whenever you launch a new book. Publisher Rocket keyword numbers. Choose 7 keywords with these parameters approximately. Competitive score between 30 and 60. Amazon searches a month of 1,000 plus. Optional Amazon earnings of 1,000 plus, so you're not targeting a keyword full of free books. Publisher Rocket category numbers. Choose 3 categories and a ladder approach within these approximate parameters. 1 low-hanging fruit category, which equals sales to number 10 as less than 10. 1 medium tier category, which equals sales to number 10 as 10 to 50. And 1 high-ranking category, sales to number 10 at 50 plus. If you don't have Publisher Rocket, you can search for keywords yourself in the Amazon Kindle store and check out the rankings on the top books in the categories you're considering. You can still get a rough idea of which keywords and categories are more competitive than others. Your first book launch. All of this prep work is to get you ready for your first book launch. Most book launches are very important to nail right out of the gate, especially Amazon launches. If you hit the Amazon algorithm right, you can get them to sell your books to the right customers. The trick is you need to train the algorithm to do its job. You can have all the right keywords and categories in place, but Amazon doesn't believe you without proof in the form of customers. You can tell Amazon all day long your book is a sci-fi techno-thriller, but if sci-fi techno-thriller readers don't buy your book, Amazon stops pushing it. Why? Because Amazon is a customer-centric website. Their pride and joy is their customer recommendation engine. If you can get that engine working for you, then you can build a readership fan base. To do this, you'll need to have everything in place when it's time to launch your book. You want to send targeted genre readers to your book the moment it launches, but how do you do that? There are many ways to send genre-specific readers to your book's product page when it launches. You can run ads on Amazon, BookBub, or Facebook. Maybe even throw in a Goodreads giveaway and see if that helps. But the easiest way for a newbie to get noticed is to do what we call a splash launch. A splash launch utilizes book promo sites, which are email newsletters that go out to avid readers in your genre. These folks read 2 to 3 books in your genre every week, and they just want more books to read. These whale readers are exactly who you need to train the customer recommendation engine to show your book to in the early days of your launch. Amazon gives you a 30-day new release window where you have your shot to hit the mark. Lately, we've noticed that the first 11 days of a book's life are when the algorithm really works in your favor. Amazon gives more weight to new releases in the first 11 days to 2 weeks of your launch, so why not give them what they want? Our 11-day splash launch does just that. We use targeted promo sites, spread out over an 11-day period in an upward trending growth pattern. I like to book one of the bigger promo sites on day 1 of the launch, then book an ever-increasing stack of promo sites over days 7 to 11 of my launch. The more genre-specific the site is, the better. Here's what my 11-day launch plan looks like. You can find the 11-day launch plan at www.self-publishingskool.com/11-days. The key to a good first launch also lies in the pricing structure. To fully utilize the strategy above, you'll need to price your ebooks at 99 cents for the first 11 days, mostly because the readers who subscribe to promo sites are looking for discount books. 99 cents is a good price point to grab those whale readers who will help you get your Amazon rank up. However, because you only get 35% royalties at that price point, it's more of a loss leader price. You'll want to change the price of your ebook to $2.99 on day 12 or after your big promo push ends. There are some very good reasons why. The best time to up your price is when your rank is highest, which is usually after a big 11-day promo push. You'll have more visibility at the higher ranking, and hopefully with the price change, you'll get readers to buy your book for $2 more. Or they'll download the ebook on Kindle Unlimited. Both options are major wins for you. After the initial $2.99 price increase, you may want to up your price to $3.99 or $4.99 or higher depending on what your Tier 1 authors are doing. In the beginning, I usually recommend waiting a week or 2 before increasing your price, then doing so in $1 increments. That way you can look at the data to see if the price increase is really in your best interest. For example, 1 week after your $2.99 price increase, record the number of ebook sales and KEMP reads, or estimated royalties if you prefer hard numbers. Then change your price to $3.99 and see what happens. Do your overall royalties increase? Are you getting more readers in Kindle Unlimited? If so, the price change worked and you can try $4.99 next week. If not, maybe consider going back down to $2.99. And that's how you prepare and launch your first book in a nutshell. First book launches are hard. Launching more books in a series is your next step because every time you launch a book, you have the chance to learn from what you did the last time. Measure what you did right, what you did wrong, and what promo sites worked for you. Then you can optimize your next book launch. Next time you won't be starting at 0. There are many other types of launches you can try for your next book, but just going through the launch process is something to celebrate and something to learn from. Don't forget to track everything you did in your first launch, and congratulations, this is your first step.
The former chapters being read by Barbara Hartzler, a former student of mine, and honestly, one of the nicest people in the indie authoring space. When we first started working together, she had 1 book, and now she has multiple series and is just absolutely killing it in the indie authoring space, and I couldn't be prouder. Chapter 22, Tropes. When many of my students hear the word tropes, a lot of authors don't know what it means or think it's a bad word because they associate it with formula. The reality is that tropes are actually story shorthand. They're the way for writers to communicate their intentions so readers can follow a large and complex story without getting lost. For those who don't know what a trope is, let's take a common example. Ooh, look at him. Isn't he gorgeous? Oh my God, he's a vampire. When you hear that, most likely you think of Twilight. And you would be right, because Twilight certainly uses that dominant trope. The reality is that when you boil it down to its essence, the Twilight trope is about a 1, supernatural being, 2, pretending to be human, while 3, looking for love. And when you look at it in that generic way, you start to realize that the Twilight trope exists in many, many stories. Obviously, we have Twilight itself, where we have Teen Edward or Teen Jacob. I am most certainly Team Jacob. Two supernatural beings who, by virtue of being hormonal teenagers, despite their immortality, are looking for the one. The essence of every YA fantasy. But this trope also exists in Meet Joe Black, where Brad Pitt is death and takes on a human form to understand love, where he finds Claire Forlane. Or The City of Angels, where Nicolas Cage is an angel who chooses to fall because he's fallen in love with Meg Ryan. These are both stories of supernatural beings pretending or choosing to be human and looking for love. Though, as we know, these stories have different endings. However, this trope also existed in the original Dracula by Bram Stoker, written in 1897, in which the vampire Dracula pretends to be a count while looking for the reincarnated soul of his dead wife. I would argue that an iteration or form of this trope even existed in the oldest known recorded story, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was a godlike man whose best friend, Enkidu, was created by the gods to be Gilgamesh's equal in all his godlike splendor. Despite that, Enkidu started out life as a wild man, literally. He was raised by animals and ate and drank like they did. Before Gilgamesh knows of Enkidu's existence, Enkidu is discovered by a hunter who sends a temple prostitute into the wild to sleep with Enkidu in an effort to tame the wild man. The trope in Gilgamesh doesn't perfectly adhere to the rules of the Twilight trope, but it's close enough that you can see how Gilgamesh trope, a godlike being affected by a form of human love, evolved into the Twilight trope, a supernatural being pretending to be human and searching for love. Because we've spent our lives digesting stories, tropes have become such a big part of how we see and interact with story that they're unavoidable. Even you, dear writer, who may have a knee-jerk impulse to reject tropes as formulas, are doomed to fail in that rejection because you've spent your life consuming tropes through all the stories you've read and all the movies and TV shows you've watched. In fact, there's a trope about you trying to reject tropes, because there is no greater trope than a trope-scorned individual who turns their back on tropes only to find tropes in the end. Ha-ha, snookered you there. For those of you who want a bite-sized summary of the beauty that is in the previous paragraph, here's one. A trope is a common story element that's dressed up in different ways. That's it in a nutshell. I want to emphasize this point. Tropes aren't formula. If anything, tropes are the shorthand that helps us communicate our story to readers. Ultimately, when we engage with tropes, we're so trained to see their inevitable conclusion that it helps the reader follow the storyline and understand the direction the story is going. What's more, tropes enhance creativity. Understanding the tropes you're playing with helps define the parameters of your story. In other words, you're confining where your story can go. I've encountered a number of manuscripts over my career in which a young author is all over the place with too many ideas. That dilutes any help of capturing an audience or engaging a reader. By defining the parameters, you're focusing your story to be as compelling as possible within a confined space. It's setting those rules for your own story that allows your creativity to truly flourish. What's more, a new take on an established trope can change everything. As much as people make fun of Twilight, Team Edward, Team Jacob, sparkling vampires, the truth is Stephenie Meyer's series is nothing short of genius. She took several established tropes and twisted them just enough that they remained recognizable while feeling fresh and new, then combined them in ways that hadn't been done much before. I'm sure other stories have combined these tropes in similar ways, but Stephenie Meyer hit the right combination to have mass appeal and got them in front of enough people that word of mouth propelled her to superstardom. Twilight falls into what I like to refer to as the love triangle of doom. In Twilight, we don't just have one supernatural being looking for love, but two. And not only are the vampires good, so are the werewolves. And not only are the vampires beautiful, they literally sparkle. She took multiple elements of what was expected and twisted them, not to lose readers, but to enhance their curiosity. Here was new vampire lore to sink their teeth into. Here was new werewolf lore to get wrapped up in. And what's more, even though the vampires and werewolves don't love each other, they're civil neighbors and indulge each other. And Bella's pretty, but she isn't crazy beautiful. She's simply a teenager who emits a pheromone that drives supernatural creatures crazy with love. In other words, she inherited some weird genetic trait that made her the belle of the ball. Pun fully intended. Who knows, dear reader? Maybe you emit that certain smell that will allow the world to fall in love with you. Now all you have to do is find a coven of vampires to buy your books. Going beyond tropes. Every writer who understands the fundamental of fiction wishes for nothing more than to bring a new angle to an established trope. Much like in songwriting, each of the millions of love songs out there tell us something different about it. Except the Backstreet Boys discography. Come on, guys, step up. We too are looking for our own unique take. In my years of coaching, I consistently bring up the Twilight trope and smile as I watch my students groan. Many people mock Twilight for reaching the true zenith of success where it is now, but I secretly love it. Actually, I would have loved it more if Jacob had won, but anyway. What Stephanie Meyer did with Twilight was nothing short of genius. Whether intentional or accidental, it resulted in the same effect. She took two established tropes, the Twilight trope as we discussed earlier, and the love triangle trope. You'd have to have your head in the sand if you don't know what I mean by simply stringing those words together, and combined them to make Twilight. She took it a step further by playing with the established lore. Vampires and werewolves aren't necessarily evil. In fact, most of them are good. Vampires sparkle, werewolves are tribal, and the list goes on and on. The point is, she found her own unique twist on established tropes. She took what was familiar and changed it just enough that it remained familiar while becoming new. That is your challenge as a writer. Embrace the trope of your genre and find your own unique twist. Exercise. When all said and done, storytelling has several established tropes that work across genres. Beyond that, genres have specific tropes that are special to them. If I could give you a trope dictionary, I would. There have been a few attempts to put one on the market, and I've looked at making one with my advanced students, but based on my efforts, making one is quite a challenge. Maybe one day, someone will create the ultimate trope guide. Until then, it's incumbent on you to understand your genre requirements and the tropes that tend to repeat themselves within the genre. There's a great method for assembling your own trope guide in your head. But when I share this method with aspiring authors, I'm always met with shock. I'm being a bit facetious here, so forgive me, but the shock has occurred enough times to be a little disheartening. You must read. You must read a lot. You must read constantly. And you must not only read in your own genre, but widely in other genres as well. I'll give you an exercise, and I promise that if you do this exercise, you are guaranteed to be a fair bit ahead of other aspiring authors in your genre. What if I told you that within 40 hours, you could become an expert in your genre? I've given this exercise to all of my students, and I'm proud to say that many have found success with it. But most ignore this exercise, and for the life of me, I don't understand why. In an effort to pre-shame you into doing this exercise, I must ask, will you be part of the 10% who will take this exercise seriously? Or will you ignore it like the majority of mediocre writers who never achieve any success? Here we go. In one of the previous chapters, I talked about tier ones. Hopefully you took the time to do that exercise and found a handful of tier 1s that satisfied the criteria we discussed. Great! Now go find what categories those tier 1s exist in. You'll find that they're probably spread over 10 separate categories. Maybe less, unlikely to be more, but potentially. Take a look at the top 20 books in those categories. Download the look insides to your Kindle. I want you to look at the cover, the book description, and read the first 3 chapters of the books. What tropes can you identify? Caveat 1. It's always around this time that people ask me if there's a trope dictionary. The truth is there are a few, but they're not great. I would rather you create your own trope dictionary with vocabulary that makes sense instead of trying to find some pre-established norm. Remember, you've grown up with tropes, so you know them already, if only subconsciously. Caveat 2. Of course, there are some established names for tropes. If you want to hunt down these established tropes, it will require some clever Googling and hanging out on fan sites. But I actually think one of the greatest ways of finding titles for established tropes is reading your tier 1 reviews, because you'll start to see certain vocabulary used time and time again. For example, enemies to lovers trope in romance, academy, and overpowered MC in different niches of fantasy, and so on and so forth. Now read the first 3 chapters. On average, a chapter will be about 2,000 words. Of course, this rule doesn't remain constant, but it's true as a general rule of thumb. On average, a person can read 250 words a minute, which comes to 15,000 words an hour. What you'll find is that the top 20 books in those categories are incestuous. In reality, you're not going to have 200 unique books, but closer to 80 if not fewer. On average, if you can get through 2 or 3 books an hour, keeping in mind that you're only reading the first 3 chapters, which comes out to be about 6,000 words from each book, that means that within 30 hours, you'll have a strong enough understanding of what's working in your genre. Now pick 1 or 2 of those 80 titles that intrigue you and actually read them. Shocker, I know. Then take 1 or 2 of the titles which you might think, what the hell is this? And actually read them too. Repeat this exercise once a month to update your knowledge of what's selling. Note that when you do these exercises a second and third time, you won't necessarily have to read all the books on the list. You can probably get away with reading a handful. But if every couple of weeks you're reading a handful of new titles that are hitting the bestseller list and are paying attention to what's going on in the market, with less than 40 hours upfront and a handful of hours per month for maintenance, you'll truly understand what's going on in your genre. Chapter 23. The following chapter is being read by Joe Ruffin. Joe Ruffin is a coach at selfpublishing.com and a former student of mine, and I couldn't be prouder of the career he is building for himself in this space of self-publishing and indie authoring.
Epic fantasies have always captured my imagination. If there's magic, a dark lord, and some dead farmer's kid trying to save the world, I'm happy. Toss in some hobbits, elves, and dwarves, and I'm positively giddy. When the author bug bit and I put pen to paper for the first time, it made sense for me to write epic fantasy. I was knowledgeable, I loved the Old English style of writing, and was passionate about the storytelling within the genre. It made so much sense. What could possibly go wrong? Well, pretty much everything, life said. And let me tell you, life is a brutal teacher. The first story I wrote was my take on a classic epic fantasy. It was set in a medieval human world in which magic existed and was available to most everyone in the form of a gift, a singular talent available to each individual. There were no elves or dwarves, nary even a talking garden gnome. But there was magic, and to me that made it fantasy, right? Well, that's what I thought, anyway. I wrote and launched 4 novels. 2 origin story novellas followed. On the advice of a very persistent coach who might have written this book, I did all the things. BookBub ads with my Kindle countdown deals each quarter, promo stacks, Amazon ads. I even dipped my toe into the deep end with Facebook ads. Absolutely nothing worked. Don't get me wrong, I did sell some books and made a couple hundred copies, but my goal was to get struck by lightning and show Tolkien, Martin, and J.K. Rowling who really was the boss. There was no weeping and gnashing of teeth among those legendary authors, at least the living ones. My series did not rocket to the top of the charts. The greats did not quiver before me. I doubt the greats knew I existed, really. So, with the sour milk taste of lukewarm success in my mouth, I did what any stubborn, self-respecting author might. I decided to relaunch the exact same series. Thousands of dollars went into a round of developmental editing for all 6 books, new covers across the board, and a ton of advertising to ensure the relaunch made it to the moon rather than breaking apart in the literary atmosphere. Alas, the heavens were not for me. The relaunch flopped worse than the original. Joe was sad, but Joe was still stubborn. Yes, I did next what might just boggle the mind, so buckle up, kids. I wrote an even more complex, less genre-appropriate fantasy, one set in a foreign culture of a land I'd never even visited. The writing was tighter, characters more defined, and grammar bugs effectively squashed. Unfortunately, no amount of paid advertising could sell a book about an elephant wearing latex on a stripper pole. Okay, it wasn't seriously about an elephant or a stripper. Maybe that would have worked better. That year, I attended my first conference and met other rookie authors in the fantasy genre, men and women who launched their first books around the same time I did. They were experiencing great success. They weren't Tolkien reincarnated, but they were making tens of thousands of dollars on their 1 or 2 books. They told me in great detail how their launches soared and the heavens opened with wide arms. I was utterly disheartened and began to wonder if this writing thing was really for me. Purely by coincidence, that was also the time in which some very unreputable friends descended upon my home with offerings of Grey Goose and off-brand tequila. I think I remember most of that night. At one point, encouraged by the goose, one of the guys told a hilarious tale of his first date. We laughed and teased at his expense, and he retaliated by insisting each of us tell our own tales. I was in serious trouble. When it came to my turn, I fulfilled my obligation, regaling the guys with the story of my accidental first date. Yes, friends, it was accidental. In fact, I didn't even know I was on a date. I, stupidly, thought I was going to see a movie with my roommate's best friend. No one bothered to inform me that said friend thought said movie qualified as date material. The night that ensued was a comedy of errors to rival When Harry Met Sally and the whole big old luncheon. In his drunken haze, the instigator of that terrible game pointed across the table, beer bottle in hand, and slurred, "You need to write that." I waved him off, horrified at the idea of writing anything romance adjacent. I'd never even read a romance. Why would I want to write one? The errant friend was persistent and invoked the International Guy Code by saying, "I dare you." Now I was legally obligated to follow through. It was the law. So with very little heart in the effort, I wrote a 19,000-word novella about my first date. It was cheeky, snarky, utterly irreverent, and failed to follow any of the genre's basic rules. In production, I failed every test. There was no professional editing. I made my own cover, and I barely wrote a blurb, much less had it edited. This was my throwaway novella, after all, the book I wrote to satisfy a dare. It wasn't supposed to work. What did I know about writing romance anyway? That stupid little book soared to number 1 on 3 international charts and stayed there for 8 consecutive months. Some months later, I'd still not written a full romance novel. I was embarrassed. I was a dude, after all. We weren't supposed to like romance, much less write about it, right? At some point, on a Zoom call with my coach, I confessed to having strayed from the fantasy path, opening up about the odd success of my date book to my coach. And what do you think his response was? He said, "You don't have permission to write another fantasy novel until you've written 2 full series of romance. Period. Don't argue with me." I still remember his finger pointing in the camera. Well, slap me with the dead fish and call me Andy. Who's Andy, you ask? Oh, never mind. His point, however strangely stated, was simple. The market was telling me that I had a voice in that. And I was an idiot not to listen. The market, after all, is made up of all the readers who might buy my books. They were the boss. They should be listened to, right? For once in my life, I finally surrendered my stubbornness and accepted my coach's advice. My first romance series was about my life, something I knew better than anyone. I fictionalized it, of course, then threw in a lot of self-deprecating humor. As a classic series, it followed my life from that first date to my ultimate HEA in book 5. It didn't quite shatter the rules of the genre, but it didn't exactly follow them either. I was still being a little stubborn. Magically, that series sold. Reviews were overwhelmingly positive. And readers began asking, what's next? It was at this point that I realized Coach might have been right. Maybe this was where my voice sounded more like David Cook than William Hung. And that's an American Idol reference. Keep up with me here, please. I started reading successful authors in my genre, but not for entertainment. I read their books as though they were textbooks to be studied, focusing on story structure, character development, chapter and sentence length, and 100 other attributes I could identify, many of which I had failed to incorporate in my own writing in the previous books. A student of the game I became, Yoda would say. When the second book of my second series hit the top 10 in a highly competitive genre, I knew I had something. When each of the next 5 books did the same, I wanted to hug my coach, and maybe the drunk friend who'd insisted that fateful dare. So let's break this down. Why is any of this important? Number 1, your second book will always be better than your first. Your third book will be better than your second. Yes, that's shocking, I know. But this is a craft. It is a skill, a vocation that must be honed from raw ore into a razor's edge. It takes time, practice, and a healthy dose of humility to master. First thing an author writes is rarely, if ever, what launches a career. Accept this, and you will sleep much easier. Trust me. Number 2, you must know the expectations of your genre, and then meet them with everything you do. This isn't optional. It is a law. Okay, it's a guideline, but it's a very important guideline. For example, if you wrote the greatest love story ever told, but killed one of the main characters in the end, you really can't market that in the romance genre. It's more of a tragedy, possibly a women's fiction, but it ain't romance, not in today's literary market. If you tried marketing that bundle of death and destruction to romance readers, you would likely get terrible reviews and pick up very few long-term readers. I know what you're thinking. Quote, writing to market, close quote, cramps my literary style. It quells my creative mojo. It does absolutely nothing of the sort. You can still write to market and write your brainchild. Go crazy, get creative, set your muse free. Because that bad boy has been chained up far too long. But for the love of all that is holy and pure in the literary world, meet your genre's expectations. If you aren't sure what those are in your given genre, do the research. Read, study, find a mentor, hire a coach. This one's not simply important. It is the cornerstone of success in today's publishing world. Shirk it at your own peril. Number 3, There is power in the pivot. Sometimes, and I know this is going to be hard to believe, I get things wrong. You may pick your jaw up off the ground now. I know it is shocking. Think about it. I wanted to write fantasy. I was absolutely certain that was where I would find success. After all, it's what I've loved since I was a child, and it's what I wanted to write. The market did not care. It was only when I listened to the market, and maybe my coach, and made a shift that I found success. If I had never dabbled in romance, if I'd never tried something different, and yes, I hated the idea at the time, I would have never become a full-time author. As sad as I was to give up my fantasy dream, the thought of missing a second life as an author pains me far more. Magically, I've come to love my new genre home. The stories are rich and complex, often filled with laughter and love. The readers are hysterical and keep me entertained and on my toes every single day. And the money, well, let's just say I appreciate the ability to pay the bills with my crazy stories. That is so much fun, and it's really cool. So here's the bottom line. Don't be afraid to dip your quill into a different color ink. Yes, I hear you, romance authors. Stop snickering. Try a different genre, right outside your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to experiment and learn, or try something new. If you launch your brainchild, that story that's haunted you since your youth, and it doesn't fly off the shelves, don't give up. Sharpen your pencil, grab your reading glasses, and get to work to find out where your true voice might best be heard. It's a big, beautiful literary world out there. Sometimes, you just have to find where your voice truly belongs before the gods of book sales rain blessings upon you.
Chapter 24. Actually writing and launching your book. Once again, telling a good story doesn't revolve so much around your writing prowess, but around genre expectation and tropes. The point of this book is not necessarily to teach you to write better, but to understand the fundamentals of good story by looking at the market. However, one of the deeper levels of good storytelling is an exploration of current and upcoming popular tropes. To be honest, trying to predict what will be popular is like looking at tea leaves to determine when the aliens are going to invade. It's not really something you can do. However, there are some things you can do so you aren't throwing darts in the dark. The first thing is simply being a fan of the genre. Hopefully, you're writing what you like to read. Not only that, but writing in a genre you're truly a fan of. You're watching YouTube videos about the genre, you're on Reddit forums and Facebook groups and following various influencers on social media who talk about the genre and/or niche. I recommend taking a close look at how other fans are reacting and talking about the genre. Pro tip: ask one of these communities as a fan. What do other people want to see? What are people tired of seeing? The second practical element to this is reading your Tier 1's reviews. By now, you hopefully have a good concept of what Tier 1s are, and you can identify the other authors who are writing the kind of things you aspire to write. Read all the reviews, the good, the bad, the ugly. See what fans are complaining about and what they're dancing in the street about. Although I have a lot of trepidation about AI, ChatGPT, and these models in general, please see the bonus chapter at the end of this book for a fuller view of my views on this. One thing ChatGPT is good at is this. If you cut and paste a bunch of reviews into it and ask what the author did well, what fans liked and disliked, it will give you a good summary of a bunch of disparate information. Go on Amazon's Advanced Search View. You can filter the Advanced Search View for books to be published after a certain date. Then search your authors, Tier 1s, tropes, any other kind of language you can grab hold of that relates to your book. Seeing what's upcoming from other successful authors and what they're banking on being successful will give you insight into what's coming. Don't fret too much. A good story is a good story. As long as you're meeting readers' expectations and telling an interesting, fun, and dare I say unique story, your readers will come in time. If you spend all your time trying to shortcut or game the system, you'll only meet with folly. There are smart ways to play the game, but there are very few shortcuts. Measure what's important. More pro tips. You can literally measure everything. If you over-measure everything you're doing, especially if it's not relevant, you're only going to encumber yourself with spreadsheets rather than focusing on what should be, getting that first book and that first series out. Until the first book is done, the only thing you should be measuring is your daily word count. Until you have a 4-book series out, the most important thing to keep measuring is your daily word count. If you have books 1 and 2 out, the other measurement I would look at with some concern is how many people who read book 1 go on to read book 2. Be careful how you measure this, because it's not a simple one-to-one measurement. First, it takes people time to read book 1 and continue on to book 2. Second, there are a lot of things that can affect read-through, like the reader simply being unaware book 2 is out. To this end, please make sure you're always including a sample chapter or some kind of call to action with a link to book 2. If you've cyber-stalked enough tier 1s, you'll see a common best practice is to put a link to book 2 at the end of book 1. Don't start marketing with true diligence until you have 4 books out. The truth is, until you have 4 books out, it's very difficult to make money off of any given series. Please note, I'm not saying you shouldn't do marketing, testing, and newsletter or social media. All I'm saying is that until you have 4 books out, the real marketing doesn't begin because the potential of breaking even on less than 4 books is incredibly difficult, especially for first-time writers. Again, I'm not telling you to market your book at all. I'm simply saying that the focus should be on the first 4 books. I apologize for repeating this. It's just that whenever I say that to students, the takeaway message is that they shouldn't be marketing yet. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is, until you have enough content out, your focus should be on writing above all else. I truly believe that measuring what's important to you is one of the most undervalued aspects of the book business, and potentially any business. You really have to measure what you're attempting to achieve. As mentioned, I've often have students greatly underestimating or grossly overestimating how many words they write in a week. But it doesn't end there. You need to know how many people are opening your emails to know how effective your newsletter strategy is. You need to know your reader engagement to know what kind of posts deepen your relationship with them, but also to get an indication of what works so that you can focus on that. Measuring what's important to you is the skill that will separate success from failure. If you're one of those who gets a lightning strike because you happen to hit the right metrics, then measuring what's important will be the difference between longevity and being another author who fades away. What to measure depends on where you are in the process. Take a moment before going on to the next chapter to figure out what you need to be measuring. Still working on your first book? Focus on your word count. Have your 4 books out? Start considering other things like how many people are opening your newsletter and engaging with your social media posts. Publishing well. As mentioned earlier, the most common mistake young writers make when getting ready to publish is telling their mother. The joke was meant to be funny, and I hope a few of you chuckled. But the truth is that it is actually a serious problem, especially if you become popular. Ultimately, as much as we want to sell our books to anyone and everyone, I hope I've communicated throughout this book that we are beholden to the almighty algorithm. So, how does one publish well and adhere to the restrictions of the algorithm? To reiterate, that means selling to the right kind of reader, who then trains Amazon's algorithm to find other people who are the right kind of reader. The answer is not a fun one. We must take a holistic approach to launching well. The first step, again, not to sound like a broken record, involves figuring out who your readers are. That in turn means figuring out who your tier 1s are, the genre, subgenre, and niche of your book resides in, as well as figuring out the extra tropes and angles you're hitting. Step 2 is to find where your tier 1s hang out and how to promote themselves. Step 3 is start targeting those areas. This includes ads, which we'll all cover later in this book, as well as fan groups and review sites, which can be particularly powerful. Fan sites often exist as Facebook groups, Discord channels, or a myriad of social media outlets that are dependent on your genre. I know one author, and only one author, who very successfully found her audience on Pinterest. To the rest of us, Pinterest is a black hole of despair, and I don't recommend it. Once you've found where your perfect readers reside, then you need to communicate with them in a way they understand. This often means not changing who you are, but adopting vocabulary that's a bit more bespoken to your niche and genre. Again, how do you figure this out? The answer is to find these groups, join them, participate in them, and then you start to learn who your readers are and what motivates them. For example, I always believed the unique elements of my world were a major selling point. Much like Star Wars or Dune, where people endlessly debate the color of a lightsaber or the Butlerian jihad, I thought people would love my world in a similar fashion. In particular, the way magic works in my world is, to the best of my knowledge, unique. Mythical creatures trade life for magic. For example, casting a fireball would cost a dragon 6 hours of life. Thanks to that fireball, the Grim Reaper will visit the dragon's door 6 hours earlier than they otherwise would have. The same fireball might cost the Wendigo, which is largely a cold climate creature, several days. These creatures were once immortal and could freely use their magic without consequence. But in the Gongod world, they're mortal and contend with the fact that they will die one day. Every time they use magic, which they had previously taken for granted, it brings them closer to death. I thought that mortal, emotional, existential quandary gave my universe an edge, made it way more interesting, and put it perhaps a cut above other urban fantasies. I was wrong. Readers, as best as I can tell, enjoy the unique magic system, but it's not necessarily the buying point. What sells the books are the characters first, the adventures a distant second, and the world-building magic system, etc., a distant, perhaps in the next county, if not the next country, third. Publishing well means all of this. For those of us who are rightly intimidated by the process and ask ourselves, how can I ever manage it? I would say it takes time and the courage to publish knowing you've made mistakes. Many of those mistakes will be uncovered once the book sees the light of day. The pro tip for this is just one core thing. If your book launch and marketing efforts are bringing in a wide variety of readers who are buying your book simply to support you and not because they're an avid fan of the genre you're writing, it's a waste of time. What's more, it's harmful to your launch. I'll leave that there, knowing full well that 90% of the people reading this will completely ignore this advice and do some random book launch with friends and family, getting their great aunt Tootsie to buy their book and ruin the algorithm. Launch schedule. As mentioned earlier, this is about when the next book comes out and how you're engaging readers. For this, I have one solid pro tip. See what other successful authors are doing, especially those in your genre, and emulate their best practices and/or the pieces of their publishing schedule that you feel best fits your personality and the style of marketing you're into. This includes, but are not limited to, online and physical book fairs, blogging, getting into writers groups, Insta freebies, creating a website, Goodreads, and dozens of others. Remember, no matter what you choose, make sure you're conducting research about what other successful authors are doing, specifically in your genre. It doesn't matter if you have the best website design or write the best blog posts on the entire internet. If the readers in your genre aren't in those spaces, you won't be engaging them. Newsletters. I have one pro tip for newsletters. Be consistent in what you choose. Your approach to the newsletter will probably come down to one of 4 styles. It will be an evolution to make the approach your own and figure out what type of author you are and how to present yourself to your fans. But one of these are a good place to start. Number 1, the new releaser. This type of author only releases a newsletter when they have, you guessed it, a new release. They only send out an email when there's a new release on the horizon and may also send occasional marketing emails like a cover reveal snippet and a thank you email to their list, which is really just a way to try to catch that last minute person who still hasn't bought your book yet. Number 2, open book dude. This is the best friend author who emails a lot, maybe even too much. Their fans know everything about them, family details, what their weekend plans are, what he had for breakfast. The fans who are around for this treat the author like a friend and champion his books. Number 3, the specialist. This author is a specialist in a subgenre or niche. Engagement is based on information and interesting things about the niche, e.g., a police procedural specialist who gives history about serial killers or interviewing police for their newsletter. Number 4, the legend. The legend looks like the new releaser, but don't be fooled. This author is a pre-buzz marketing expert who gets their fans so excited they're screaming from the hilltops about the author's books. This type of author has built themselves up and positioned themselves so effectively that their fans now do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to marketing. This is incredibly difficult to achieve, and the legend is the type of author you will likely aspire to become. While I talk about these 4 styles of newsletters, the truth is that these are just the low-hanging fruits. There are many ways to approach your newsletter, and you'll figure out the best way to do your newsletter based on your personality and genre as you go. Your community. By this, I mostly mean social media. Social media takes time. You have to do the hard work before you start seeing results. That said, if you're going to tackle social media, don't focus on the number of followers you have so much as the engagement you get. If your followers aren't engaging, then they probably aren't buying your books either. As far as pro tips, I have the same piece of advice I did for newsletters. Be consistent in what you choose. That aside, there are dozens of books on how to make the most out of Instagram or X or TikTok. The purpose of this book is not to delve deep into how to use social media, but to speak about social media as a piece of the holistic strategy for launching. I would ask you to look at social media platforms you're most comfortable with and engage with them. And, I know I'm starting to sound redundant, be consistent in whatever style you pick. My goal is to point out the importance of using social media and giving you the first steps to getting started. I might write an updated book in the future that expands on these topics, but my best recommendation for newsletters and social media is to join as many platforms as you can. Take stock of what you like and dislike. Participate in conversations and see how your voice starts to shape up. I have learned that I deeply dislike creating posts online, but I am surprisingly comfortable doing Facebook Live events and speaking on video. As a result, my marketing focus for my fans and groups tend to be along those lines. Marketing versus paid advertising. You probably noticed that the headline for this section is marketing versus advertising. There's a difference between the two. Marketing is everything you do to engage your fans and readers without paying in a one-to-one way, i.e., you're paying an advertising platform like BookBub or Amazon to show your ads to readers and asking those readers to click on the ads that takes them to your sales page or your website. Marketing is a lot more general. It's different activities like social media or your newsletter that don't have the one-to-one or measurable monetary value. Marketing does ultimately lead to sales, and the better you do at marketing, the better your career will be in the long run. As mentioned previously, marketing is anything you're doing to engage your readers and fans that doesn't use a paid platform like BookBub or Amazon. There are numerous things that qualify as marketing. In fact, we've covered some of the major ones: newsletters and social media, or more broadly, your community. If you haven't already, now would be a great time to brainstorm how you'll best engage your community of readers, whether that's through social media, the best friend newsletter approach, or even through events like Civil War reenactments. That said, I won't beat a dead horse or go over those again. As you get your feet wet and try different things, you'll start to settle into the approach to marketing that works for you and your audience, which leaves us with the other topic of this chapter: ads. Ads are a massive topic. Like with social media, there are dozens and dozens of books that aim to teach authors how to leverage ads, and I would encourage you to do your research on paid ads because it's the best way to get your books in front of readers. In the course I created with selfpublishing.com, we have entire modules dedicated just to the art of advertising. For the purpose of this book and looking at ads as part of the holistic approach, I'll give you 2 pro tips. Pro tips. 1. The only ads worth messing with at the beginning of any author career are Amazon, BookBub, and, for those who are not faint of heart, Facebook ads. Other platforms don't convert as well, and some platforms don't convert at all. Damn X. Therefore, if you're going to practice the art of advertising, those are the 3 platforms you should be focusing on in the beginning. As you grow and evolve, there are other platforms out there, but they're difficult to make work and have a lot more to them. I know several authors who will only engage in these 3 platforms, but I only know one author who doesn't run ads on these 3. 2. All ads should be narrow but deep. This means that if you're writing a book about dragons in New York, then make sure that you're targeting the keywords that focus on dragons in New York. People who like to read books on dragons in New York, or targeting comparable books which have dragons in New York. The worst thing you can do is target ancient Chinese dragon lore, because people who are interested in Chinese dragon lore are most likely not interested in dragons in New York. Or if they are, they're interested in it from the perspective of mythology and not romping urban fantasy. The broader you target, the less likely you are to succeed. For example, I've learned that finding, creating, and commissioning art of mythical creatures in everyday mundane situations, such as a genie washing windows or a minotaur delivering pizza, really appeals to my readers. Using those images in my ads have proven extremely effective for selling my books. It targets the niche of readers who are a good fit for what my stories offer. Chapter 25. Let's get practical. Covers, blurbs, first lines, and first chapters. This book has 2 themes about what it takes to be a full-time author: consistency and going narrow but deep. When it comes to the marketing discussed in previous chapters, I hope I made my point that if you market too widely and don't niche down to target your actual readers, you aren't going to succeed. Similarly, what sells your book is the cover, the description, the first sentence, and the first chapter. These are certainly not the only assets that will sell your book, but these 4 should work together as one of the most significant levers for making the sale. The goal is for all 4 of these elements to fit together and not being incongruent with your genre. For example, if your cover screams billionaire boyfriend, then your blurb should talk about billionaire boyfriends, and the first line and first chapter should promise a story about, that's right, billionaire boyfriends. That doesn't mean you should start your book with, he lit a cigar and burned a $100 bill in it, and the flames of the cash dance around his face. Rather, we should immediately sense themes of romance and be introduced to one person who's very wealthy and another who likely is not. Let's go into some pro tips and things we can think about when it comes to the 4 assets I mentioned above: cover, blurb, first sentence, and first chapter. Pro tips. Cover. At this point, I imagine you've cyberstalked your tier 1s. You should have some idea of what your tier 1s use on their covers: the layout, font, model or models, backgrounds, color scheme, and other elements. You should be able to pick out consistent features that you can draw on when designing your covers. You should also keep in mind that your covers need to be consistent in their presentation of each element. For example, are your characters always in an action pose? Is your author name always at the bottom of the cover or the top? Blurb. The things to consider when writing your blurb are structure, style, point of view, intensity, and language use, as well as anything else you notice among your tier 1s. Style and structure refer to how you're using bold, italic, and normal fonts in your blurb on your Amazon page, as well as the kind of information you include. For example, do you always put your first line in bold? Do you always have an italicized call to action at the end? Do you include a quote from someone reputable who talks about the book? Intensity and language use should reflect your genre. If you're writing sweet romance, your intensity and language shouldn't resemble what you'll see in a dark fantasy blurb. First sentence. The first sentence of your book is what will keep readers reading after they've been hooked by your cover and book description. It needs to be simultaneously impactful and pose a question that the reader can't answer unless they keep reading. But even though this will be your reader's first encounter with your story, I recommend writing it last. Why? 2 reasons. First, if you get feedback on your first line before you finish writing your story, it could throw you off track and lead you to completely rewriting your story needlessly. Second, because the first line needs to draw your reader into the story, you have to actually know where your story's going. And you don't always know where it'll end up when you start writing. First chapter. Your first chapter lays the groundwork for an unput-downable story. Because of this, you really need to make sure the first chapter captures readers' attention. To do that, you can create empathy with your hero, get a reader excited about your A story or plot, give the readers an engaging setting. In addition to setting these things up, you want to give your reader a promise that you'll entertain them in a specific way, which is genre dependent. A reader won't want to read your book if they don't have some idea of what you're promising in upcoming chapters. Finally, hint at growing tension. There should be something that the hero needs to overcome, and there should be enough hints or evidence of it in your opening chapter that the reader knows something is up. Section 3. The fundamentals of your author business. Chapter 26. Certainty and regret. Consistency for the win. I'm often asked, what are the common traits for success? In this chapter, I'll cover the 4 most common traits I see in new authors I've helped who have actually achieved some portion of their goals. They're consistent. They tell a good story. I keep repeating this ad nauseum, but it is the cornerstone of a career. They don't take it personally. They know when to pivot. Be consistent. This is probably the greatest skill an author can have. It's also the trait I've struggled with most. Consistency means many things, but there are 3 basic levels to it that make an author's career. Consistent output. If you're consistent in your production, this means you'll be able to produce books relatively quickly, and few authors can have a successful career without a back catalog. But more than that, very few authors have careers until they practice their craft enough to be good. Consistency solves both these problems. If you can, as Stephen King advises, write 2,000 words per day or more, you can have a rough draft of an average length novel in 5 to 6 weeks. Once you achieve this, you'll start to realize it doesn't take years to write a book. Consistency in publication. Over time, you'll train your readers to expect a book from you every 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, however fast you can produce them. So long as you're consistent, it will be an expectation for your readers. Once you've built a fan base and have a following, you can, of course, slow down and become less consistent. But in the beginning, I recommend a consistent publishing schedule to help grow and keep your readership. Consistency in approaching readers. Consistency in how you approach your newsletters, social media, and ads matters. You're refining each of these, and you can only refine something you're consistently doing and measuring. But you're also building a relationship with readers who begin to expect posts from you and look forward to emails from you, depending on how you employ those strategies. Don't take it personally. There's a lot in the book business that's going to suck. It's important not to shy away from it. This is where measuring what's measurable is crucial because the numbers don't lie. For example, let's say you're selling a series. If the numbers are telling you that people aren't reading through book 1 or enjoying it enough to read book 2, you can't take this data point personally. Rather, you should celebrate that you have a direction to work in. Maybe book 1 needs to be reworked. Maybe it needs to be edited, and sometimes the simplest edits can have the most impact. With my series Mortality Bites, the story starts out with Katrina Darling, a 300-year-old ex-vampire, jumping into the arms of the campus heartthrob Justin Truly because someone opened a shutter, allowing the sunshine to stream into the classroom. Forgetting that she was no longer a vampire, she sought to get out of the sunlight. It was a solid introduction to the character. It showed the lighthearted nature of the story. Certainly, I write light, fun urban fantasy, and it introduced us to some of the world's challenges. Former monsters now live amongst us. They're your classmates sitting in the seat next to you. However, less than 30% of the people who read book 1 went on to read book 2. It killed me because so many of my reviews were, "Love the book, great take on vampires." Selling book 1 was not difficult. But so few of them, despite all the reviews, went on to book 2. It took months of racking my brain and trying to figure out what went wrong until blessedly I got that one comment from a reader who wrote to me saying, "I would have liked to have seen more of Justin." Then it hit me. Even though Justin was the love interest and he and Kat would eventually get together, though it would be an ill-fated romance, he wasn't the main focus of the book by a long shot. In fact, Justin appears for less than 2,000 words in the entire first book. He is merely a device to set up that opening scene. However, it also set up the expectation in readers' minds that this was a romance. I didn't know that, and I didn't understand that initially, but now it seems clear as day. Of course, this was the meet-cute moment. But a meet-cute moment in a book that wasn't a romance frustrated readers. In fact, it was a miracle that the book was as well reviewed as it was, considering I wasn't meeting reader expectations based on how I set up the beginning. And so I used one of the greatest tools given to an author, the cut-paste option. I moved chapter 3 to chapter 1. In that chapter, my heroine, Katrina Darling, meets her fae roommate, who is trying to staple grass to the wall because the idea of sleeping somewhere not completely surrounded in flora went against her elf-like sensibilities. I edited the meeting with Justin Truly to downplay it and moved it to chapter 3. Suddenly, what took me 2 hours to edit, but months to figure out, improved my read-through from less than 30% to over 40%. It still wasn't amazing, but it was enough to build a career on. And considering it was 9 books, that series did very well for me. The box set did even better, but that's for another book on writing. Had I taken it personally, that people weren't reading book 2, I might have quit. Certainly, there were moments of frustration where I wanted to quit. But I'm glad I persevered, and I'm glad it happened, because it showed me that sometimes the simplest fix can have the biggest impact. Know when to pivot. As I mentioned earlier in the book, it's generally a good practice to write a 3 or 4 book series because with ads, read-through, and sell-through, most authors can break even with a 4-book series. Plus, you've learned what it takes to write a 4-book series, so the next series will be even better. However, what do you do when the first series doesn't work and the second series doesn't work? How do you pivot? Most people pivot within their genre. They might write a spin-off in the same universe so the fans of that spin-off will explore their other work. Or pivoting might simply mean approaching the genre in a different way, now that you understand the market on a deeper level. That is a typical pivot, and it involves understanding that once you've built that minimal viable product of 3 or 4 books, I recommend 4, but that's just my personal approach, you should stop. If the series isn't selling, you shouldn't commit to writing 20 books in it. This is a solid way to pivot. However, sometimes pivoting means shifting into a genre you know and love. Take the curious case of P.C. James, who joined the school at 68 years old and now, at the time of writing this chapter, is 72 and finally enjoying the career he always wanted. Paul started out writing dystopian fiction. His books had all the typical red flags for a series. He had been planning them in his mind for many years and didn't follow any conventions. He was unaware of the genre expectations of dystopian fiction and near-future sci-fi, and it wasn't something he personally enjoyed reading. All red flags. When he finished the 4 books of that series, I asked him what he liked to read. He somewhat sheepishly admitted that he enjoys Miss Marple-esque cozy mysteries. Miss Marple, in particular, was one of his favorite literary characters of all time. Agatha Christie and her ilk were something he could not get enough of. Well, why not write that, I asked. There's a part of me that wonders if Paul was waiting for someone to give him permission to write cozy mysteries, or if he was genuinely shy or sheepish about his deep love of them. I'm not quite sure. All I know is that on our next call, in less than 2 months later, he had a complete manuscript in hand. Fast forward an additional 2 years, and he has over 16 books in the cozy mystery genre. Our conversations aren't about why this isn't working anymore. They're about how he can do more. Bonus trait, certainty. There's another element to this successful author's personality I'd like to cover here. It's a distinctly inhuman quality. Most of us dislike uncertainty. Ironically, we procrastinate because we feel unsure of the outcome, and instead of rushing headlong into publishing our first book to great failure, we procrastinate because it is the inevitable pain we're sure we're going to feel. For those of us who are confident we'll actually be successful, we equally procrastinate because we do not want to be proven wrong. Either way, we're trying to avoid a negative outcome. Procrastination kicks the unknown but potentially negative outcome down the lane. I think authors who can delude themselves into being certain of an uncertain outcome have an advantage over us all. I would ask you to do the same. Believe fully that your first book will be a success. Write with enthusiasm, knowing the first book will change your life. And once you know it is the outcome you are heading towards, procrastination will become a thing of the past. Chapter 27. Treat it like a business. What's the difference between a hobby and a profession? Getting paid. Most people pick their hobbies based on their likes, what they like to do, what gives them pleasure. Hobbies are what they do when they can choose how to spend their time. Writing fiction seems to fall very comfortably into the hobby category, and yet so many people who want to turn this hobby into a profession won't travel the final mile to get it done. The sad truth is that unless you treat it like a business, barring a lightning strike, you are never going to go full-time. Perhaps this is the first time you've heard the advice to treat this like a business, but I suspect you've heard it before, from other authors talking about their journeys or from teachers advising young hopefuls on the steps to success. As much as I appreciate the advice, I always find that treating it like a business can be a bit challenging. What does it mean exactly? I'd like to offer my take on that. There are 4 areas or stages to treating writing like a business. 1. Studying. I've spoken ad nauseum to you on this point. Therefore, this section will be short, just enough to say that you do not know as much as you think you know. I strongly recommend putting yourself on a steady regime of studying your craft and actively trying to improve. In the early days, you'll want to study how to tell a good story. I've tried to lay the foundation of what this means in this book. Go out and read widely. This is one of the few professions where studying can actually mean reading a book or even watching a movie, as long as you're doing so like a reader and not just allowing the words or images to passively wash over you. Rather, when you're reading or watching, you're trying to deconstruct things. What works? What doesn't? What you can do better and what the story has done perfectly, and so on and so on. Other activities that fall into studying include joining writers' groups, reading books on craft, taking courses, and watching author interviews. These are great, but I would caution against going too far down this path. It's easy to mistake study for progress. You must limit this time wisely and balance it with the rest of your work. Part of the studying is also practicing, but not merely for the sake of practicing. I don't want you to do endless reps of short stories. I want you to take the massive step of finishing your book to the best of your ability. You'll also do well to accept that this book you're working on now probably isn't going to be the one that allows you to go full time. Beyond that, understand that your best work is still ahead of you. In fact, that statement holds true until you breathe your last. Unlike in sports, where the body gets frail and you can't jump as high or run as fast, with writing, the mind tends to sharpen. 2. Runway. Now that you put in your reps and understand the game that much better, it's time to start building that runway towards full-time status. You may be one of the lucky ones who releases a book or two, or a 4-book series, and immediately achieves full-timedness. In this case, the story gods have blessed you. Most of us need to build a runway. Runway involves 2 elements. First is building your back catalog. The back catalog has 2 advantages. First, as you build your catalog, you're getting better and better at your craft. Second, the more books you have to sell, if you're pushing them adequately and correctly, the more money you'll make on a month-to-month basis. This is runway. Very few people take off on book 1. Most need 2, 3, 4 series. For some, it's the incremental gain of reliable monthly income with every new book that eventually accumulates enough to go full time. But the notion that you're J.K. Rowling or Stephen King and can write 1 book and earn enough to go full time is false, and probably the greatest detriment to aspiring authors. Most writers have to write and write and write as they do their catalogs and income grow. I have 11 series out now. While some are doing incredibly well, I can't deny that 7 of my series aren't selling like they did at launch. I pushed them just a little bit as an aggregate, and together they make me a healthy income. Those 7 series provide the stability to continue while I'm working on new projects, or if one of my new launches is a dud. And believe you me, even this far into my career, I still manage to release duds from time to time. 3. Growth. Once you've found your readership and followers and you know you can release a book or a good portion of your mailing list will buy it, how do you keep them happy? Beyond keeping them happy, how do you find new readers? This is a tough business. If you don't grow, you die. I don't want to belabor this point too much because this book is meant for new authors. But the reality is that this is the phase where you're trying to grow your readership. You grow by continuing to deliver great stories, but also by engaging your readers through newsletters, social media, conventions, and even online Zoom pizza parties, as one author I know does. You grow by realizing your fans and readers are the single most important asset you have. They are far more important than any single series or book you produce. Growth is about finding more of them and keeping the ones you have happy. In fact, this bleeds over into maintenance. Number 4, maintenance. Now that you've finally some income on your books, how do you maximize it? Are you utilizing your book's back matter to clearly tell readers what else you have to sell? Are you running ads effectively to keep your business growing? How are you keeping your readers and fans you currently have happy? How can you do that better? What are you doing to maximize? I don't want to go too deep here because this book is directed at beginning writers, but I would be remiss not to mention this phase. It's incredibly important to realize that just because you're full-time this year doesn't mean you'll be full-time next year. You have to maintain your series. You have to have a war chest for lean times. You need to continue honing your craft and getting better if you're going to remain relevant in this game. All of these things are difficult to do. The maintenance phase of your book career will, in many ways, be the hardest part. I'm sorry to those still working on your first book. Aspects of this career do get easier, I promise, but aspects of it also get harder as you progress.
Chapter 28. Pen names. To use or not to use. Why or why not? By Harina Al-Hadef.
The following chapter is being read by Katarna Al-Hatif. She too is a former student of mine, but I can't claim much for her success. She came pretty much fully baked and currently runs a massive editing team for selfpublishing.com after having built a substantial and very successful editing company, Wandering Words.
Should you use a pen name? The pen name. For some writers, it's an exciting opportunity to craft a second identity. For others, it's a stressful decision full of what-ifs and marketing worries. Should you write under your real name or choose a pseudonym? The short answer? It depends. Let's break it down so you can make the right call for your author career. Now, who the heck am I? I'm Hina, the head of publishing at selfpublishing.com. But I started out as an editor in the traditional publishing world before becoming one of Ramy's early fiction students back in 2016. And now I'm lucky enough to work alongside him, supporting authors as they chase their creative dreams. I freaking love my job so much, just saying. Since then, I've written more than 100 books across multiple pen names in multiple genres, and believe me, it's been a messy, humbling, eye-opening journey. When I first started, I picked the pen name Cat Wonders, a combination of my late Abba's name — I published my first book in his honor while he was in hospice — and the fact that I've always been a bit of a wanderer. At the time, I felt like it was a thoughtful tribute and a fun creative label. Little did I know that once you slap a pen name on your books and social media, people really start using it. And before long, Cat wasn't just a name on a page. It became what people called me in real life, whether I was at the grocery store, at events, or online. Honestly, I didn't know what I was signing up for, and in many ways, I regret it. After a bit, I decided I wanted a female pen name, after all, instead of my dad's name. So I updated it to Katarina Wanders, another family name. But the damage was already done. Over time, I added even more pen names: QB Wanders, Venus Rose, and several others I don't openly share. Each attached to a different project or genre I wanted to explore. On the one hand, it's been a rewarding creative adventure. On the other, it's meant juggling multiple identities, multiple brands, and more than a few moments of, why did I make this so complicated for myself? And then there's the dark side. Once your face and name, any name, are out there, people can latch on in ways you don't expect. Over the years, I've dealt with several creepy online stalkers and, scariest of all, someone once showed up at my house. Trust me when I say privacy isn't just a casual bonus. Sometimes it's a critical safeguard. So when I say this chapter is personal, I mean it from a place of experience: the good, the bad, the chaotic, and sometimes the disturbing. Why I use pen names, and why you might too. Although I've now retired the ones I listed above, in my journey, pen names have been both a practical tool and a creative outlet. They've helped me navigate across genres, maintain some personal privacy, and experiment without putting all the weight of expectation on one name. Here's what I've learned. Genre separation. If you write across vastly different genres, say children's books and dark thrillers, readers will expect consistency. A pen name helps you avoid confusing your audience. Privacy. While I love my readers, I found it helpful and sometimes necessary to keep some personal boundaries. A pen name offers a bit of breathing room. Also, not everyone wants their boss, their nosy neighbors, or their family Googling their steamy romance series. A pen name creates a layer of separation. Marketability. Let's face it, sometimes a real name is hard to pronounce, spell, or remember. A well-chosen pen name can be easier for readers to latch onto. Creative freedom. Sometimes, adopting a new name makes it easier to try something new without feeling boxed in by what you've done before. Fresh start. Maybe you've published before and you want to reinvent yourself. A new name can give you a clean slate. Why not use a pen name? Pen names aren't shortcuts or magic fixes. They're extra work. Managing multiple author brands means keeping up with extra social media, extra mailing lists, and extra marketing strategies. Plus, all the legal, tax, and contract work still has to trace back to your real name, which can get complicated fast. As I learned firsthand, sometimes the name you choose takes on a life of its own, in ways you never expected, including situations that cross over into real-life safety concerns. So yeah, they come with trade-offs, such as double the work. Every pen name is essentially a separate author brand. You'll need to manage separate social media, mailing lists, websites, and author platforms. Legal and payment logistics. Contracts, royalties, and taxes still need to be tied to your legal name. You'll have to manage the back end carefully. Building recognition takes time. You can't walk into a bookstore and flash your driver's license to build credibility. Your pen name has to earn its own audience from scratch. So, how to choose a good pen name? If you decide a pen name is right for you, don't pick one on a whim. Here's what matters. Memorability. Pick something easy to pronounce, spell, and remember. Genre fit. Make sure your name fits the vibe of your genre. A fantasy author might lean toward lyrical or mysterious. A romance author might choose something softer or more evocative. Availability. Check the domain name, social media handles, and online presence. You don't want to choose a name already crowded with other authors or brands. Personal connection. Some authors choose names with personal meaning, a family name, a nod to heritage, or a word that inspires them. In hindsight, both Kat and Katarina were terrible choices because even though I grew up with them in my home country in the Middle East as household names, I quickly realized that many Westerners who were my target audience had a very difficult time spelling and pronouncing them correctly. Don't do what I did. Keep it simple. Managing multiple pen names. If you go the multi-name route, treat each name like its own mini business. Decide up front how much you're willing to divide your time and marketing efforts. Some authors run one active social media account and casually mention their other identities. Others build entirely separate ecosystems. There's no right answer, but know your bandwidth. Tips from my journey? Pick something you like and can live with. Remember, you're the one who will hear this name again and again, online and offline. Make sure you're comfortable with it. Do your research. Check if the name is already in use, if the domain is available, and if the social handles are clear. You don't want unnecessary competition. Be realistic about your time. You probably can't give equal energy to multiple names. Prioritize where you want to focus. Keep your voice steady. No matter what name is on the cover, the heart of your writing, your voice, is what readers come back for. Think about safety. If you start gaining traction, assume at least some people will try to dig deeper into who you are. Plan accordingly. Final thoughts? Pen names are tools, not secrets. They're meant to help you shape your career and connect with the right audience. Don't get tangled up in the fantasy of creating a fake persona or hiding behind a mask. Focus on the work, building trust with your readers and delivering great stories. Whether under your real name or a chosen pseudonym, the voice that matters most is the one on the page. For me, pen names have opened doors and sparked new creative directions, but they've also brought surprises, complications, and lessons I didn't see coming. They're tools, not requirements, and they're definitely not the key to overnight success. Whether you decide to publish under your real name or pseudonym, the important part is the same. Show up, do the work, and keep growing. So, should you use a pen name? That's entirely your choice. If you do, know you're joining the long line of authors who've shaped their creative paths with thoughtfulness, flexibility, and a touch of caution. I'm one of them, and if you decide it's right for you, you can be too.
Chapter 29. Let's get practical. Your 1-year plan. Do you know the difference between a dream and a goal? A deadline. I hate myself for saying that, but I cannot deny the truth in the statement. What's more, I think there's more to it than just creating a deadline. In entrepreneurial startup speak, aspiring CEOs seem to love BHAGs, which stands for Big, Hairy, Audacious Goals. I'm not making this up. This is genuinely the advice given to startups. Create your BHAG and work backwards from there. Come up with your 1-year plan and you'll get closer to your BHAG. I should note that the BHAG isn't necessarily a goal you'll never ever be able to achieve. It's the big hopeful pie-in-the-sky dream. The reason why I bring up BHAGs is because a big part of your why should be your big, hairy, audacious goal. Perhaps that big, hairy, audacious goal is to become a full-time author, but I'd ask you to take it one step further. How do you want to become a full-time author? Presumably by writing that great novel you know you have somewhere in you, your magnum opus, if you will. Some of us know what our magnum opus is. For others, it's yet to be unearthed. For others, the BHAG to write multiple series that intertwine like Marvel's epic franchises, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Ant-Man, all culminating in 2 movies, Avengers Infinity Wars and Endgame. Maybe it's something else, a series of series. Regardless of your personal path, I would ask you to meditate on this point. What is your BHAG? For me, my original BHAG was, and still is, to write a novel that, if I were totally honest, I do not yet possess the skills to write. It's a story that's been swimming in my head since I was 18. When I started writing, I was very conscious of the fact that I needed to practice in order to be good enough to write that story. In a way, my entire career is practice for that novel. And no, I'm not going to share details of that story here. That's not the purpose of this book. Needless to say, it's an ambitious project that I hope to one day feel confident enough to write. As I begin writing, my BHAG morphed. I still want to write that one novel, but now I'm working on several series that together tell an epic story. It's my Gone God world. With 6 series completed, I'm about halfway there. Maybe after that's done, I'll feel confident enough to finally write that last book, which, if I'm honest, probably won't be my last book unless I'm hit by a bus or a meteor. Gosh darn, I really hope it's a meteor. So, what is your BHAG? Take time on this one. Don't dream small. Then ask yourself, what are the steps you need to take to achieve it? This is the part where I'll get extremely practical. I think this is pretty self-explanatory, and I don't mean to state the obvious, but I'm going to lay it out so I know we're all on the same page as I walk through the rest of the 1-year plan. When a startup talks about a 1-year plan, they tend to divide the year into quarters, Q1 through Q4, then divide the quarters into months. Assume you can achieve your BHAG in 5 to 8 to 10 years. Everyone's mileage will vary. I myself am in year 8 and still don't feel ready to tackle this massive project, but I'm getting there. After you decide how long it's going to take you to achieve your BHAG, you work backwards, deciding what you need to achieve every year to grow your business. Give yourself defined revenue and production goals, but also, and this is essential, defined study goals. Because the truth is, You need to study the business of writing, the business of authorship in order to achieve your goals. Certainly, reading this book is one step in that direction, but you have to ask yourself what the road to your BHAG ultimately looks like. I'd like to look at my yearly plan in 4 tracks. Number 1, production. What are my writing goals this year? How many books am I hoping to publish? What is my publishing schedule I'm hoping to achieve? How many series is that? Am I going to publish audio, paperback, box sets? I ask myself all these questions every December leading up to the new year. In order to meet those deadlines, I need to hit certain word counts. I break down the word counts on a quarterly, monthly, and even weekly basis. I give myself enough wiggle room that if life gets in the way, I have the ability to compensate and stay on track with my 1-year goal. Number 2, publishing. You've got the writing done, assuming you do. Now what? The short answer is everything. Keywords, covers, categories, ad copy, ad images, blurbs, the list goes on. Below, I provided a publishing checklist. This is an essential short list. It is by no means comprehensive. These are the basics, the must-dos. That said, many authors go beyond this list. For example, I know some authors who use Kickstarter to help pay for editing and cover costs. Others have Patreon accounts, and the list goes on and on and on. Publishing checklist. Cover, keywords, categories, blurb, author bio, and picture. I generally use my latest release cover for that picture. Promos, AMS ads, promo sites, author shoutouts. Launch team, the initial small team of people who will review and share your book. Do not overdo this. Just because you're popular doesn't mean you have to ask everyone, especially if they're not into your genre. I recommend a handful of people to give you that early social credit and help get the word out. Number 3, marketing. Your publication track will be a huge part of this as well as your launch plan, but I like to divide the marketing track into 2 parts. Marketing necessary for launching a book, ongoing marketing of your author business. Number 4, study. In Q1, your sole focus should be production. This is the most important part when you're starting out. You need to be writing as many good words as possible. For many of us, this will bleed into Q2, if not Q3. The goal of the first quarter is to get as many good, publishable words done as possible. Don't rush your first book. For the sake of explaining the rest of this track, assume Q1 starts when you send your first book off to the editor. Quarterly breakdown. Q1. You're working on book 2, polishing book 1, and getting your assets ready for publishing book 1. This includes pre-marketing work such as setting up social media and connecting with other authors in your genre and seeking shoutouts. You should also be studying. Since you're a beginner, focus on everything, but especially on ads, which has the highest leverage. Q2. Release book 1 and start on book 2, or even book 3 for you faster writers. Focus your study track on ads and start building a robust ad strategy. Also, double down on either your newsletter or social media strategy. Q3. More writing, studying, and launching. Here, you really walk through the ads fire. AMS, BookBub, Facebook. Ads are as frustrating as writing. Getting the theory down doesn't mean you know what you're doing. It's all about trying, failing, and trying again. Luckily, ads have a quick feedback loop, so you'll fail less over time. Focus your study on newsletters, social media, and ads, leveling up these key areas. Q4. Double down on what's working, which should 100% include writing your next book. By the end of the 1-year track, my hope for every one of you is that you'll have a 4-book series out, if not more. Your ads, newsletter, and social media strategies will be well defined, and you should know where you excel and what needs to be improved. When things go awry. All that said, things will go awry. You might get sick or suffer a loss, or your planned 10,000 words for a week might turn out to be just 2,000. That's okay. It's important not to get bogged down in the minutia of the plan that you can't pivot or be flexible. 2 pieces of advice. Number 1, build in a bit of flex time. I mentioned this earlier. I make my 1-year plan specifically to include buffer time, whether it's planning a day off or structuring a month with exactly 4 weeks, even though most months are 4.5 weeks long. In any given month, I always have 8 days of buffer. Even with a buffer, you might still miss some goals. That's okay. The goal is to build your full-time author career, not to stress yourself out until you want to throw your computer out a window. The plan should empower you to reach the finish line. If you need to cut goals or shift them into a different quarter, that's totally fine. Aim for the stars and you'll reach the moon. Aim for the hilltop and you might hit the ground. Number 2, focus on what matters most. Until you're consistently making money from your books, the most important thing to do is write. The second most important thing is to self-edit your books. Those should be the last 2 things that you cut when life gets in the way. Chapter 30. Bonus. AI and Writing, the digital elephant in the room. This chapter is divided into 4 sections. My personal feelings on AI and writing, what I plan on doing about it, practical uses for AI and writing, and a conclusion. Let's just start with a wee story that I hope illustrates my personal feelings on AI. Personal feelings. My son pointed to the page and shouted, "Confused." He looked at me with searching eyes. "Confused," he repeated. I wanted to say something back, but a sudden and uncomfortable lump formed in the back of my throat, and I fought back a tear. I simply nodded, acknowledging his word. Confused. Let me explain. I don't often tear up when my son is confused. Generally, his confusion leads to chaos, us being late to some unlateable event, and me apologizing to onlookers as we run about in a futile effort to regain lost time. But this confused filled me with pride. You see, last year I volunteered at Brunsfield Primary to bring about a book I'm sure will be studied by future generations, Brunsfield Pirates. I started reading it, and before I finished the first paragraph, he told me to skip to the last page. The last page? You mean the climax and ruin the story? I am a writer. That's sacrilege. No way, no how, no sir. Then he hit me with a look that he's perfected over the last 7 years of his life. You know the one. Big pleading eyes, slightly furrowed brow, and an almost imperceptible lip quiver. Sighing, I skipped ahead and read these words. "Ouch," said the children. Bob, the cat dog, crawled out of Romeo Rupio's neck. He looked queasy and confused. My son hit the book and cried out, "Confused! That's my word," he said. Excitement was tangible. "Huh? That's my word," he continued. "We were working on the book and I said confused, and look, there it is." He was so proud he was a writer and that he had contributed a word, a single word to the story, confused. That word made the whole project worth it, at least for me. There is something intrinsic and beautiful and meaningful to storytelling. From a young age, we want to tell stories. I've seen this with both my son and daughter. We want to share our experiences through fictional creations. I've certainly seen it in my own life, how writing allowed me to put demons to rest that I thought I would never be able to. In one particular story, my hero, Katrina Darling, gets to meet her father one last time, 300 years after she killed him. She finally gets to say, "I'm sorry." That put the rest of my demons I had around my father's death and the many things I wish I had said and never got a chance to. Writing is how we connect with our world. Writing and story help us understand our world. So in November of 2022, when I became aware of the monstrosity known as ChatGPT, I had a dark moment. If AI writing can replace us humans, where will stories go and what will become of them and us? I hate it. I'm not going to lie. I feel that AI writing cheats us out of so much. While it's wonderful that I can write, an email more quickly or sometimes rephrase a difficult passage, I fear that my children will rely on this tool as something that passes as their own work rather than actually struggling with the page. I feel they will cheat themselves of their own ways of slaying demons, and I only hope they will find other ways to do so, because certainly if they choose to use these tools that will inevitably get better and better, my method of passage won't be available to them. I know I'll spend the next years of their lives while they're young and impressionable trying to instill them with wisdom. Do it yourself. I know this is easier, but you will gain so much more by getting your hands on the keyboard and letting your fingers and mind struggle with what you're trying to convey. I don't know if I'll succeed in this endeavor, but I will certainly try. What I plan on doing about it. The truth is, AI writing is here. It's unlikely to disappear. We're already seeing a myriad of high school and college kids using it to write their essays. And as these young adults become adults, they'll only rely on these tools more and more, making them more pervasive in our world. So what is my stance on AI writing? As I mentioned earlier, I hate it. Will I use it? Absolutely. I am a writer in his prime who has 2 young children and a mortgage, and when the dust settles, I will be one of the last ones standing. I'm not so naive as to believe that my stories alone will take me there, but rather that I must embrace the future and the changes it brings and to try and level up my own endeavors. Just because I'm going to use AI in my own writing doesn't mean I'll blindly use these tools without thoughts or considerations to the cost. In addition to that, I will endeavor to use AI in only the following ways: research, plotting assistance, and getting unstuck. Practical uses for AI. There's no doubt that if you ask ChatGPT a question like, summarize the history of Medusa and give me a primary text accounts for it, it will give you a thorough response. When I did this, ChatGPT came back with this. Medusa is a figure from Greek mythology known as a gorgon, a creature with snakes for hair and the ability to turn anyone who looked at her into stone. Here's a brief summary of the history of Medusa. Number 1, origins. Medusa was one of the 3 Gorgon sisters, daughters of Procreus and Crito. She and her sisters Theseus and Euryale were originally depicted as monstrous creatures. Number 2, punishment by Athena. According to the most common myth, Medusa was once a most beautiful mortal princess in Athena's temple. After a sexual encounter with Poseidon in the temple, Athena punished Medusa by transforming her into a gorgon as a form of divine punishment. Number 3, Perseus and Medusa. The hero Perseus was tasked with killing Medusa as part of his quest. With the help of the gods and various magical items, including a reflective shield, Perseus managed to behead Medusa without looking directly at her. He later used her severed head as a weapon. Number 4, birth of Pegasus and Chrysaor. When Pegasus beheaded Medusa, 2 creatures emerged from her neck, the winged horse Pegasus and a giant Chrysaor. Number 5, symbolism. Medusa is often seen as a symbol of female rage and power. Her image has been widely used in art and literature, exploring themes of beauty, transformation, and the monstrous. As for the primary sources, it is important to note that Greek mythology has been transmitted through various sources, including literary works and ancient texts. However, since mythology was primarily an oral tradition, there might not be a direct primary source like historical documents. Here are some key literary sources, including number 1, Hesiod's Theology. Hesiod's epic poem provides a genealogy account of the gods, including the Gorgons. Number 2, Ovid's Metamorphosis. Ovid's narrative poem includes the myth of Perseus and Medusa, offering a detailed account of the events. Number 3, Pseudo-Apollodorus' Library. This work, attributed to Apollodorus, contains summaries of various Greek myths, including the story of Medusa. These texts are not first-hand accounts, but are the ancient sources that have preserved Greek mythology. The research is awesome, and not only is it awesome, but it can very specifically answer my questions like, how many snakes did Medusa's head have? Did she have children? Did she fall in love? How did Medusa die? It gave answers to all of it. I did this specifically for one of my novels. I asked, I'm writing a novel about an evil creature that grants wishes in LA. In the California region, are there mythical creatures from the native tribes in the region that grant wishes? It came back with a wakan. Then I asked it to explain to me what a wakan is. It did. These questions probably would have taken me a few hours on my own, but ChatGPT cut down my research time to less than half an hour. A warning! Not all the answers ChatGPT gives you are necessarily true. ChatGPT does tend to hallucinate. However, the often reported hallucinations from the earlier days are much better, and with a simple Google search, you can verify the information ChatGPT has given you. Certainly, AI doesn't lend itself only to fantasy. You can ask it things like, what are the different types of submarines used in the 1950s by the Russian military? What are their depth capabilities? What kind of weaponry did they have on board? Suddenly, your thriller novel research has gone from hours of sifting through the internet, or perhaps calling submarine experts, down to minutes. And let's not forget that billionaire boyfriend realm. Need to know how your billionaire became a billionaire? I asked GPT for some options, and it came back with this. Becoming a billionaire often involves a combination of factors including entrepreneurship, innovation, strategic investments, and sometimes a bit of luck. Here are some interesting ways people have become billionaires. Number 1, entrepreneurship. Many billionaires have built their fortunes by founding and growing successful companies. Examples include Jeff Bezos' Amazon, Elon Musk, Tesla and SpaceX, and Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook. Number 2, tech innovations. The tech industry has been a significant source of billionaire wealth. Those who pioneer groundbreaking technologies or create successful platforms can accumulate vast fortunes. Bill Gates, Microsoft, and Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Google, are notable examples. Number 3, investing. Some individuals have become billionaires through savvy investments. Warren Buffett, known as the Oracle of Omaha, made his fortune through value investing and smart stock market decisions. Number 4, real estate development. Real estate moguls who successfully develop and invest in properties can amass significant wealth. Donald Trump, before his presidency, was known for his real estate ventures. Number 5, finance and banking. Those involved in finance, banking, and investment banking can accumulate substantial wealth. Figures like George Soros and Michael Bloomberg made their fortunes in finance. Number 6, entertainment and sports. Celebrities in entertainment and sport industries can become billionaires through lucrative contracts, endorsements, and successful business ventures. Examples include Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan. Number 7, real estate. Number 8, fashion and luxury goods. Number 9, energy and natural resources. Number 10, health and pharmaceuticals. And so on and so on. You get the point. It ended with, it's important to note that while these paths have led some individuals to billionaire status, success often involves a combination of hard work, innovation, risk-taking, and market conditions. Additionally, not everyone achieves such extreme levels of wealth, and success can be measured in various ways beyond financial metrics. Then I asked it to explain number 3. Certainly, number 3 refers to individuals who become billionaires through smart and successful investing. One prominent example is Warren Buffett, often referred to as the Oracle of Omaha. Here's an explanation of how he became a billionaire through investing. Warren Buffett's investment success. Number 1, value investment philosophy. Warren Buffett is known for his value investment philosophy. This approach involves looking at stocks that are undervalued in the market but have strong fundamentals. He seeks companies with durable, competitive advantage and history. Number 2, long-term perspectives. Number 3, Berkshire Hathaway. Number 4, successful acquisition. Number 5, Coca-Cola investment. Number 6, patent capital allocation. Number 7, financial education. And number 8, philanthropy. With each of these, ChatGPT gave me several sentences going deeper into these categories. It ended with, Warren Buffett's journey to become a billionaire showcases the potential for significant wealth creation through a disciplined and patient approach to investing. His success has made him a widely respected figure in the investment world, and his annual letters to shareholders are often studied by investors seeking insights into his investment philosophy. Your billionaire boyfriend research went from a couple hours and having something shallow like oil and gas to something a bit more interesting. You can see the power of research. Number 2, plotting assistance. I deeply feel you should plot from your own mind. That's where some of the best stories come from. However, there are times when you can get stuck plotting. I'll use an example borrowed from a friend of mine who was absolutely blown away. He wrote, What is a cosmic event that could happen that would affect life in 2 separate galaxies in the universe? ChatGPT came back with the following. One hypothetical cosmic event that could affect life in 2 separate galaxies is a collision or interaction between 2 supermassive black holes at the center of their respective galaxies. Here's how such an event might unfold and impact life in those galaxies. Scenario: supermassive black hole interaction. Number 1, galactic collision. Over an extended period of time, 2 galaxies are on a collision course due to the gravitational attraction between them. As they merge, their supermassive black holes are brought closer together. Number 2, formation of a binary black hole system. The supermassive black holes at the center of each galaxy begin to orbit each other, forming a binary black hole system. This process can take millions or even billions of years. Number 3, gravitational waves. As the binary black hole continues to lose energy through the emission of gravitational waves, the 2 black holes gradually spiral inwards toward each other. This gravitational radiation is the predicted consequence of Einstein's theory of general relativity. Number 4, final merger. The binary black holes eventually merge into a single, more massive black hole. This cataclysmic event releases an intense burst of gravitational waves, causing a ripple in space-time that propagate outward through the galaxies. Number 5, effects of the surrounding space. The gravitational waves generated by the black hole merger creates disturbances in the surrounding space. This can have a cascading effect on the stars, gas, and other celestial bodies in the galaxy, leading to changes in the structure and dynamics of galactic regions. Number 6, impact on life. If there were life forms of advanced civilizations within these galaxies, they may experience significant disruptions, changes in gravitational forces, radiation levels, and overall galactic environment could have profound effects on planetary systems, potentially influencing the habitability of certain regions. It is important to note that this scenario involves significant astronomical timescales, and the impact of life would depend on the nature of the life forms, their adaptability, and the specific conditions of the planetary systems. While such cosmic events are intriguing to consider, they are currently speculative, and our understanding of life in the universe is limited. By the way, I re-asked ChatGPT for the answer. I didn't ask my writer friend for the results he got. Suddenly, the cataclysmic event of his plot that involves 2 sentient lives in 2 separate galaxies who learned together to overcome this cosmic event was born. As you can see, the plotting is good. I'm not recommending Ask ChatGPT what the story is, what the essence of the characters are, or even what the stakes of the characters are, what they gain by winning or losing or failing. Tie your questions to a plot-specific problem that's challenging you. It can be tempting to put a prompt like, I'm writing a novel about a billionaire boyfriend who trades commodities. Give me an outline for the plot. As you can imagine, ChatGPT and its ilk will spit out something fairly generic. If you're trying to create something special or unique in a way, shape, or form, simply putting in the prompts doesn't work. Number 3, getting unstuck. Let's take the scenarios I described in previous sections. Do you know what would be on a billionaire commodities trader's desk? Me neither. You can ask ChatGPT for help for getting unstuck. What would be some of the items on a billionaire trader's desk? Describe it in great detail. Or for the mythical creature in LA, what does a Wacken look like? Give me a description. Or for the thriller novel with submarines, what are the dials on a submarine control panel and what do they look like? Describe what each one does and who would operate it. As you can see, this is part of the research, but there are also phrases and keywords that you can put out to aid you in describing these things that you might otherwise not have firsthand experience with. And you can always ask for an alternate description of something if you don't like what it gives you the first time. But here's my warning. I don't recommend simply cutting and pasting these descriptions that are helping you get unstuck in your writing. Rather, use them as prompts for you and make the descriptions your own. Conclusion? To reiterate, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I wish it wasn't there. I think AI in artwork, writing, narration, illustrations will be a net loss when people lose purpose and the specialness of having these skills. Then again, I might just be a bitter writer upset that his industry is being threatened and that what was once upon a time made him special isn't so true anymore. Maybe. That said, I'm going to keep putting out the best stories I can for as long as I can. It's a pretty damn good way to pass the time. Final words. There you have it. The foundation, the tools, the lessons, and the mindset. I know that future editions of this book will evolve. I'll probably swap things in, take things out, refine what's here. But what you're holding right now, it's a rock-solid foundation you can build on today. My hope is that this book has given you more than just some of what you need. I hope it's given you a clear starting point and the confidence to take action. Writing your first book or series isn't easy. Starting your author career isn't easy. But if you're here, you've already proven you have the drive to keep going. The truth is, this journey is always going to challenge you. You'll face roadblocks, rejections, creative blocks, burnout, self-doubt, and you'll keep moving anyway. That's what sets successful authors apart. It's not talent alone. It's consistency. It's the willingness to show up again and again, even on the hard days. And here's the most exciting part. This is just the beginning. Every story you write, every reader you reach, every new thing you learn will stack on top of what you built here. You will grow. Your voice will evolve. The market will change. But as long as you keep learning, adapting, and showing up, you'll keep moving forward. So here's my final piece of advice. Write boldly, experiment often, fail faster, learn quicker, and get back on your feet every time. The world doesn't need a perfect author. It needs you, your unique voice, your unique stories, your persistence. Keep showing up, keep writing, and keep building the author career only you can create. I'll be rooting for you all the way. Let's go make some magic. About the author, who happens to be me. Ramy Vance, which is me speaking about myself in third person, is the head fiction coach at selfpublishing.com and an author with over 30 books under his belt. He lives in Edinburgh with his wife, 2 demonic kids, and an imaginary dog. Terrified, he pretty much stays in his office and writes. This has been a selfpublishing.com production of The Fundamentals of Fiction, the No-Fluff Guide to Writing Great Stories, written by Ramy Vance. Narrated by Ramy Vance with Barbara Hartzler, Joe Ruffin, and Katarna Al-Hatif. Produced by Audiobook Masters. Graphics designed by selfpublishing.com. Thank you for listening. The end.